Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. I am your host, Matt Morris. Boy, we are doing our second emergency stream of the day. Today is just International Emergency Day, I guess. Folks, the House right now is about 45 minutes away from holding the final vote, during which they will vote to reopen the government. Pretty much is what's going to be happening now. Right now, they are on the floor. The House representatives, Democrats, Republicans, all of them, are on the House floor right now debating. They have a 1 hour long debate session, getting their final words in. Should we do it? Should we not? Should we reopen the government? Should we keep it closed? They are debating right now. And so we're going to tune into that here in a second. But ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a background here. The bill we're talking about, which is the budgetary continuing resolution to officially bring this shutdown to an end, is called HR 5371. The final vote is going to be taking place about 45 minutes from now, like I said. Now, we need 218 votes in order to officially reopen the government. The Republicans have 219 votes. Technically enough. However, big drama going on right now. This is what I'm reading. Rumor has it there may end up being 10 to 12 defectors within the GOP that are not going to vote to reopen the government. We're going to find out. That may be the case. It might not be, but that's one of the narratives floating around right now. There's also a narrative saying that there are 4 to 6 Democrats that are considering voting with the Republicans to reopen the government. So let's say we have 10 to 12 defectors on the Republican side that don't want to open up the government. That would mean that we would need 9 to 11 Democrats to come on over to help out. And the rumor is right now there's 4 to 6 Democrats that are maybe willing to do that. So all of this is kind of within the realm of hearsay. We don't know for sure. I guess they're doing their final debates right now. I want to stop yapping and get that up on the screen because really this is a historical moment, an historic day. This will be potentially maybe the end of the longest government shutdown in all of recorded U.S. history. 249 years. 249 years. So, this shutdown is on day number 43. Let's get into it, folks. They are debating, like I said, right this very moment, they're getting their final thoughts in. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We're going to cover, as long as this takes, we are going to be here. We are going to cover it. And of course, we're going to be talking about it and making sense of everything along the way. Welcome to the show, folks.
This morning, but with the amount of hot air being spewed by Democrats in the committee room for 7 straight hours, you would have thought we were in the dead of summer. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I don't think Democrats really agree on anything. Last night and into the early hours of this morning, they showed everyone that they couldn't even agree on what they're angry about. They went off on so many tangents that it would have been a miracle if they arrived at a single coherent thought at any point during our meeting.
Grandma.
The American people will see the exact same thing play out from them during this debate and during general debate on the floor later today. Apparently, the only thing Democrats can agree on is that the government needs to stay shut down and that the American people need to suffer even more than they have already made them suffer. We heard from Democrats repeatedly about the millions of people they believe are going to be affected when their own temporary COVID credits sunset at the end of this year. Their own temporary COVID credits. Did we hear anything about the millions of Americans who got walloped by Democrats when they shut the government down? Did we hear an apology from Democrats to the American people for deliberately misleading them over 40 days? Did we hear an admission that the only reason they shut down the government is to cover up for a catastrophic policy failure that they concocted and set an end date on?
Grandma's bringing the heat.
We didn't hear one of those things. Not one. Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised. This is the kind of behavior that Americans have come to expect from Democrats. Has anyone ever noticed how Democrats have developed such a visceral reaction when confronted about their abdication of responsibility? They shut the government down, and the moment you call attention to their own actions, All they do is obfuscate and start shrieking about unrelated things.
That is true.
Scientists should study this at length and try to come up with a cure. It's a serious affliction, as was evidenced numerous times over in our Rules Committee meeting. It's well past time to reopen the government and end the Democrat-concocted nightmare that Americans have been living through for over 40 straight days. The CR before us will end that nightmare. It will get this legislative body
82.
and the entire nation moving once more. Democrats should grow a spine and accept responsibility for their own failures. I urge a yes vote on the rule, and I yield back.
She says we got to open up
lady
the
from
government.
Minnesota reserves her
She's
time
82
remaining.
years
Gentleman
old.
from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you got to love these Republicans. The gentlelady from Minnesota says they weren't on vacation. I want to remind her, you haven't voted for 8 weeks. And most people define vacation as you don't have to show up to work and you get paid. That's exactly what Republicans did. They didn't show up to work and they got paid. It was a paid vacation. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much. I rise today in strong opposition to this bill. I'm a hell no on any legislation that strips health care away from millions of Texans.
Oh, my Lord.
In my district, nearly 100,000 of my constituents rely on the Affordable Care Act's tax credits to pay for their coverage. Without these life-saving credits, many of them will go without health care at all. Every day during this shutdown, my office has heard from thousands of families across my district saying, for the love of God, save my health care. And tucked away
Illegal
in
aliens.
this bill is a brazen payoff. Millions of taxpayer dollars funneled to the benefit of a handful of senators, while families are struggling to afford groceries and health care. We are being asked to sign off on a deal that lines the pockets of the very people who wrote it. That is an insult to every hardworking taxpayer who expects honesty from their government. The contrast could not be clearer. Republicans are operating in the currency of cruelty and corruption, while Democrats are fighting with courage and compassion.
Yeah, okay.
The American people deserve better, and I will never stop fighting to protect the basic necessities every family needs to survive. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
She wants health care for illegal aliens.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the American farmer needs this bill to pass. The American soldier needs this bill to pass. Our air traffic controllers need this bill to pass. The men and women who protect us here in this Capitol and all federal law enforcement need this bill to pass. I'm one of those who represents a lot of federal employees, and they've been without a check for a long time, Mr. Speaker. This is very simple, very simple. It's way past time to open the government up. There are going to be a lot of excuses about coulda, shoulda, woulda, and you need to take this provision or that provision out, or they're going to vote to keep the government shut down. Well, let me tell you something. The vote today, it is straight up or straight down. You vote to open the government up today, or you vote to keep it closed. That's all there is to it. Now, as for the provision that's been mentioned a few times about the Senate language, I have introduced a piece of legislation already to repeal the Senate language, and I'm hopeful that we'll have a vote on that as soon as we get back. Mr. Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time.
Reserve.
Gentlelady from Minnesota continues to reserve her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, you gotta love these guys. I mean, they're all introducing legislation to repeal provisions in a bill that they're going to vote yes on. I mean, you figure that out. Mr. Speaker, the previous question is the House Democrats' last attempt to make a change to this rule before it gets voted on. And I want to use this opportunity to talk about a last-minute provision that was slipped into the CR in the Senate. It's an outrageous giveaway to pad the pockets of 8 Republican senators. And it's one of the most corrupt things I've seen in my life. So if the House defeats the previous question, I will offer an amendment to
They're just so gross.
to the rule
Democrats
to
are
consider
just
as
so
adopted
gross.
an amendment to the continuing resolution
Right?
offered by Representative
Slimy.
Subramanian which would strike the corrupt giveaway out of the text of this bill so it does not make it into law. Mr. Speaker, this is a massive payday for Republicans. It would allow 8 of their senators to shovel millions of dollars into their own wallets. I'm talking cash money.
Thank you, Mama.
Not for their states, not for their constituents.
Brumble.
No, for their own personal bank accounts. Why should a United States senator or any party get a special right that nobody else has? No state legislator, no governor, no judge, no citizen in the entire country has this right. But we are creating it for a handful of Republican senators. It is immoral. I'd say it's unconstitutional. It is wrong. And it's probably the most brazen theft and plunder of public resources ever proposed in the United States Congress.
Come on.
And it was tucked into this legislation. And I want to speak directly to Republicans who say they can't vote with us because it will delay the reopening of the government. First off, that's exactly what these corrupt senators were hoping you'd say. Second, we absolutely can send this back to the Senate. They can quickly strip it and send the bill to the president. They finished this package in less than 2 days. This is one small thing that needs to be deleted. It's easy, and it can be done very fast. But, and please spare me the excuses that we'll get this done next week with a new bill. Once this is law, that's it. It is signed into law forever. It will never change. It is permanent, and you voted for it. And Republicans all know that. So don't say you're going to pass some new bill next week to address this. That's just an excuse to do nothing that will fix it. Republicans moved at the speed of light to give tax breaks to billionaires, and the least they can do is give the same urgency to stop this shamelessly corrupt fleecing of the American people.
He's pretty
now,
mad,
I get it. Trump is suing the U.S. government for $230 million, and I guess these senators want in on the action. They want their own payday. But I've never seen this level of grift, shameless corruption, and theft of public money in my entire life, ever. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. And to discuss our proposal, I yield a minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian.
He's
Without
just melting
objection
down.
on the UC request,
Meltdown.
the chair will remind the gentleman from Massachusetts and others to please refrain from engaging in personalities toward members of the Senate. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. I mean, you know what people hate more than seeing their costs go up? Is seeing their costs go up while corrupt politicians line their pockets with taxpayer money. That's what they really hate. But that's what this bill does. Republican senators slipped into this bill a legal pathway for them to personally receive millions of dollars in taxpayer money for being investigated after January 6th. And the other side talks about fiscal responsibility and says there's no money for health care. But somehow there's taxpayer money for Republican senators. This is an ethics violation. This is a breach of trust.
How is anyone a Democrat? I'm Representative Suha Subi Poopy Doomy Dumbo, and the Republicans are evil. Dude, who are you? What are you talking about?
Well, you are the system. And House Republicans promised to vote on this next week as a standalone bill, but there's no guarantee that the Senate will act. In fact, they probably won't act, right? So you have the power to join us in righting this wrong today. So let's take out this ridiculous kickback. Otherwise, a vote for this bill is a vote for corruption. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Yield.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Yield out of the country, please. Yield as far away as you can.
I never said, Mr. Speaker, that this bill was perfect. And not everyone agrees with the provision, and our colleague from Georgia had just mentioned and is already addressing it. But what we do agree on is that it is critically important to get the government open, and that's why we are here today. Getting our federal employees paid, getting our troops paid, getting SNAP back on track, getting our airports back to full capacity. Once this happens, we can tackle the issues and get back to really doing the things for the American people, not using their suffering as leverage, like the Democrat Whip Clark is willing to do. Democrats have spent weeks performing political theater by refusing to open government and continue to perform that political theater.
They did that.
But we need to prioritize the reopening of the government and stop the suffering that the Democrats want to use as leverage. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this rule and ending this shutdown chaos. For more than 40 days, the American people have endured a painful and entirely avoidable government shutdown. Not because of policy differences, but because Senate Democrats and Chuck Schumer chose politics over people.
Yep.
And while Washington stalled, hardworking Americans paid the price. Our air traffic controllers went without pay. A system stretched thinner by the day, putting new strain on that system that put millions of lives at risk. Americans depend on them to keep our skies safe. In families who rely on SNAP and WIC, parents just trying to feed their kids were left wondering how they'd make it through another week. And at the same time, our border agents and our Coast Guard members, they continued to serve this country as their own families went without pay. And through it all, while everyday Americans carried the weight of the shutdown, Senate Democrats had chance after chance to end it. But instead, they chose to prolong the pain. That is not leadership, that's hypocrisy. It was never about budgets or priorities. It was about power. It's not about turning government on. For them, it's about turning government into performance, where the people paying the highest price are the ones furthest from Washington. For more than 40 days, families were used as political pawns and props, while those responsible stood in front of cameras pretending to solve.
Folks, should I run for Congress someday? I'm just thinking, man, maybe I'm going to have to get up there and do this someday. Somebody's got to get up here and bring the heat. Somebody's got to get up here and bring the heat and hold the feet to the fire, the radical progressive feet to the fire, and really do some damage up here. Now, I see Super Chat respond. He says, anyone in these proceedings and debates should be charged with perjury for intentionally getting up there and lying. They all took an oath when they took their positions representing their states and constituents. So many lies. I think it depends on what they're saying. Who's saying what? What are they saying? I don't know. But yeah, maybe you're right. I think you're a little bit right.
Angry mob. This measure before us today is the same bipartisan framework they could have passed 40 days ago. The only thing that has changed is the political calendar. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the rule, stand with the American people, the families of veterans and public servants who have carried the burden of this shutdown, and let's reopen our government, and let's get this country moving again. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from ABC News entitled, Inflation Climbs to the Highest Level Since January, Beef Prices Soar.
Without objection.
I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the Washington Post entitled, From Groceries to Gas, Americans Say They're Spending More Under Trump.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the New Republic entitled, No, You're Wrong, Trump Spirals When Pressed on Rising Food Prices.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the New Republic entitled, Trump Admits He Doesn't Care About Affordability as Economy Plunges.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from MSNBC entitled, Not a Big Issue, Republicans Shrug as Consumers Confront Healthcare Sticker Shock.
MSNBC, really?
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an opinion article published in MSNBC entitled, Trump's Argentina Bailout Once Again Puts America Last.
Without objection.
This guy is
I
so
ask
mad.
unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from PBS entitled, Trump Administration Working on Doubling Argentina Financing to $40 billion.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from Forbes entitled, Presidency Boosts Trump's Net Worth by $3 billion in a year.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from People.com entitled, Donald Trump hosts Great Gatsby-themed Halloween party as 42 million Americans brace for SNAP benefits to expire.
Without objection.
Wow.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the New York Times entitled, Trump's Latest White House Makeover, the Lincoln Bathroom in Marble and Gold.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from The Nation entitled, The Bill to End the Shutdown is Full of Giveaways to Republicans.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 15 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for 15 seconds.
I'm sorry that the gentlelady thinks that trying to stop people's health care premiums from doubling and tripling and quadrupling is political theater, but we don't. And I don't have time to address all the BS coming from my colleagues across the chamber. But it's clear that this Republican leadership is not only failing to deliver on their promises, they're selling out at the expense of the basic needs of the American people. I reserve.
Time is reserved. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the gentleman from Arkansas. I thank the gentlelady from Minnesota. And here we are on September 19th. House Republicans passed legislation which would have funded government through November 20th. Here we are on November 12th.
Ladies and gentlemen, permission to submit to the public record an article from Matt Morris TV Media entitled "Low IQ Democrat Idiot Wastes Everyone's Time." Submitted to the record officially. Thank you.
On the other side of the aisle, we're searching for a reason for voters to support them next November. They were searching for a cause. And we know this because there was intervening elections and a lot of rhetoric, but no result. We're here right now with Democrats having joined senators to send a bill over here to fund government through the end of January with 3 appropriations bills, which we worked through regular order, that keeps spending relatively flat, advances the priorities the American people sent us here to advance, to back up the president who is securing the border, which he was sent to Washington to do, to restore our military to focusing on defending this nation rather than advancing woke priorities, which the American people sent him here to do, for us to continue to work to grow and to build this economy after 4 years of being wrecked with reckless spending, but also abhorrent policies. The American people are now saying, what on earth were Democrats doing? And my Democrat colleagues' response is health care, because it's the only default position they have is the default to health care. And the fact is, it's because they broke the system so badly that they are now coming and asking us to have the Treasury print money to then give out in order to enrich insurance companies with massive subsidies. That's the actual fact. And the American people understand this. And they recognize that they don't want insurance companies to be enriched, but they want to be able to go get the doctor of their choice. The American people understand this, and so do we. And we're here to open the government, and we're here to stand up for doctors and patients instead of insurance companies and big regulators. I support this legislation. I know my Republican colleagues do. The question really is, will Democrats, or will they wish to perpetuate the shutting down of government to enrich insurance companies? I yield back.
Expired.
That's
Gentleman from
exactly
Massachusetts.
what they want to do.
Well, a couple of things, Mr. Speaker. I don't think we want to be lectured by somebody who, over the years, has been the king of government shutdowns and who worked for a United States senator that pushed for a government shutdown and to object to the Affordable Care Act. But by the way, I just want to make it clear to everybody, this is a Republican shutdown. They control the White House, they control the House, they control the Senate. You know, this government shut down because they don't want to negotiate. It's their way or the highway. This is a Republican shutdown. They own it. I now yield 1.5 minutes.
Is
to the
that
gentleman
right?
from
Really?
Maryland,
Okay.
the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Raskin.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. McGovern. This bill, which they now call imperfect, contains the single most corrupt provision for legislative self-dealing that anyone in this chamber today has ever voted on. It is such an egregiously corrupt act of legislator self-enrichment and plunder of the taxpayer that not only did every single House Democrat oppose it in the Rules Committee last night, but multiple Republicans were denouncing it. That is, before they were summoned into a side room and instructed to vote for it, which they all proceeded to do. Now they're telling us, vote for it today, and they'll repeal it, well, maybe next week, or maybe the week after that, or maybe before Christmas, they'll repeal it. I've got a solution for you. If you don't like this corrupt provision, don't vote for it today. That will work. This is a great bill. A great bill, that is, if you think 8 Republican U.S. senators should have a right to collect at least $1 million in a jackpot bonanza payoff from the taxpayers simply because they were subject to the exact same rules all other Americans were subject to and are subject to now. And they don't propose to change those rules for anybody else, not for more than 300 million Americans, not for the members of the House of Representatives, not for governors and mayors, but for themselves. They want to deal themselves a special legal privilege. In this Republican class war, Great Gatsby economy where President Trump has made more than $3 billion since he reoccupied the White House, the federal building which he has proceeded to demolish in large part, where millions of Americans face losing their health care and their SNAP benefits. This provision is an affront to our taxpayers, to the rule of law, to everyone who believes. Could I ask for 15 seconds more? It is an affront to everyone who believes that we in public office must be the servants of the people, not the masters of the people who get special legal rights and privileges and multi-million-dollar payoffs. People who think that they have a right to better treatment than everybody else, like Ghislaine Maxwell in their prison camp where she gets room service, puppy time, and special gym privileges.
Gentlelady from
According to the Democrats, this is what Donald Trump has done to the White House. He's totally obliterated it.
From Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to this continuing resolution. I will not support a bill that will continue the Republicans' assault on Americans and their pocketbooks. At a time when Oregonians and Americans are already struggling with rising costs, this bill locks in devastating cuts to health care and drives up the cost, in many cases significantly. The assault on health care and the Republican shutdown more broadly, they're further proof that the first 10 months of this Trump administration have been chaotic, harmful, and completely out of touch with the needs of the American people. Donald Trump held an extravagant Great Gatsby party at Mar-a-Lago the night before SNAP benefits expired, while the administration and Republicans continue to ignore the needs of working families. That's not governing. They've abandoned their responsibility to bring down costs and grow the economy. And Mr. Speaker, this bill was already bad, but now they added this corrupt, get-rich-quick scheme to give hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars to Trump-aligned senators. That is outrageous. Oregonians and Americans deserve better.
Really?
My colleagues should listen to their constituents, vote no.
Look at Raskin back there on his cell phone, dude. You're so gross. This has to be the grossest person in Washington, D.C.
Minnesota, with 14.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as we are in the process of ending the longest government shutdown in our nation's history, and to affirm that this Congress will get back to leading America into her next golden age. Over 40 days, that is how long the government has been closed. For over 40 days, Democrats here in this body and in the Senate have chosen chaos over our country. They chose to shut the government down because politics demanded it, not policy. The elites who dominate their party's decision-making are the ones least impacted by its decisions. Were the far-left activists and Democrats here in this body the ones not getting paychecks? No, Mr. Speaker, that was the air traffic controllers, our troops, and our Capitol police officers. When these same people passed Obamacare, were they the ones impacted by the law, or was it the middle-class teacher in North Carolina who could no longer keep their doctor? We all know the answer to that, Mr. Speaker, and across the nation, federal workers are working 2 and 3 jobs just to stay afloat. Also, Democrats could champion illegal aliens who exploit our compassion as they poison our communities with deadly fentanyl.
True.
That is not governing. That was extortion of the American taxpayer.
And they smell bad.
But that ends today. Today, we are in the process of finally reopening the government, returning to the business of the people, and further implementing the mandate our constituents sent us here to deliver on. Democrats chose to have a month of political theater, but political shows don't do one thing to help make the cost of everyday items more affordable. It is time to govern and to focus on making America more affordable for the middle class. Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on this rule, and with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, we're getting lectured on governance by a guy who is just coming off an 8-week paid vacation. Give me a break. At this time, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes.
You put him on vacation.
New Jersey, the next
you shut the government down.
Ms. Sherrill.
The gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to a rule for a bill that does nothing to protect over 450,000 New Jerseyans who will see their health care premiums skyrocket. I took my first oath to the Constitution when I was 18 and went to the Naval Academy. It's an oath to serve, to run toward the fight. And so I ran for Congress after I saw Washington Republicans attacking the Affordable Care Act. I promised I would take on the status quo. I would fight the big fights, because that's what people expect of their leaders. That's what people deserve from their leaders. And I'm proud of the wins that I've delivered as your representative for New Jersey's 11th District. Capping the cost of insulin and prescription drugs for seniors, funding the Gateway Tunnel, the PACT Act for veterans, flood mitigation projects, delivering for Picatinny Arsenal. You have trusted me, New Jersey, and last week you placed your trust in me again, electing me your 57th governor. So I ran on a similar promise, to take on anyone and stop at nothing to lower cost and build opportunity for everyone. This will be my last speech in this chamber. I intend to submit my resignation next week and turn to protecting all of New Jersey. So my parting message to Jersey is, thank you. To my staff, thank you for your dedication to serving the 11th District of New Jersey. To my colleagues, do not let this body become a ceremonial red stamp from an administration that takes food away from children and rips away health care.
30 seconds.
Gentlelady's given another 30 seconds.
Matt Morris, don't you dare insult a vet with that flag behind you. Actually, I'm totally able to insult veterans if I disagree with them. Not by their nature of their veteran status, but yes, if someone happens to be a veteran and I disagree with their policy point, I'm totally going to call them stupid. Yeah, of course I am. What do you think is going on here, dude? Of course I can do that. Everybody can do that.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magazzino.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are back from their 54-day taxpayer-funded vacation. But don't get me wrong, they do know how to work hard. When billionaires wanted tax breaks, they moved mountains to make it happen. When Argentina needed a $40 billion bailout to help Trump's buddy, they moved quickly to make it happen at the White House. But when working people need help, when millions of Americans are seeing their health insurance costs double and triple, and Americans all across this country are feeling like they're going to have to go without health insurance for the first time in their lives because they can't afford it anymore and have to make that terrible decision about which of their family members they're going to cut off of their insurance, House Republicans are nowhere to be found. When Donald Trump's stupid tariffs are raising the price of groceries, the cost of coffee is up 40% over the last year, House Republicans are silent. When working people need help, they are absent. Shameful. So they will work when billionaires need tax cuts, when Argentina needs a bailout, but when working people need relief, they go on a taxpayer-funded vacation. Shameful, Mr. Speaker. Vote no on this budget. Do not cut the health care of the American people, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York.
Once again, right now these Democrats are absolutely totally seething and melting down because they want the temporary Biden-era, COVID-era ACA subsidies to be extended. They were designed to be temporary. In the last 4 years, not once have they ever reduced anybody's healthcare costs or premiums, and as it would turn out, about 20% of these Biden-era ACA sort of bonus money here really is what it is. 20% of it to the tune of $50 billion ended up going to illegal aliens. So it's just totally crooked.
It's about tackling the healthcare affordability crisis in this country, then they would address the fundamental problem with Obamacare. Since Obamacare took effect, healthcare premiums have risen by 96%. And on the open market by 114%. When I asked Leader Jeffries to sign on to the 1-year extension of the premium tax credit, he refused. He stuttered, he stammered, he couldn't answer a single question. Because this shutdown was never about health care. It was always about appeasing a far-left radical base. Chuck Schumer said, every day gets better for us. Catherine Clark said, of course people will suffer. We want to use this as leverage. It is an embarrassment to this country. You should all be ashamed of yourselves for inflicting this pain on the American people, taking away food stamps from 42 million Americans, defunding WIC, not paying our troops, our federal employees, our air traffic controllers. It's a disgrace, and you should all hang your heads in shame. Vote yes to pass the bill and reopen the government.
All right.
He's serious.
Let
He's
me
not messing
remind
around.
my colleagues.
Yeah.
I fully recognize that there's a lot of pent-up anxiety, and emotions have been elevated somewhat.
43
but
days
please,
of pent-up
in the interest
anger.
of the decorum of this House, to direct your comments to the chair and do not engage in personalities toward the Senate, toward the President, and others. Gentleman from Massachusetts with 14 and 1/2 minutes remaining.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me just say the gentleman from New York
it's
sounds
AOC.
as extreme as his voting record. And I'd like to say to the gentleman who just spoke, by supporting this bill, he's betraying 7,000 constituents in his district who rely on the ACA to afford their health care. Boy, I'm glad he's not my representative. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as the representative of Western New York, where so many people in my community, like others across the country, are already struggling to afford health care, I urge my colleagues to reject this disgraceful bill. As an occupational therapist, I know exactly who these cuts will hurt. I've heard from so many who are desperate for a lifeline, like Iris, a mom in Buffalo who's worried about how she'll keep her kids' health insurance. Or Andy, a nursing home resident in Tonawanda who relies on Medicaid to get the services he needs. Or the kids at Bourne Hava, a special needs school where I provided therapy.
Or Raul, who illegally invaded this country and has been collecting SNAP benefits and ACA Medicaid benefits despite being an illegal alien. And his abuela, and his tío, and his tía, and his hermanos. And all of them.
Shame on anyone who goes along with it. This country deserves better. I'll be voting no, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, some big news, some breaking news in the last hour. I'm proud to say that our newest colleague, Representative Adelita Grijalva, just became the 218th signature on the Massey Kana discharge petition to compel the release of the Epstein files.
Whoa.
And to all my Republican colleagues who refuse to sign on, time is up. You need to figure out where you stand on this because you're about to go on record. Is your loyalty to Trump more important than going after pedophiles? Because make no mistake, these files will come out. It is no longer a question of if, only when.
So I actually do want the files to come out. Honestly, I'm in favor of disclosure. They're not going to come out. This is all symbolic and virtue signaling. Even if they pass it through the House here, and they probably will, to be honest, it seems like they've got the votes. It's got to go through the Senate, and then it's got to go, President Trump has to sign off on it. And those two things are not going to happen. So this whole discussion about Epstein files in the House right now, it is all just optics. Nothing is actually going to happen.
I came to fight for my constituents who deserve to be able to see a doctor they trust, afford their medication, and keep their families healthy. If House Republicans let the ACA tax credits expire, they are complicit in forcing Oregonians to make impossible choices, like whether to keep their insurance or put food on the table. As a physician, I know what comes next. People go without. They go uninsured, they delay care, and they skip refills. They get sicker, and sometimes they end up in medical debt that is devastating. The cost of living is already too damn high. Republicans are committed to cutting your care. They patently rejected amendments to protect Americans, ignoring millions of American families who are desperate for relief. I will be an absolute no on the rule and the underlying bill, and I refuse to give up on ensuring affordable health care for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
She looks like a transgender Antifa member. And I know that's incredibly rude. I'm sorry. Lord Jesus, forgive me. She looks like a transgender Antifa member.
And he's very proud that it has 218 signatures. But not that long ago, today, we had a UC that would have moved that along, would have moved that resolution along over to the Senate, and I believe the Democrats objected to it. So it seems more like a political stunt than it does that they actually wanted to have that resolution moved along, because if they had not objected, it would have gone on its way, and they would have accomplished what they wanted to do. So I don't see their real desire to have the resolution passed. I see it more of, like I said, a political stunt. And it certainly is actually a moot point, given that oversight is already releasing many of those files. As a matter of fact, I believe they've done tens of thousands of them, but I believe this morning they did another 20,000 files. So they are being released, and this all seems for naught. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
All right. Mr. Speaker, Jimmy Fallon offered Democrats this pro tip. If you're going to call it the Republican shutdown, you're not supposed to get mad that it's ending. Anyone who remembers their schoolhouse rock knows that once the House originates an appropriation, the Senate must either amend it or pass it. Now, the House did its job on September the 19th with a simple appropriation that made no policy changes. It merely kept the government operating at current levels while we finished debating priorities. Democrats deliberately blocked the Senate from acting, demanding $1.5 trillion of new spending as a ransom. Finally, thank God, 8 of them put country ahead of party and voted to end this madness.
Yep.
Now, hearing the bitter recriminations from our leftist colleagues, it seems unlikely we'll see much bipartisanship today. But with or without them, we will reopen the government tonight and get back to addressing the challenges that confront our country.
I hope so.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts with 11 minutes.
Can you imagine if this thing now gets held up in the House? Good Lord. Imagine if we can't push this thing through the House now.
But I'm glad she did, because I want the record to be clear. I didn't hear any objection on the floor. The Republican chair basically ruled it as an improper UC request. And so that is why it didn't move forward. And but I do know this, because I'm on the Rules Committee, and I do know the gentlelady time and time again voted against releasing the Epstein files. And I know my Republican friends are hoping that they don't have to go on record because they don't want to get Trump upset at them. But the bottom line is every single Republican will go on record, and you will have to make clear whether you're on the side of a pedophile or whether you're on the side of the victims.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is reminded to direct his comments to the chair, please.
Thank you,
You may
Mr.
continue.
Chair. You now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this bill that allows health insurance premiums for 22 million American families to skyrocket and raises health care costs for everyone.
Yeah, you're getting
Trump
deported.
and his Republican cult of followers in Congress have unleashed shameful crisis of cruelty and corruption on the American people. First, they slashed Medicaid by $1 trillion, kicked 15 million Americans off of health care, set up the playboard for rural hospitals to shutter, all so that you could give $7 trillion in permanent tax breaks to their billionaire buddies. Then they refused to negotiate with Democrats to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits so that 22 million Americans wouldn't have to choose between health care and rent. And when we refused to go along with that, they caused this 45-day Republican shutdown, illegally refused to pay SNAP benefits for the hungry, and illegally canceled flights, throwing the country.
Remember that time that the Supreme Court said that Trump actually didn't have to pay SNAP benefits? Remember that? Remember that time the Supreme Court said that? Like 5 days ago? I remember that.
Pardons those who buy his meme coins and lets Americans starve. Shame on you. I'm a hell no on this bill.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
You are getting
Mr.
deported.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose the Senate's provision that allows senators to make financial gain off illegal government surveillance. 3 things can be true at once, Mr. Speaker. The first truth is this: the shutdown has to end. The American people and countless Tennesseans I represent are suffering and experiencing real pain. This record-breaking Schumer Democratic shutdown was completely avoidable, and it was completely carried out for political purposes. The second truth is that the last administration, led by Joe Biden and his auto pen, unfairly surveilled conservatives and conservative members of Congress. That included sitting United States senators. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the third thing I would note is that the American taxpayer has suffered enough because of the last administration. No one in this body should support allowing senators to sue and collect from taxpayers because the FBI went rogue under President Biden. But don't get me wrong, the overreach is more than troubling. It's unfathomable that the Department of Justice was weaponized in this way. I fully support holding those radical agents accountable and the ongoing investigations into their misdeeds. Yet no elected official should profit from the political calculation of left-wing bureaucrats and judges. Mr. Speaker, the folks I represent are still reeling from historic Bidenflation, the effects of the border crisis, and the regulatory agenda of the last administration. It is shameful to ask them to shoulder the burden of paying U.S. senators $500,000 or more for those misdeeds. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
All right.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Oh, no.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker. I rise to call to my colleagues' attention that they are no longer claiming that this is a clean CR. The truth is that it is a dirty, filthy, stealthy CR.
Could you imagine if George Washington could see this freaking caveman up here in the House chamber? Could you imagine if the Founding Fathers could see the current state of this country?
Because they have concluded somehow that they have been harmed when no harm has been proven or brought to our attention. I believe that health care for all is important because we in the Congress have the best health care in the world. Yet people with the best health care in the world do not see fit for persons who need it, who are among the least, the last, and the lost, to acquire health care, something that they have. Health care is becoming wealth care for too many people in this country. We need to extend the subsidies. We need to make sure that everybody who can get to a doctor gets care. This is not a poor country. I refuse to take a poison pill and have you tell me that I'll regurgitate it next week. The poison pill.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I inquire how many more speakers the gentlelady has, because she doesn't seem to have very many.
I believe we have one more, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. All right. We have several. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Mr. Ocasio-Cortez.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
It is great. It is great that Democrats have a line of people who are willing to fight for working class Americans from coast to coast in this country. Because God forbid that we have a member of the Republican caucus who stands up and actually wants to extend the Affordable Care Act so that people with cancer, insulin, and issues across all sorts of healthcare issues across this country have their health insurance protected and extended throughout 2026. It is unconscionable that what we are debating right now is legislation that will give 8 members of the United States Senate over $1 million apiece. And we are robbing people of their food assistance and of their health care to pay for it. How is this even on the floor? How can we as members of Congress, Republican or Democrat, vote to enrich ourselves by stealing from the American people? That is what this legislation does. In fact, Senator Graham just went before the press earlier today saying he was going to seek well over $1 million from the American people from this. We cannot support it, and we cannot stand for it. Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you. Go back to
Gentlelady
TikTok.
from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to point out to some of my colleagues that, the The Democrat government shutdown stopped the SNAP benefit. So if they were very concerned about those, about making sure that people had their nutritional assistance, they wouldn't have shut down the government, because that is what caused it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was great to hear from the new leader of the Democrat Party, Mrs. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Unfortunately, we didn't also get to hear from their other leader, Mr. Zoran Mamdani. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be proud this evening to vote to reopen the federal government.
House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, for 40 days, the Democrats shut our government down.
They are mad.
To pursue unrealistic policy proposals that they know the American people do not want. Mr. Speaker, the American people do not want health care for illegal aliens. They do not want our tax dollars funding left-wing media outlets, and they do not want to drive up our debt $1.5 trillion as part of a short-term continuing resolution. Mr. Speaker, the last 40 days have been nothing but pure political nihilism, and I'm glad that this nightmare is over so that we can get back to work on behalf of the American people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Now, real quick, folks, if you are new to the show, please make sure to like today's video. Everybody like the video. Everybody like the video. It helps a lot with the algorithm on YouTube and Rumble here. And make sure to subscribe. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. We have a super chat here from Stephanie. She says, I can't stand to listen to these lies from the Democrats. Thank you, Matt. It is nonstop. It's just nothing but lies. You're right. It's terrible.
Tax credit so that people wouldn't get screwed on their health insurance bills. But I also point out to her that the President of the United States illegally withheld SNAP benefits. And two federal judges, basically two court orders, backed us up on that. And he's the first president ever in history to actually shut off food benefits to people during a shutdown. Shame on him. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our country is at a moral crossroads. Just today, it comes out that billionaires are worth $8 trillion, more than 50% of Americans combined. And what does the president do? He decides he doesn't have the money for the American people. He's going to starve the American people to give $40 billion to the corrupt libertarian leader in Argentina. $9 billion would have fed the American people. How is that America first? And then he says, I don't care about the cab driver who's paying $2,600 now per month in health insurance as opposed to $44, because I don't want to save the 20 million Americans who are going to face high premium increases. How is that America first? We need national health insurance in this country. We need to tax billionaires in this country. We need to fund SNAP in this country, and we need to stop funding Argentina and corrupt foreign leaders.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to address for just a second the health care issue that the Democrats continue to bring up and act like.
I'll say real quick, listen, what the Trump admin has done with Argentina, they did not give them $20 billion. They scooped up a bunch of undervalued Argentinian peso. They bought it on the cheap. They actually bought in here. And now the Argentinian peso is up here. We've actually ended up making, gosh, it's been about a week since I've looked. Anyway, I couldn't tell you how much, to be honest, off the top. It's been a week since I looked. But anyway, this was really an investment, is what it was. We've already made our money back. This was not like a free money handout to Argentina.
So the Affordable Care
Trump bought the dip, pretty much is what happened.
in place. So that's the original subsidies, ensuring that millions still qualify for the income-based tax credits and capping out-of-pocket costs relative to income. It's the COVID era. I can't say that enough. It is the COVID era subsidies that are in question here. Premium increases are actually driven by multiple factors, including medical inflation, provider consolidation, and rising drug costs. But to actually reduce premiums, that's what we must address. And we must have comprehensive discussions about that, not just political theater and sound bites. We have to actually sit down and have those discussions, and that's what getting the government back open will do. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, the ACA polls at 65%. Donald Trump is at 37%. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
Gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of every elder who can't afford their prescription, every parent who went to work hungry so their child could eat. In the United States of America, there is no lack of resource, only a deficit of empathy, political will, and courage. At its best, government is a backstop, a compassionate steward of the public good. At its best, government catches people when they stumble in a moment of hardship. At its best, government does right by the people, all the people. Struggle does not discriminate, Mr. Speaker. Hardship is not a character flaw. It has zero to do with work ethic. Every single person is one diagnosis, one layoff away from hardship. Life can change at an instant. What we are bearing witness to is not only a lack of political courage, but it is a fundamental betrayal of the people. Incompetence and indifference to the suffering of our constituents and our neighbors. The shame and the sham of it all. Any member of Congress who would vote to deny a child a meal or medication, it is child abuse and neglect. I ought to file a 51A on you for that. Every person in this chamber, every person in our country has lost a loved one to cancer, and yet you would vote to deny people life-saving cancer treatment and research. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House, and with the majority, you have chosen to enact harm to make people hungrier, poorer, sicker, and less safe. The shame and the shame of it all. You, the people, deserve better. We, the people, deserve better, and I won't stop fighting until you get it.
Boo. Oh, man.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Gross.
Prepared to close.
I'm never eating milk duds again. I am never eating milk duds again.
I'm not. So I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the federal government will officially reopen with the House vote today. But here's what won't happen. We won't protect the 22 million people paying more for the Affordable Care Act, or the 15 million people losing their health care outright due to Republican actions in the big ugly law. Nor will we stop the health care rate increases for everyone in this country. And we won't be restoring food assistance today for millions of Americans who benefit from SNAP because House Republicans voted to cut the #1 program that keeps kids and seniors out of poverty by over $180 billion. Nor will we be able to roll back the tax cuts for billionaires and your GOP donors that you funded by gutting those health care and food programs. But I sure hope you're tanned and rested after your 8-week paid vacation, because you're going to need it. Democrats are going to continue fighting every single day for people's health care and food benefits, and we're going to be on you.
They keep saying, like, oh, I hope you Republicans really enjoyed your vacation. You are the ones that shut down the government. You caused the vacation. Also, you were on vacation too, dummy. What have you been doing the last 8 weeks?
Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I'm not quite yet, so I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this funding deal is why Americans have lost faith in Congress. It does absolutely nothing to address the crushing costs of health care and what amounts to a massive tax hike on working families. It does absolutely nothing to stop President Trump from canceling the very funding we would provide, something he's already done again and again. But here's what it does. It allows senators to write themselves, and only themselves, million-dollar checks because their phone records were legally subpoenaed, checks paid for by American taxpayers. It's corruption at a whole new level.
This is Arctic Frost.
With bribery and insider trading, someone breaks the law. Here, Congress is writing a law that protects and funds corruption. It's brazen and disgusting in an effort to legalize corruption. And anyone who votes for this CR is complicit in that corruption. If government still belongs to the people and not the powerful, we must reject this self-serving scam. I yield.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I just realized I forgot to make a post on X letting the world know that I was going live today. If you would do me a favor and go like this post, retweet it, spread it around, go follow. Normally I do that. I forgot to do it today. We're just getting going, so I figured now it's not too late. Thank you very much. I'd appreciate that.
Come up with a plan, and they came up with nothing. But I'm glad they finally acknowledged that this is a dirty Sierra that shovels millions of dollars into the pockets of Republican politicians. They hate this bill so much that they're all going to vote for it. They say that we shut the government down. Really? The last time I checked, Republicans are in charge around here. We heard for months about their mandate. They control the House, the Senate, and the White House. They have a duty to keep the government open, and they failed. They did not have the votes. They refused to negotiate with us because we wanted to help regular people instead of billionaires. And now they want to blame us for the consequences of their own actions? What the hell is wrong with them? Give me a frigging break. America is the richest country in the history of the world. We are blessed with an abundance of so much. There should not be an affordability crisis. Every single person in this country should be able to have a good job, a living wage, affordable food and health care, and have a shot at a better future.
The Democrats keep giving all of our money to illegal aliens and sending it to various countries halfway around the world. We don't get to have a nice, wealthy, productive country if all of our money is getting siphoned off by third world immigrants. Doesn't work. It doesn't work.
To just a few billionaires while depriving so many of the basic things they need to live a good life. And it is clear to me after this debate that Republicans do not share those same values. And I'm going to fight like hell. We are going to fight like hell because I believe in America. We believe in America. And we believe that the hopes and the dreams of the American people will prevail. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentlelady from Minnesota with 4 minutes remaining to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we wrap up this debate, I want to take a moment to cut through the noise from our colleagues, from our colleagues on the left. Instead of focusing on the legislation before us, they're resorting to fear tactics and tossing out false claims about what this shutdown is really about. The CR would have kept the government open to continue and finish the appropriations process. And yet, the Democrats refused and instead chose to shut down the government. And you know, my colleague mentions values. Democrats claim that our values are different, and Democrat Wick Clark said, of course there will be families that are going to suffer, but it is one of the few leverage times we have. So if that's the values they're talking about, I don't share those values. I won't make the American people suffer, whether it be their SNAP payments, whether it be keeping air traffic controllers paid, whether it's paying our troops. Making the American people suffer is not the values that I share. And for the record, Republicans did not cause this shutdown. And we've not been on vacation. I've been splitting my time between D.C. and the district, as I mentioned before, meeting with constituents in both, meeting with federal agencies, hosting a teletown hall, and I know how hard my Republican colleagues have been working for their constituents and the American people. It was the Democrats who shut down the government when they refused to support a clean CR that would have kept the lights on and protected critical services.
There really is such a difference between the rhetoric of the right and the rhetoric of the left. Whenever we have a Republican up here, they're like calm and collected and speaking in a very professional way, dropping facts, talking about the truth. And then somebody from the left, a Democrat, gets up here and they're just ranting and raving and screaming and lying and distorting and manipulating. It's like, okay.
Actually, President Trump moved $300 million of tariff revenue to fund WIC during the shutdown. Republicans are the ones protecting food security and not playing games with it. This bill also delivers for our farmers and ranchers and for rural development and invests in the community that feed this country and keep the economy strong. It supports our troops and federal workers. It ensures our service members and their families have the support they need, and it honors the promises we have made to those who have served. And yes, it reopens the government, restores stability, and resumes regular order. So let's be honest about what a yes vote means. A yes vote is a vote for veterans care. A yes vote is a vote for SNAP and WIC. A yes vote is a vote for $700,000 a fire engine in Ranking Member McGovern's district, and $1 million for the Navajo Nation Community Development Division in Representative Ledger Fernandez's district.
I don't care about that.
A yes vote is for farmers. A yes vote is for troops, for our troops, and for federal workers. And Yes, it is for reopening the government. And a no vote? Well, that's a vote against all of that, including the development of a wastewater treatment facility in Mr. Negus's district, and $1.5 million in watershed conservation in Representative Clark's district. It's a vote against federal workers. It's a vote against health care. It's a vote against feeding hungry children. And it's a vote against common sense. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question.
Question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Hearing aid, I think. I asked for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record
Everybody
their
say yay.
votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we're moving on to voting officially on H.R. 5371, which is the funding bill to reopen the government. Oh, look at that. We're moving on to it. This is like the vote before the vote, pretty much to move on to it, to wrap up the last vote. It's all very convoluted. Anyway, they just got done. They had a 1-hour time window to debate the merits of H.R. 5371. That 1-hour time window is done. We just listened to that, and now we're going to move on. Now we're getting ready to move on now. But I guess we have a little 5-minute window here. Yay, nay. We got to move on. Well, maybe the timer will default out here if we can get up to 218 yays, which is a simple majority. If we get 218, then we're moving on default. But these yay voters are taking a nap right now, I suppose. So we're probably just going to have to time out the clock, to be honest with y'all. We're just going to time out the clock. Now, folks, let me give you some background information here. So, like I said, H.R. 5371 is the budgetary continuing resolution that we need to see passed today if we want the government to reopen. The final vote is happening up next, actually, after this little 13-minute time window here. We need, on H.R. 5371, that is, we need 518 votes. 518? 218, I apologize. We need 218. Now, there are 219 Republicans in the House. So, allegedly, maybe we have the votes to do it without any help from the Democrats, but there's a rumor going around right now. There's Maxine Waters walking around like a skeleton. There is a rumor that there might be some coalition of Republican GOP House reps that are going to be defecting and not voting for this continuing resolution, meaning the government would not open. Now, however, although the rumor is, to be clear, it's 10 to 12 GOP defectors. That's the rumor right now. We've also heard that there are potentially 4 to 6 Democrats that are looking to defect from the Democrats and vote with the Republicans to reopen the government. So you've got some people potentially defecting this way, some people potentially defecting that way, crossing party lines. Today, really, it's going to be quite a show. We're going to have to see how people actually vote. There was something else I wanted to tell you here. This is day number 43, I believe, of the government shutdown. Now, let's say this continuing resolution, the budgetary continuing resolution, does pass very soon here. If it does, then it's going to make its way to President Trump's desk, and he's going to reopen the government tonight. He'll sign off on it. You guys know it's got to go through the House and the Senate, then the White House Oval Office president sign off on it. It's already made its way through the Senate. That was the big news, 2 days ago? 2 days ago? Now it's going through the House. And then we shall see if it makes its way to the president's office. So that really is what's going on. But no, if I had to bet money right now, actually, speaking of betting money, can I open up Polymarket? Polymarket is this betting website. Oh, look at this. Okay, take a look now, folks. People, believe it or not, are betting on everything. There are people betting right now. What day will the government shutdown come to an end? Well, 68% of the betting volume says November 12th. That's today. So 68% today. 31% tomorrow, the 13th. 1% says November the 14th, 2 days from now. So, betting odds indicate today. If you're placing money out here today, at a rate of 68% if you're looking at the volume. Just look at the money people are throwing down here. In total, there are $2 million. $2 million riding on this government opening up today. $900,000 on the government reopening tomorrow. How nuts, man. People got money. They're throwing it around. I'm not a gambler. Maybe I should be. Nah, maybe I shouldn't be. I went to the casino with my wife one time. We're playing slots. We took $400. I've never gambled in my life. She's never gambled either. We said, okay, we're going to take $400 to the casino. And I'll tell you what, man, in probably about 3 hours, we lost all of it. We lost all of it. This was a couple years ago. But I'll tell you what, it was fun. That was a lot of fun. I totally understand. I get it. I get why people gamble. I get it. But man, that's a great way. It's a very fast way to lose your money. That's a quick way to lose your money. And so we never did it again. We don't do it. We don't gamble. We did it one time. That's enough for me in my entire life. I don't do it ever again. I'm not a gambler. Now, I'll tell you something, though. When we were in the casino, I noticed something. It was my first time ever in a casino. I noticed something. Most of the people in this casino, they were old. They were elderly. They're probably, I don't know, 60, 65, 70. It looked like they were all retired, a bunch of retirees hanging out at the casino. It was a Saturday night. And so I'm thinking, man, all of these people, they must be taking their retirement payments. I don't know, their Social Security. They get the check, they go down to the casino. Got some money? Down to the casino. Social Security check comes in, down to the casino. I don't know. But like literally everybody there was older. I never would have expected that because I never went down there. You lasted 3 whole hours. Well, I'll tell you something funny. About halfway through, we had actually tripled our money. I kid you not. We got so lucky. About 90 minutes into our gambling session here, we turned our $400 into $1,200. And we actually, my wife and I, we had the conversation. We said, should we leave? Should we stop now? Should we stop? And we both said, well, what if we could turn this $1,200 into like $10,000? We got to keep going. We're on a streak. We're on a winning streak. We can't stop now. We're on a winning streak. And so we kept going. And we lost everything. So it was over. Yeah, always double down. Yeah, so we doubled down. We doubled down. And we lost everything. And that tends to be the way that it goes. That's kind of how it seems to go. That's how gambling is. And that's why you don't gamble. That's why you should not gamble. That's why only stupid people gamble. You should not gamble. Right? But, you know, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I did it. I can say I did it. We never did it again. I'll tell you, it was fun. Like, I totally understand how people get addicted to it. It's not my thing, so I don't do it, but I don't have a hard time imagining how people get addicted to it. It can be addicting, I guess. There's some good advice. Don't push your luck. That's right. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now, in about 7 minutes, you look at the timer down there, right in the middle of the screen. In about 7 minutes, we are going to be transitioning onto the real, official, final vote to reopen this government. After all the drama, all the rhetoric, all the debate, it all comes down to this. And so we believe, hopefully, we're going to have enough votes to reopen the government here. We're going to have the final vote, like I said, in less than 10 minutes. But, you know, there are also, of course, rumors swirling around that there are Republican defectors. They're not going to vote to open up the government. And then there's a counter rumor saying, actually, there's Democrat defectors. And they are going to open vote to open up the government. So, of course, with an event like this, the rumor mill is swirling. It's hard to know exactly, you know, what is going to happen. So that's why we're sitting here. We're sitting on the edge of our seat. You know, really, I think that everybody's on the edge of their seat. Matt Morris, what was your best World of Warcraft parse? Oh, I have a couple hundred parses in Classic WoW. I was always a warlock. I was a gnome warlock, and maybe if you want someday, I can try to find you my 100 parses. I can pull up the old Warcraft logs, and I'll show you my old Warcraft logs. I was pretty good. I was pretty good back in the day. You know how it is. A lot of these new viewers, they don't know that I used to be the best World of Warcraft player in the entire world. I'm choking. I couldn't even get it out. That's how untrue it is. I was telling a lie and my voice gave out on me. Busted. Yeah, that's what happens. Back in the day. Back in the day. Let me take a look at what's going on here. We had a, this is Heather Schmidt Photography. Became a supporter. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the community. If anybody here is new, make sure to follow and like and subscribe. It really helps a lot. Do you still play any games at all these days? Honestly, no. Oh, hold up. Seems like we lost our live feed here, ladies and gentlemen. Can I go ahead? Can I reload this? There we go. Okay, we are back. Are we back? We are so back. I'll be totally honest. I work 12, 13, 14 hours a day. Ask my wife about it, much to her dismay. Some days she doesn't like it. I work 12, 13 hours a day. It takes a lot of time. So every single one of my YouTube videos that I make, it takes probably 5 or 6 hours to produce the entire video. Because I've got to figure out what I'm talking about, do the research, I write out the entire video script, I record it, I edit, I do it all by myself. It's a one-man operation. In fact, here, I'll show you something here if you don't believe me. Can I show you? My most recent video about Fetterman. I'll show you what that looks like. Little behind the scenes here. This is my Fetterman video. So every day I've got to do my... So this is the Fetterman video script. So a little bit over 2 pages long. And I write all of this. I got my video segments. I script it out. I type it all up myself. I don't have a writer, man. Maybe I need to get a writer. But anyway, it takes time. And then we're doing the live shows. And then, of course, we also have the Matt Morris Clips channel, which I should actually plug right now. I've recently made a second YouTube channel for kind of my regular style videos, but shorter. Because I heard a lot of people saying, Matt Morris, we love the videos, we love the broadcasts, but we want short videos. So if you can, hey, shout out, if you want to do me a favor, if you guys want to go subscribe to the brand new Matt Morris Clips channel, I'm uploading videos on this channel every single day. I'm trying to get the channel off the ground, so hey, go and follow that channel. That helps a lot. If you enjoy more short form daily news updates, we're doing that too. We're doing it all. I'm trying to do it all. I'm a busy guy. I'll tell you what though, man, I'm very blessed. I'm very fortunate. I love what I do. I'm very lucky that you guys are tuning in and supporting and watching the show and watching the videos. Man, I have my dream job. I get this every day. I get to wake up and trash talk liberals. My full-time job every day now is trash talking liberals and progressives. So man, I really am blessed. What a life it is. So hey, thank you. Thank you for tuning in. It's not so bad. Things are pretty good. But anyway, there's that. Now they've got another 2 minutes on this here. 2 more minutes. And then we're moving on to the real deal, the grand finale. But you know what? If I had to make a bet here, this is the U.S. This is the federal government. This is the House of Representatives. Do you think they're going to find another way to waste everybody's time here? I'm sure I would not be surprised if they come up with another. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on recess. Before we have the final vote to reopen the government, we're going on recess for 90 minutes. We're going on recess for another 3 weeks. Everybody come back in 3 weeks. Oh, I would not be surprised. So we'll see. We will see. But the real vote is happening soon. It's happening soon. Matt Morris, I have the utmost respect for you. You admitted what everyone should. We are all racists to some degree. I know I am. You know, the word racist is interesting. I feel like there's no one pure definition of that word. Racism. What does that really mean? Does it mean you want to own slaves? Or does it mean you're only attracted to women of one race or whatever? There's like 10 million definitions you could concoct. Who knows? It's one of these words that has been used similar to Nazi. You're a Nazi. It has been used so much by really members of the left that it really doesn't have a whole lot of meaning these days. Everything is racist. You're racist. In fact, part of the critical race theory agenda asserts that just by nature of being a white person, you are inherently racist. If you are, seriously, this is part of their dialogue now. If you are a white person, just by nature of existing, you are inherently racist. Well, I guess according to that definition, that's not how I define the word, personally, but in accordance with that definition, I guess I am racist. I'm a white person. You know, so, I don't know. This word it's just so stupid now these days. It means nothing, yeah. Oh, okay, time's up. Come on now. Everybody's ready to have a vote now. By the way, Congo, $20 super chat. I want to say thank you very much. I appreciate that. Welcome to the show. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. We're all very blessed, I think. Yeah, and it's just, that's the way it is. You know? It's gotten to a point, I think a lot of people in America, you know, it's like after you get called a racist for the 10 billionth time, it doesn't really sting that much anymore. You're a Nazi. Well, that's the 10,000th time I've heard that, so whatever. So, whatever. Built with Mooney says, here's my gambling money, Matt. You know, this is the age-old question. Is it better to donate your money to a YouTuber in the form of a super chat or take it down to the casino and gamble with it? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But hey, I appreciate it nonetheless. I appreciate that super chat nonetheless. I don't have an answer for that one. I couldn't tell you. Thank you very much. I saw a body cam video yesterday and a black lady was calling a black cop racist. Some people, they're just looking to be perpetual victims. I'll tell you guys, I got 3 hours of sleep last night. I'm surprised I'm functioning as highly as I am right now. To be fair, I don't think I'm I'm not fully functioning, but at least I am a little bit functioning today, so you guys need to be nice to me. It's been a long day. But you know what? Hey, this government might be reopening. Let's go. You notice that the clock didn't really mean anything. We're about 5 minutes into overtime now, and nobody is doing anything. Hello? What are you guys getting paid by the hour? I know you're not. Let's go. Come on. We've got a government to reopen. Get to it. So right in the middle there is House Speaker Mike Johnson. Right in the middle, dead center. There's Brandon Gill. Who do we have? Who else do we? That's Marjorie Taylor Greene, blonde woman right there. Who do we have? We say, who do we have? Who do we see on the Democrat side over here? Who am I looking at? Democrats. What is this woman's name? Her, right there. Forgetting her name. She looks like a bird. She looks like some type of bird. She's got the purple hair and the crazy eyes and the big old nose. I'm blanking on her name right now. There's so many. There's hundreds of them. You can't keep them all straight. TM Lander says, Matt, you believe in America. Thank you. Why? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Who is that? Does anybody know? No, nobody knows. We saw Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez out here earlier today. She actually spoke up here for a minute. Rosa. Yeah, Rosa. Yeah, you're right. Rosa something. Bird. Her name is Bird Lady. You know, we were talking about World of Warcraft a minute ago. Every time I see that lady, she's a Democratic senator or a House rep. You're just looking at her. I always think of this this monster from World of Warcraft. You know what? Just because I have a second here, hold up. Rosa DeLauro. That is her name. Rosa DeLauro is her name. Oops, where'd that go? Okay. I mean, tell me I'm not right. She looks like a World of Warcraft bird monster. She does. She looks like an evil bird monster. Tell me I'm wrong about that. She does. I don't know. She's probably laying eggs. You go back to her place. She doesn't have a house. She's got a nest. And she's laying eggs. I don't know what the hell she's doing. Rosa DeLauro is her name. Rosa DeLauro. A World of Warcraft bird monster. Now, I know I keep saying it, but any minute they're going to do this vote. I'm going to take a look here and see if... do we have any updates coming out on X about this? Anything happen here? I'm seeing here. Now, for anybody that cares about the Epstein situation, I'll tell you something very curious. So, I'm going to read this here. Republican Representative Tim Burchett motioned to bring the Epstein files to an immediate House floor vote. The Democrats blocked it. He said, I just made a motion to bring it straight to the dadgum floor, and they blocked it. I tried to do a unanimous consent, tried to get the Epstein files on the floor, get it straight to the floor to cut out all the nonsense, and you know, the Democrats actually blocked it.
Hey everybody, Tim Burchett just left the House floor, and I tried to do a UC, unanimous consent, tried to get the Epstein files, get it straight to the floor, just to cut out all this nonsense.
Yeah.
And, you know, and the Democrats blocked it, oddly enough. Now here they've had it for 4 years, and they, obviously if there's something there about Trump, they would have released it. And now they're all, oh, let's get it out. Well, I just made a motion to bring it straight to the dadgum floor, and they blocked it. They blocked it. So this is politics. It has nothing to do with doing what's right. I mean, it's Washington, D.C.
It's just politics. Yeah, I mean, we all know this is pure virtue signaling. The Democrats do not give a rat's patootie, a rat's behind, about releasing the Epstein files. They couldn't care less. I mean, they could have done it whenever they wanted during the Joe Biden era. They didn't even talk about it one time. Matt Morris, did you ever play with Asmongold? I've got an even crazier story for you. In 2018, maybe 2019, probably 2019, I actually almost bought a house with Asmongold. And Esfand, if you know him, and Rich Campbell. I almost did it. I said, I don't want to move down to Texas. They're living down there in Austin. We almost bought a house together. I actually flew down to Austin, Texas 3 different times over the course of a couple months. We were meeting with realtors. We were going on house tours. All of us together, I kid you not, we almost bought a house together. And then I said, I don't want to. I just didn't want to move down to Texas, to be honest. I like it up here in the Pacific Northwest, but I'm actually friends with Asmongold and a lot of those guys. No shit. Oh, you don't believe me? Here, I'll show you something here. Here, take a look. I don't know if you're gonna believe me. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. You're not gonna believe this. Real quick. Would you look at that? This is a young Matt Morris there in the back seat. We're actually going through In-N-Out. We recorded this video. I've got the In-N-Out hat on. This must have been 2018. And yeah, there I am. Long time ago. Long time ago. There, we did all types of stuff together. It was another life, another era. Really, I just didn't want to move to Texas. It's too hot for me. I need to have the forests. I'm a forest guy. And I love the rain and the forests, the gray skies, the cold. That's my thing. But we came very close. Now, oh, I think something might be happening here, folks. Something might be happening here. Somebody was yelling. Did I ever join OTK? No, OTK is one of it's a gaming.
Let's vote. The yeas are 216. The nays are 213.
Whoa, sorry.
The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Are you? So what's going on here is the Democrats are doing every single thing they can to stall this. I demand a recorded vote. I demand a smoke signal vote. We need to make smoke signals. I demand a carrier pigeon vote. I demand, mail-in ballot voting with no ID, no voter register. They just keep doing everything they can to stall this entire process. The Democrats, sore losers, yeah. The pure unbridled definition of. So we have another 5-minute vote here. I guess I can keep telling you old stories that nobody cares about. No, so when I was considering moving down to Texas and moving in with those guys and buying a house together, like I said, this is 2018, 2019. The idea was that we were going to make a gaming organization and have all these podcasts and do all this stuff. This idea that I ended up not pursuing because I didn't really want to move to Texas. I decided against it. They ended up continuing on with that idea without me because I stayed up here. And then they made OTK, One True King, which was this gaming organization. Now I think a couple years later, I think OTK has like pretty much imploded. I think it doesn't exist anymore. Maybe, I don't know. But for those of you that don't know, so Austin, Texas is kind of like the Hollywood of the video game streamer community. You know how Hollywood, there's all these cliques and ego and corruption and drama, and there's always just chaos. In the video game live streaming community, that's Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas is where everybody moves to Austin, Texas to try to meet up and collaborate and network and be parasitic off of each other. And this is a long time ago now. I said, I just don't really want to go down there. I just don't really want to do that. Little did I know at the time that ended up being one of the best decisions of my life, is not moving to Austin, Texas. But anyway, there's the background history for anybody that cares about that. Austin, Texas. Incidentally, I've actually spent a huge portion of my life in Austin, Texas. I have well, I mean, they're all dead now. I hate to say that. I used to have a lot of family down in Texas, Austin, Texas, and so all through my childhood, I'd go to Texas, Austin, once or twice a year. Regrettably, all of them they got old and they passed away now. Grandma, great-grandma, aunt, uncle. But anyway, I like Austin. It's a nice city. I like Texas. I just probably wouldn't want to live there. That's the way life goes, That's the way it is. Austin, Texas is one of those cities where it really is. It's like a nice kind of vibe and beautiful architecture, beautiful city, but it's the people. It has a people problem, And I feel the same way about pretty much every city on the West Coast. Seattle, beautiful city, man. Seattle's great, but it's the people that live there that ruin everything. Portland, beautiful. I love Portland. It's my hometown, but it's the people that live there. The radical progressives, the far left, and they ruin it. All up and down California. California is maybe the most beautiful state, or, you know, one of the most beautiful states, but it's the people. You've got a people problem. It's terrible. So, Austin does have good barbecue. Yeah, you're right about that. Yep. Yep. It's the people. No, I'm in North Idaho now. We're in Idaho. And I think I'm here to stay. I think I'm going to spend the rest of my days in North Idaho. I love it up here. I love it up here, North Idaho. I mean, actually, what I mean to say, it's terrible. It's terrible. Everybody's mean. It really sucks up here. So you guys don't even think about moving up here. It's just terrible. It sucks. Everybody's rude. The weather is terrible. The city sucks. Everything sucks. Don't even think about coming up here. It's terrible. There's really no reason to live up here. Nobody needs to come up here ever again. Oh, okay. We're running down the clock here. That clock is done. Now, I'm going to turn down the audio because I don't want to get my eardrums blasted out again. I'll learn my lesson from last time. Last time this clock ran out, it took him an extra 5 minutes. Took him 5 minutes extra. Come on now. Meaningless clock? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Good Lord. In God we trust. Oh, look at this beautiful house rep down over. Oh, man. In the blue suit. Lovely. Great. Sandpoint, Idaho is full. You know what? I'll tell you something here. I actually have not been to Sandpoint yet. I've heard it's great. I'm a little bit, I guess I shouldn't say exactly where. I'm like within an hour of Sandpoint, probably. I haven't been there yet, though. Oh, here we go. Are we going here now? So this vote, do not worry about it, means nothing. We're moving on.
This vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 209. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Are you kidding me? They're going to vote to reconsider the two votes they just... Oh, and now we don't even have a timer. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going through the federal government House floor bureaucratic process, total waste of time, in order to get to the real vote. We are not at the real vote yet. We are slogging through the mud to get to the real vote. So none of this matters. Everything you're seeing right now is just procedural. We have to do it, and we are slogging through. You're kidding. I wish I was kidding. Ladies and gentlemen, the federal government, this is how they do it. This is what's up. That's just how they roll. It really is just something else. We need the Doge to come in here and start ripping out fraud and waste. There's a lot of waste. Probably a lot of fraud. Definitely a lot of waste. Rip it out. Send down big balls. It's just as bad in the UK. Yeah, I can imagine. I bet. There's House Speaker Mike Johnson right there. We've got all. I think pretty much every House rep in the country is down here. Man, you know the big problem. We were making a joke about whether or not someday should I run for Congress or something. You know the problem with that idea is that if you run for Congress, if you are a congressperson, you have to go to Washington, D.C. You have to leave your house, hop on an airplane, fly to D.C., live out of a hotel, or rent an apartment in D.C. or something. You've got to be surrounded by all of these swamp freaks, the lobbyists, the radical progressive, the deep state. You've got to be totally immersed in all of this, whatever, this, in the DC life. And dude, you've got to be away from your family. I just don't know if I would ever want to do that, right? It doesn't exactly sound cozy. It's not exactly cozy. There's Rosa. There's Rosa DeLauro.
The House will come to order.
Okay, here we go.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition? The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I seek recognition to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. Whereas on October 27, 2025, Representative Chuy Garcia filed nominating petitions to be on the Democratic primary ballot in March 2026. Whereas on November 5th, 2025, on the last day of filing, Representative Garcia's Chief of Staff, Patty Garcia, submitted her own paperwork to enter the Democratic primary. Whereas on November 6th, after the filing deadline, Representative Garcia confirmed that he would not be seeking another term in 2026 and would be withdrawing his nominating petitions. Whereas Representative Garcia's Chief of Staff was the only Democrat who filed to run in the primary at the direction of Representative Garcia, undermining the process of a free and fair election. Whereas Representative Garcia's actions are beneath the dignity of his office and incompatible with the spirit of the Constitution.
What are you talking about?
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives disapproves of the behavior of the representative from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
Cool.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentlelady from Washington will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at a time designated for consideration of the resolution.
Okay. Are we moving?
The House will be in order.
All right. Moving on.
Members are instructed to clear the well.
Take a seat. Go take a seat. So that means everybody go take a seat.
The House will be in order and members will clear the well. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution. I'm sorry? Who did?
Will the gentleman repeat his request at a microphone? Will the gentleman find a microphone and repeat his request?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask unanimous consent to address the body, the will.
Not recognized for that purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank.
Recognized.
I'd like to thank the Honorable. Hello.
The House will be in order. The well will be cleared. All members will clear the well.
Let's see some motion.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Up the bill H.R. 5371.
That's it.
The continuing appropriations, agriculture, legislative branch, military construction, and Veterans Affairs and
That's the
Extension
one.
Act 2026 with the Senate amendment thereto, and I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the bill, designate the Senate amendment, and designate the motion.
H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes. Senate amendment. Mr. Cole of Oklahoma moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371.
Pursuant to House Resolution 873, the motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma. The House will be in order.
We already did that. We already had a 1 hour debate about this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered. The House will be in order. All members are instructed to take their conversations outside.
Okay, where are we going here? Are we going to debate for 1 hour or what?
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in support of the continuing appropriations, agriculture, legislative branch, military construction and Veterans Affairs, and Extension Act of 2026. History reminds us, Mr. Speaker, that shutdowns never change the outcome. The only cost is paid by the American people. Over the last 43 days, the facts did not shift, the votes required did not shift, the path forward did not change. The only thing that did move was the level of pain Democrats inflicted on the nation. For 6 long weeks, Americans have paid the price for a shutdown they neither caused nor deserved. The pain has been all too real for far too many Americans, including families struggling without paychecks, seniors on the brink of hunger and food assistance lapsed, airports in chaos.
Everybody, if you want to go make another cup of coffee or go to the bathroom real quick, I think it is going to be an hour. I think so, until we have this final vote.
This shutdown on those who served our nation, past and present. Our military families were left wondering if they would be paid. Thanks to President Trump, they were. Yet this is not how the greatest nation in the world should function. Today, that changes. The legislation before us reopens the government, restores critical services, and puts an end to the needless hardship Democrats have inflicted on the country.
Thank you very much,
This bill
Paula.
supports our
Thank you
troops.
very much.
It pays federal workers. It fully funds SNAP benefits until September 30th of next year. It compensates our air traffic controllers right before a busy holiday season. In fact, it takes a holistic approach in ensuring federal services and programs are operational. In the simplest terms, we're putting the government back to work.
Now, I see some of you mentioning that he mentioned 5 days. I'm trying to remember the exact verbiage he used. I am almost certain we're not going to have to wait 5 days. I think that was for something tangential, something unrelated, or not too related at least. I'm almost 100% positive that this vote is happening tonight. I think the 5-day remark was for something else here, but I'm going to try to look into that here.
Divisions. Once passed,
so stand by
we'll
here.
have full-year funding in place for many of our
And also,
most
Lisa,
crucial
thank
programs.
you.
Military construction
Thank you,
needs
Lisa.
will be met for a full year, as will medical programs for our nation's veterans.
Let me research this
The
here.
legislative branch will be properly resourced, including critical funding enhancements for the Capitol Police and for member security. And agriculture, food, and nutrition programs like WIC and SNAP will be fully funded to help vulnerable people in need. Importantly, this legislation delivers member-driven community project funding in both the military construction and agricultural division, which will direct resources back into the hands of the communities we represent. This was a top priority for the Appropriations Committee, and we achieved it while holding overall spending levels in check. It's responsible appropriations progress like this that causes me to reflect on an important message to our friends in the Democratic leadership. My sincere apologies to Minority Leaders Jeffries and Schumer, but after today, you will no longer get to hold the government hostage, and you will not get to force a rushed, pork-filled Christmas omnibus at the end of the year. Republicans have actively restored a responsible line-by-line process. Over the next few months, we will continue this work and efforts through regular order.
I'm not sure.
This Article 1 advancement is an accomplishment that every member of this chamber can be proud of, regardless of party. Yet some still need to decide what they stand for today. So to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, do you want the leverage or do you want to legislate?
Yeah, maybe to clarify their vote or to submit a written justification, a statement for their vote. That might have been what the deal is.
Last 43 days, we have and we will continue to put Americans first. Democrats can join us. They have an opportunity to make the responsible choice to reopen our government and pass 3 official full-year appropriations bills.
It's going to be longer than an hour. Cory Booker already said he's going to talk for as long as he could tonight. So you know what that means. Well, just to be real quick, what we are watching right now, this is all normal House procedure. This is not filibuster. The filibuster is specifically, uniquely a Senate procedure. They can't do that in the House. So things, believe it or not, things actually move along much more quickly than in the Senate. Now, I believe to your point, and Cory Booker's a senator. Oh, hold up. We'll play this.
Recognized.
I rise in opposition to this bill that does nothing, not one thing, to address the Republican health care crisis amid a cost of living crisis. More than 20 million Americans will have to pay double, even triple their monthly insurance premiums in just a matter of weeks. And this bill leaves families without even a glimmer of hope that their costs might go down. Energy prices are up, grocery prices are up, housing costs are up. When 2/3 of American workers are living paycheck to paycheck, you can understand why the most important issue on their minds is affordability. What does President Trump say? And I quote, "Affordability is a con job," end quote. How out of touch can you be? Mr. President, start to listen to the American people, not your millionaire, billionaire friends. President Trump and my Republican colleagues refuse to address this issue. They continue to avoid it. They were so intent on avoiding it that they shut down the government instead of dealing with it. Speaker Johnson has indicated that he will not deal with it. He has shown no interest in holding a vote on extending the health care subsidies, which would prevent monthly costs from soaring. Republicans have tried to say they will deal with this problem their own way, but they have no plan. They are trying to repeal the Affordable Care Act, as they have been trying to do unsuccessfully for 15 years. However, they are poised to succeed, which is why it is so important for this continuing resolution to fail. President Trump and Republicans, their plan is to drive up prices for everybody, compounding the cost of living crisis. More than 2 million Americans are expected to lose their health insurance next year because it has simply become too expensive. There are more than 50 pages of health care provisions in this bill. Not one of them stops costs from skyrocketing at the beginning of next year. Not one of them offers relief to American families being squeezed tighter and tighter by the Republican crisis.
Oh.
There is one group of people, however, who will receive some relief thanks to this bill. United States senators who may
So I don't know how any person in this country looks at Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro is her name. You just look at this person and say, yeah, I'm going to take you seriously. Yeah, I'm going to listen to you. Woman with nutso eyes, giant glasses, purple hair. She's dressing like a video game monk or a bard or something, like a Lord of the Rings character. Yeah, you know what you're talking about. I'm going to listen to you.
The fleecing of the American people, which they get and understand. At the same time, this bill excludes a provision that will
East Tennessee
order
Patriot,
a plaque
thank you.
to be hung that honors the police
And also Jay
officers
Schiffer.
who
Thank
put
you.
their
Thank you very
lives
much.
on the line to defend our democracy from that same insurrection. What a contrast. It is yet another instance of this administration's shameless corruption that is financially ruining American families. While there is $230 million for the president to pay himself from the Department of Justice, $8 million for some of his closest Senate allies, $200 million for a pair of private jets for the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, $40 billion to Argentina, the American people are left with nothing but higher costs. This bill also fails to fully cover the Toxic Exposure Fund, which was created to support veterans exposed to burn pits and Agent Orange. We made a promise to stand by the men and women who served our country in uniform. This bill does not live up to that promise. You know, Republicans need to stop taking photographs with veterans and then vote against their health care. Those who lead in the appropriations process here believe
They must know that nobody is believing this lie, this narrative that this is a Republican shutdown. The Republicans shut down the government. Isn't it so weird that actually all it took was a handful of Democrats to come over and vote to reopen it? Strange, right?
for federal workers that they had no choice but to leave. Federal workers should be, and I quote, traumatically affected. Those are the words of the Office of Management and Budget Director Russ Vought, an unelected bureaucrat.
This is a representative, yes.
The federal workforce has
Yes.
dwindled by 200,000 since January, jeopardizing the public services that so many people rely on.
Rosa DeLauro.
Spare us your false concern. And since January, this administration has been stealing from our communities, withholding as much as $410 billion in funding approved by Democrats and Republicans, House, Senate, signed into law, and they are illegally blocking authorized funds from being distributed. Even now, as we debate this bill, the Trump administration is arguing to the Supreme Court that they should be allowed to withhold food stamp funding that Congress lawfully approved. They were ordered by 3 separate courts to distribute food assistance and are still fighting to withhold it. It is not connected to opening this government. They have the money. They have it now for food stamps. They just refuse to use it. Imagine using food as a political weapon, unspeakable and immoral. It seems like their only plan is to strip children of food assistance while kicking their parents off their health insurance. They have demonstrated that that is who they are. These are their true colors. You cannot expect Democrats to go along with any bipartisan funding deal if that agreement can be undone with a party line vote.
This woman is insane.
Congress must assert its authority over the power of the purse.
So can I mute her for a second real quick? Can we have a quick conversation about why it is so important to activate the nuclear option in the Senate and pass Piece of America First legislation day after day after day after day? We need to go nuclear. The country is at stake. We might very well, in fact, I don't know at this point, I don't know what the betting odds are. We might end up losing midterms. We might lose the House and the Senate or one or the other, at which point the America First agenda, the Trump agenda is done. It's over. The second half of Trump's presidency might end up being sort of a lame duck situation if we lose the House and the Senate. He won't be able to get anything done. We need to go nuclear. We got to go nuclear. And once again, we know for a fact that if we don't, they will. The next time they have the House and the Senate, they will. They will go nuclear. All of them have said as much explicitly. They will do it.
To keep the government open, and 99% of Democrats voted to shut it down. And then that bill went over to the Senate, and we watched for 42 days where time and time again, Democrats, just to appease their most radical base, continued to vote in unison to shut the government down. And during that shutdown, we saw millions of families experience pain, Mr. Speaker, pain and suffering that Democrats themselves acknowledged that they imposed on the American people. But they said over and over again, we have quote after quote from Democrats during the shutdown, that they needed to impose the suffering to get leverage, Mr. Speaker, to use the American people as pawns to get leverage. For what? For what? They ultimately filed an alternative bill, $1.5 trillion mad spending spree that included things like $200 billion of taxpayer funding for illegals to get taxpayer benefits, while they gutted the $50 billion rural health care fund that we put in place in the Working Families Tax Cut. So, Mr. Speaker, anybody who comes up here and says they care about health care, they were also advocating to gut the $50 billion rural health care fund to provide $200 billion in taxpayer-funded health care benefits for illegals. It's insanity. And if you really want to look at where this all began, as some on the other side, Democrats, want to talk about a health care crisis, the health care law of the land is what many refer to as Obamacare. But let's remember the original name that Democrats gave that bill when they created it. They called it the Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act. Only Democrats voted for it. Republicans knew it was going to be anything but affordable. It was going to interfere with the doctor-patient relationship. And unfortunately, it's done that. But if you want to talk about affordable, and maybe the only other bill that's more laughable in its name is the Inflation Reduction Act. Yeah, that's another product brought to you by Democrat-only votes. The Inflation Reduction Act, which ushered in the inflation under Joe Biden that we're still trying to shake today. But the Affordable Care Act, Mr. Speaker, since it started, Americans have seen over 80% increases in their health care costs.
That is true, yes.
Because of a Democrat-created bill that they want to now blame on Republicans. I understand why they would want to try to now pawn that off on somebody else. But then if you look over time, during COVID, they created a temporary relief fund, not to individuals, Mr. Speaker, but to insurance companies. Democrats created a temporary, they called it temporary in the law, temporary COVID relief tax credit to insurance companies, to bail out big insurance companies who are seeing record profits, and that's now what they want Republicans to renew. A insurance company bailout that Democrats created to be temporary. They set it up to expire.
That is true.
And now they're saying that the world's going to end if that insurance company bailout doesn't get renewed. While at the same time, when we as Republicans worked to actually lower premiums for families, they fought it every step of the way. That's right. We had a bill that we passed through this House just a few months ago in the Working Families Tax Credit. Part of that bill was called the cost share reduction, was scored by the CBO to lower premiums for families by over 12%. And what happened? It gets over, and by the way, every Democrat voted against that too, because they've never cared about lowering premiums. Then that bill gets over to the Senate. Senate Democrats worked overtime to get that provision removed. And if you go look at Senate Democrat Budget Committee website, they still brag that they removed that provision that would have lowered premiums for families. So, absolutely.
I'll tell you, man, this country is so partisan that we are never going to have effective bipartisan legislation ever again. The era of effective bipartisan teamwork, legislation, making the country great again, working together, it's done. We're not going to do that. The future of this country is nuclear. It is nuclear. It is nuclear option. It is have a simple majority in the House. It is nuclear option, simple majority in the Senate, have the White House, and then it's free for all. Do whatever you want. That is the direction that this country is going in. That is the future, the inevitable future.
Holding the American people hostage. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what has disgusted the American people most during this shutdown. That should have never happened. But it's that it has caused real suffering for American families. Our men and women in uniform that had to wonder whether or not they're going to get paid. Air traffic controllers who already had a highly stressful job and then had to show up for work without getting paid. Multiple paychecks missed. Now you're seeing, because a lot of those air traffic controllers have to go work jobs as Uber drivers. They aren't even being able to show up for work because they still have bills due, their rent's due. They're trying to put food on their table, and Democrats want to vote no tonight to keep denying them food.
Yep.
The 42 million SNAP recipients, those people that are low income that need those food benefits, if you vote no today, you are voting to deny those 42 million low-income families basic food needs. Don't talk about how much you care about low-income people and vote no tonight to deny them food, basic services, basic things that American families need who shouldn't be part of the leverage Democrats want to show their radical base that they're fighting Donald Trump because they're upset with the results of the election from November. It is time to end this madness, Mr. Speaker. Let's get this government back open.
Now, I see a comment here in the Rumble chat says Congress will be in perpetual deadlock. Can I show you something real quick? I think we've got a minute here. We take a look at this. I found the poly market betting odds for how are midterms going to go, not according to the polls, but according to how people are betting their money. Now, I would imagine people that are betting their money are probably looking at the polls, so maybe it's influenced a little bit here, but there's 4 different options. Democrat sweep. This is midterm 2026. Democrat sweep, meaning the Democrats get control of the House and the Senate, 28% chance, or 28% betting volume. Another option, Democrat Senate, Republican House, 1% betting volume. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen. Republican Senate, Democrat House. Option number 3, meaning the Republicans will lose the House but keep the Senate, 44% betting volume. That's the most likely option here. That's where people are throwing their money. So the betting money here says Republicans keep the Senate, lose the House. And then Republican sweep. Republicans win the Senate and the House. We keep what we have right now. We have the House and the Senate right now. So this option is we maintain our position. So right now, this is bad. Everybody's betting right now that the Republicans keep the House, that keep the Senate and lose the House. That is where the money is at this point.
And frightened by the imminent skyrocketing of healthcare costs caused by the loss of the ACA tax credits and cuts to Medicaid, Medicare, and life-saving biomedical research. My constituent, Angela Holmes, is unable to walk without debilitating pain. She's worried that without tax credits, she won't be able to afford health insurance to complete the multiple back surgeries she needs. For many Georgians, health care is a matter of life and death. Our Republican colleagues could have corrected this in the Rules Committee, but they rejected an amendment last night that would have lowered health premium costs. To me, that's unconscionable. So are the administration's actions during the shutdown. As a Christian, I'm outraged that USDA used the shutdown to illegally withhold SNAP from 42 million Americans. USDA had the chance to do the right thing and use designated contingency funds, but rejected it. And when ordered to do so by the courts, they fought all the way to the Supreme Court to keep hungry families from receiving food. America produces the highest quality, safest, most affordable, and abundant food, fiber, and medicine anywhere in the world. To that end, this bill provides many welcome investments. It fully funds SNAP and WIC, replenishes the SNAP and WIC contingency funds.
I think we just don't need to hear the very boring, the very low energy, very just boring progressive propaganda. The Republicans shut down the government. The Republicans are stealing food off of people's tables. Yeah, nobody is buying that. Ladies and gentlemen, real quick, we have a breaking news report. Totally unrelated to any of this right now. Governor Gavin Newsom's former chief of staff was just arrested by the FBI, charged with bank fraud, wire fraud, and conspiracy to defraud the United States of America, which included funneling campaign money for personal use. Gavin Newsom's former chief of staff has just been arrested by the FBI. That is absolutely astounding. I might have to talk about that. I might have to do some more research here and talk about that in some type of video. That's just absolutely nuts. Now, folks, if you are tuning in right now, we are waiting. It's going to be about 35, maybe 40 minutes until the House of Representatives here actually has their vote on whether or not to open up the government. They keep finding new creative, inventive ways to stall and delay this vote from happening, but it is happening nonetheless. And it's going to be happening in about 40 minutes, 35 minutes. Dana Williamson, former chief of staff for Gavin Newsom, has been arrested by the FBI on multiple charges, including conspiracy to commit bank and wire fraud, wire fraud, conspiracy to defraud the U.S. and obstruct justice, subscribing to false tax returns, making false statements. Gavin Newsom's, wow. Gavin Newsom launders millions of dollars to his wife's NGO. Would Gavin Newsom really do that? Would Gavin Newsom really steal taxpayer money? That doesn't sound like something he would do, right? You think Newsom is correct connected? I think we need to do a little bit of an investigation into this. I think we need to investigate this at some point. I might have to do some research on this one. Maybe so. Oh.
And distinguished chairman of the Military Construction and Veterans Subcommittee, the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my longtime friend, colleague, and the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Cole.
Okay, I'm sorry. That is a tough one to listen to, so I think that we are probably not going to listen to that one. Folks, it is going to be about 35 minutes here. Now, there's a very curious clip that is going viral. We've got about 35 minutes here. Very curious clip has resurfaced. It's going viral right now. This is a clip from the 2020 election. A 2020 clip from Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger confirming that Trump had won Georgia with 2% of the votes, with only 2% of the votes. This clip is going viral from 2020. Let me take a look at this.
Biden had high hopes late in the game of flipping this election, but we shall see. Is Georgia and that state's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, is with us now. Mr. Secretary, good morning on a busy morning. I guess the big question is, Hoda?
Yeah, we want to know, when are we going to get your votes? When are we going to find out who's won your state?
Well, we have about 2% left to go. We had great success yesterday. We had 4.7 million voters that voted. Record breaker for us, beats the 4.1 in 2016. We also had average wait time of only 2 minutes, statewide average.
So this video says that, they had 2% votes still out, 98% counted, and Trump was up by similarly right about 2%. Where was that graphic? Yeah. Wow, they sure found some magic votes there, didn't they, at the end of this? They sure did. Yeah, I think at this point you have to be out of your mind if you... I mean, does anybody really believe in the outcome of the 2020 presidential election? Yeah, no. This election was bogus. The 2020 election. Joe Biden got more votes than any other president in all of U.S. history. Uh-huh. Uh-oh, ladies and gentlemen, John Fetterman has released a new statement going scorched earth on the Democrat Party real quick. We've got some time here.
Write about that in your book. You said, quote, "I've drunk deeply of the venom of both the left and the right. As a connoisseur, I can confirm that the most poisonous, the bitterest, is from the far left." That is pretty remarkable to hear you say that as an elected Democrat. Why?
No. It's just been my personal experience on this thing. And when I asked my digital team, I said, we're on all the platforms. Really, what's kind of the harshest? What's kind of the most personal? And the answer was immediate. He said, "Oh, blue sky. It's blue sky." And the difference is, the right would say really rough things and names. Some names I won't repeat on TV, but the on the left, it was like they want me to die, or that we're cheering for your next stroke, or that's terrible that depression won. Why couldn't it depression won?
Yeah, this is true. On the far right, they will call somebody a mean name, a racial slur, God forbid. That's what the far right does. The far left, they are wishing that you die. They're wishing death on you. They might actually kill you. The far right, they're saying bad words. They're typing out bad words on the internet. The far left, they are actually literally killing people. That's the difference here.
And I hope your kids find you. They even have like the graphic, a GIF where they have like a stroke, in your head, cheering at that. Yeah. And they said that. I remember one. They claimed, the doctor let us down, and why did they have to save his life? Just really I just can't imagine. People are wishing, I wish he dies, or I want him to die, literally cheering for a stroke. And I don't know what the kind of a place where that comes from. That's much different than just calling me a name. Evil. That's really been consistent, in that community online.
Yep. Yeah, these far leftists, they're nuts. Blue Sky, it's Reddit, it's on Twitch. It's on Twitch also. I hate to say that. These websites, these far left, radically progressive echo chambers, they are just terrible. Oh, look who it is.
President Trump sought in his budget. Yet as Republicans slipped a slush fund for senators into this bill, they gutted a critical funding protection for veterans. Just so we're all clear, average Americans will see their kitchen table budget blow up from the health coverage price hikes, and veterans will see their future health care funding for toxic exposures put in jeopardy. Also, billionaires can keep getting huge tax breaks. It's hard to pick between the worst moral outrages behind this bill. Was it covering up for Epstein's best friend for nearly 2 months, just so Republicans could vacation and avoid negotiating a better health care plan for our struggling families? Or is it the slush fund that personally enriches Republican senators and will haunt everyone who votes for this bill? Well, House Democrats will oppose this partisan spending bill that guts America's health care, and we'll keep fighting to extend health care tax credits. Donald Trump and Republicans broke their promise to lower costs, and this bill certainly cements that betrayal. But Democrats will stand by our promise to lower costs, and we'll make sure every American knows Republicans are responsible for this devastating health care crisis.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady yields back.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've got some stuff I want to show you here. We don't need to get too much into the background here, but earlier this morning we were talking about some of the issues that Trump voters right now are a little bit upset about. There's an ongoing discussion. One of those discussions is about H-1B visas. We have a new clip coming out of Fox News about these H-1B visas. Take a look.
700,000.
I want to turn up the audio for this one. Crank it up.
700,000 H-1B visa holders in America. Now, who is coming to this country to take these high-skilled jobs? As I mentioned, STEM fields dominate the occupations, and most of the workers come from India. In fact, 70% of H-1B visa holders come from India. Another 10 to 15% come from China. 80% of H-1B visa approvals are for entry-level or junior-level jobs.
These are not highly skilled jobs. The H-1B visa program, they call it the highly skilled visa, H-1B, highly skilled worker program. As we now know, we have been through this time and time again. The H-1B visa program is a scam. It is a way in which companies like big tech, primarily, these companies outsource labor to cheap foreigners so that they don't have to hire American workers that get vacation time and medical benefits. They know that they can get away with paying Indians less, give them less benefits than an authentic American worker, and that's why they love to do it. The H-1B visa program is absolutely anti-American. It's terrible.
That's a little hard to stomach when we hear that we're not talented enough or that we're not skilled enough for these jobs, when you consider that most of these jobs are actually at entry or junior level jobs. And it's definitely to the benefit of corporations, tech companies that can hire foreign workers, trust me on this, cheaper than American workers. This is laid out, by the way, by billionaire tech entrepreneur Palmer Luckey.
There's so much H-1B abuse. You would not believe what I saw when I was in Silicon Valley. It is insane. It's obviously a program to try and replace U.S. workers with basically slave labor that can't ever escape. The H-1B abuse is crazy.
Huh. That's weird. So, by the way, Palmer Luckey, billionaire tech CEO, he's not the only tech CEO that has come out and said, yeah, it's a scam. Elon Musk came out and said, yeah, it's pretty much a scam. After initially defending H-1B, then later he said, yeah, it's a scam. Palmer Luckey said, yeah, it's a scam. We all know it's a scam. We all know exactly what's going on here. H-1B visas are totally indefensible. And now luckily we have J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance seems like he kind of gets it. Can I play this here?
You want to talk about like populism, and you want to talk about people being pissed off. Well, yeah, people are pissed off when they don't have good jobs. And people are pissed off when things disappear and move overseas. And people are pissed off when they feel like, other countries are being prioritized over the United States of America. And all of that is part of the populist resentment of the past 20 or 30 years in American politics. You know what really pisses people off? When they realize that their loved ones are dying much sooner than everybody else. And that is a big part of the story of what's going on in Appalachia and why I think so many people in Appalachia feel left behind. I mean, my story, obviously, it's been, like you said, I'm like the golden boy. Things have just worked out for me in this really incredible way. I feel so lucky and so grateful for it. But I also feel a certain sense of guilt because there are a lot of people who grew up in families like mine who haven't had an easy life and who haven't had all this economic opportunity and who haven't had, a person that they've fallen in love with and they've been able to sort of build a stable, nice family like me and Usha have been able to build. And that gives me a sense of purpose because I want those people to have the same opportunities that I've had. But it also gives me a great sense of anger because we never should have gotten to the point that we are today. And the reason that we have is because of failed leadership, and it's failed leadership over generations. And by the way, you talk about Appalachia, you were talking about people who, though they don't have much, would take the shirt off their back and give it to a complete stranger because that's what you do. If you go back to America's biggest wars, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, which are the counties that filled their draft quotas with volunteers instead of with draftees? It's very often the parts in deep Appalachia where you've got grinding poverty, but you've also got this incredible love of country. So if any place in this country deserves not to be left behind, it's Appalachia. But on the public health stuff in particular, the numbers don't look good. And it's one of the reasons why I'm such a big supporter of what you're doing, because these are people who deserve to live better, healthier lives, but they really have been left behind by this country's.
This is my thing to kind of piggyback on what he's talking here, on what he's saying here. If our system is so broken that we need 600,000 Chinese students, if our system is so broken that we need 150,000 Indian H-1B low-skill workers every year, we got to break the system. We need to tear that system down and rebuild it in the image of America first. I don't want to salvage that system. I don't want to slowly, incrementally remediate that system. Real Max 5 says Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent clarified that President Trump's plan for H-1B visas is to temporarily bring in expert overseas worker to train Americans and then send them back. I hate to be rude here. That's not good enough for me. That's not good enough for me. This is what I want to see. I want to see a program similar to what's going on with ICE and CBP and DHS right now, where the Trump administration has come out and said, we have a national emergency. We need ICE agents. We need Border Patrol agents. We need DHS agents. We need them now. We need Americans to step up. We're giving hiring bonuses. We're going to give you free training. We're going to relocate you wherever you need to be. We're going to pay off your student loan debt, But we need Americans to step up. And this is a national initiative. And we're going to incentivize it to make this happen. If we really if we don't have Americans that can build batteries, then we need a national initiative to train Americans to build batteries. I want national initiatives like this. I want them to treat all of these manufacturing positions in the same way that we're treating DHS and ICE and CBP right now. That's what I want. And that's kind of how I feel about that. Now, there's another super chat here. I'm going to flip back up the house here. Another super chat real quick. I'll take a look at this. Pretty sure the Romans did. This is from Dread. Thank you very much. He says, pretty sure the Romans did the exact same thing with their slaves to give them citizenship due to people not procreating. Correct me if I'm wrong. This country is going to go out the way of Rome. Definitely multiculturalism was one of the big problems with Rome that ultimately led to its downfall. Yes. Yeah. The borders expanded. They started accepting so many sort of foreign ethnicities and cultures into the empire. And then you have factional internal rivalries, internal fighting, and all types of problems. In fact, if you want to go back before the Romans, go back to the Greeks. Both Aristotle and Plato, both of them said, as far back as like 500 BC, like 2,500 years ago, both of these geniuses, creators of Western culture, Aristotle and Plato, both said that you cannot have a functioning government, whether it's a Athenian-style democracy or a republic. You can't have any sort of functioning society unless you have two things, unless you have an ethnos and a philos. And what this means in Greek is unless you have a cohesive ethnic makeup, racial makeup, and cultural makeup. If you have too diverse ethnically or culturally of a society, the society is going to tear itself apart. This is something that they had figured out 2,500 years ago. And this is also something that led to the downfall of Rome in a lot of ways. And I think right now you see, let me ask you a question. Does it seem like in modern day America that we are having cultural and ethnic rivalries and infighting that's causing problems and tearing the country apart from the inside? Does it seem like that's a problem we have right now? I think so. Every different group, culture, or racial group, they have their own preferences. We want what's best for the purple people. Well, we want what's best for the orange people. Well, hey, over here, we want what's best for the green people. And we're going to fight each other and tear each other apart and kill each other to make that happen. That is pretty much what's happening here, right? As opposed to a society where everybody is a purple person, like her hair. Imagine a society where everybody is a purple person and they all have the same values and the same beliefs and it's totally cohesive and they don't have any factional infighting because they are all part of the same faction. That is what Aristotle and Plato said. They said this is necessary for a functioning society. And by the way, our founding fathers wrote about this. Our founding fathers that built this country, they agreed with these ideas. They were very smart men. Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, Benjamin Franklin. Oh, I want to listen to Nancy Pelosi. She was here 250 years ago, Nancy Pelosi.
The Appropriations Committee and thank her for her leadership and her kind words. I take heed, Mr. Speaker, of your comment to address my remarks to you and not to your colleagues. So I can say to you, and perhaps you can tell them, either they don't know what they're talking about or they don't care about meeting the needs of the American people. Did any one of them vote? Did any one of them vote to eliminate a need for a pre-existing condition in health care? Not one of them. Did any one of them vote to say if your children get to be 26, until they're 26 years old, they have access to your policy? Not one of them. Did any of them vote to eliminate, bring a woman as being a pre-existing medical condition? Not one of them. The list goes on and on. Did any one of them vote for the Affordable Care Act, which, Mr. Speaker, you can tell them, was paid for? 85. And then later, when we decided 85 years old, extend the tax credits further so more people could have more access to care, did anyone vote for that? No. So all they have done is try to eliminate access to health care in our country. The public is catching on to them. You might tell them if a woman is born with a child that has a heart condition, She's out of luck with what they are proposing. If a father gets a stroke, forget about it. If you have a sibling with a disability, they don't care. And if your wife has breast cancer, you've got big bills to pay because they want to take away health care, whether it's Medicaid to tens of millions of people, $500 billion from Medicare for seniors and people with disabilities, millions of dollars added to the cost for families for access to the Affordable Care Act. The list goes on and on. Either they don't know or they don't care. I'll say one more thing as a grandmother and a mother. How about the President of the United States on Halloween night having a Halloween party? A Halloween party and saying to the Supreme Court, please don't make me feed the children or the poor people in our country. Going to the Supreme Court for that means cruelty is not even comes close to the word that is needed for that kind of behavior. The worst president for children America has ever seen. I yield.
They are so mad that forcing the federal government to pay out SNAP payments during a shutdown ended up being unconstitutional. They are so mad that their radically progressive agenda here got shut down in the Supreme Court. Unconstitutional, lady. Sorry. Government shutdown that you created, by the way.
Mr. Moore. The gentleman from West Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371, which includes full funding for the legislative branch. I'm honored to serve as the vice chairman of the legislative branch subcommittee, and I'm grateful to Chairman Valadao for his leadership on that committee. It has been a long road to bring this bill to the floor, a road that was made significantly longer by totally unnecessary Schumer shutdown that we've been living in. The bill before us not only reopens the entire government, but ensures that the House and its supporting agencies remain working for the American people. The bill invests in safety and security. It increases funding for the Capitol Police, provides support for security programs through the House Sergeant at Arms.
Anyway, so we can probably pause here. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's... Do you mind if I check the... I can check the schedule here. It was 6:29. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes. Bear with me here for 15 minutes. The debate right now, they have a scheduled, a regulated one hour of debate. We are 45 minutes into that 1 hour. We've got 15 minutes left. And then we are praying the grace of God. We will be able to vote on H.R. 5371 and we can reopen the government. We're going to have the actual real deal vote. The moment we have been waiting for 43 days has finally come. And once again, there is drama. We don't even know if we're going to have the votes. Some people are saying that there's a coalition, allegedly, of Republicans that are going to vote no. There's allegedly a coalition of Democrats. They're going to vote yes. So you've got people going, I don't know, defecting either which way. We might have the votes. We might not have the votes. You got to stick around. So make sure to, if you're tuning in, I will say, I always need to shout this out. If you're enjoying the show, please do me a favor. Make sure to hit the like button on the Rumble video, on the YouTube video. Hit the like button. If you're tuning in, you got to do it. It's free to do. Thank you very much. And make sure to subscribe to the channel. Make sure to subscribe. Turn the bell on. So I appreciate that, folks. Everybody, thank you very much. But they are just out here debating and really just yapping for another 15 minutes. It's not really that consequential. They're just kind of wasting. They're really just wasting time here. But maybe we can keep on talking about whatever we were talking about. You know, I'll tell you, I am 31. I'm about as young of a millennial as I suppose you can be technically. I'm a young millennial. I'm 31. I turned 32 next month. I'm getting old. But anyway, all through my K through 12 public school experience, my education, kindergarten all the way through high school, there was this mantra that was hammered. It was beaten into my brain. And what was it? Diversity is our strength. Diversity is our strength. Diversity is our strength. There were posters of it up in the classrooms. It was written on the chalkboard, the whiteboard up top. It was everywhere. It was in the books. It was in the literature. Diversity is our strength. Beaten into my head everywhere for 12 years. And, you know, you get a little bit older and you kind of think about this. Hold up, wait a minute. What does that mean? What does that mean? Is it really? Is it really? Can you give me any examples of that? What do we really mean by this? And the more you think about it, you say, wait a minute, actually, maybe it's not. Maybe it's actually more of a weakness. Maybe it's actually not a strength. Not only is it not our greatest strength, but maybe it's actually our weakness. Maybe this was kind of a psyop. Maybe this was almost propaganda, if you can call it. It almost is propaganda. Diversity is our strength, but wait a minute, maybe it's actually our weakness. Maybe this is actually something that's going to cause factional infighting across the country, and it's going to tear the country apart. Maybe that's not the greatest thing. Matt, do a poll. Who supports term limits in the Senate and Congress? I think everybody. I think everybody supports that. I think that's something that everybody supports. This is a super chat from Blade. He says, Matt, my guy, so I drive Uber as a side hustle. Okay. Due to the shutdown, I have been giving military personnel at our local base free rides. I myself am a vet. It's not fair to them. Pay our Oh, I was thinking Uber Eats. Okay, you're doing actual Uber, like you're driving people. That's a really cool thing to do. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. This is like maybe 2 weeks ago. I think if the government had remained shut down, I think you would have seen people in similar ways kind of stepping up. I saw people talking about maybe raising money for people that were going to lose their SNAP benefits, raising money for single mothers and stuff like that, whatever. Luckily, this shutdown is coming to an end. And also, luckily, Trump was able to find some money for some of these programs through his tariffs. He was able to reallocate tariff revenue, but that's a nice thing you did. That's great. That's great. Good for you. That's a very kind thing you did. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. It's about Americans helping out Americans when times are rough. That's how it used to be. That's how it used to be. That's how sometimes it still is. So good for you. That's great. That's good. Our Congress has no talent. Well, their talent is wasting time. Luckily, this time waste of a congressional session is going to come to a close here in about 10 minutes. And then we are going to be having this vote. And then we're going to be having this vote. Matt, didn't you marry a foreign person? That's diversity. You know, how can I explain this in a way that's not going to get me banned on YouTube? I'm not worried about getting suspended on Rumble when I say this, but I got to be careful on YouTube, I guess, a little bit. It is true. Listen, first off, my wife is German. My wife is a German woman. She is a white German immigrant. She moved to the U.S. because we got married. I met her playing World of Warcraft, interestingly enough. You know, I think that, how can I put this? When you talk about diversity, I think not all diversity is the same. I think certain cultures and even certain races or ethnicities are more compatible with one another than others. Does that make sense? So I think we can all agree, listen, German blood, the German stock, they helped build this country. They've been here from day one. The Anglo-Saxons that built this country foundationally from the British Isles, they're a Germanic people. If you're a founding stock American from the British Isles or from wherever else, you are ethnically Germanic. These are Germanic people. The Angles and the Saxons created the Anglo-Saxons on the British Isles. We are Germanic people. I'm a Germanic person. Really, we are akin. It's the same. The degree to which we are culturally or even sort of psychologically or ethnically compatible is pretty much the same. We're the same people. It's very different than the rate at which, well, let me rewind. Let me say this. The degree to which a German immigrant is able to assimilate into United States culture is very different. It's not one-to-one analogous to the degree to which a Somalian immigrant can assimilate into this country. Not all ethnicities or cultures are able to assimilate at the same rate. Not all degrees of diversity are the same. Does this make sense? So this is my response. That would be what I would say. That's what I would say. So a lot of people will talk about kind of American history. A lot of people say that this country was built by immigrants. This country was built by immigrants. Well, let's be very clear. Up until 1965, literally, legislatively, we had legislation that mandated all of our immigrants had to come from Europe, namely Western Europe. So when we talk about this country being built by immigrants, I think the next question is, Immigrants from where? To be very clear, up until 1965, we had immigration legislation that actually federally mandated the immigrants have to come from Europe. And even then, we had immigration, we had national origin immigration quotas, such that I'll give you an example of how these quotas were operated. If we had 100,000, let's say the year is 1950. If we had 100,000 German immigrants living in the United States in the year 1950, the following year, we would only take 2,000 new German immigrants. It was limited at 2% based off of how many we already had. And these countries of national origin, they had to be from Europe also. This is our immigration legislation up until 1965. So between 1780 up until 1965, almost 200 years, we only took European immigrants. Like literally, that might make some people uncomfortable. But that is just the fact of the matter. This America was effectively a white European ethno-state up until 1965. In 1965, this country was 90% ethnically white, European ancestry. It was 90% white in 1965. And then we got rid of this. We got rid of the 1924 Immigration Act, which is what that was called. We replaced it with the Hart-Celler Act in 1965, at which point we kind of opened up the immigration floodgates to all people from all over the world. And you might have noticed the country has kind of taken a downturn. The second we started taking millions of immigrants from Guatemala and Somalia and India and all these other countries from all over the world, those of you that are older, you're going to be able to attest here, the country has changed a lot. As the demographics of the nation have shifted, so too has the nation altogether. Our culture, our cohesiveness, the degree to which we function in a productive way, the country has changed in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways. And really, 1965 was the big year. That was a big turning point for America.
Overwhelmingly elected President Trump and gave him the mandate of the America First agenda. So you're not resisting us. You're posturing and placating the radical left. And you are holding back what the American people wanted, and that was a new direction for this country. I yield back.
He yields, folks, real quick. I'm gonna see how much longer we have here. How much longer? Oh, 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I see 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, we are going to be voting. We are going to be voting in 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. It's happening here any minute, any minute. And so, I have a very controversial take here that actually might get me in trouble. Yeah, actually I shouldn't. This is a very, yeah, I probably shouldn't. Next time we're doing a Rumble stream where we are not on YouTube. Maybe I can't say this on YouTube. Next time we are only on Rumble and not on YouTube. Remind me, Matt Morris, tell us your controversial take. I will tell you something very controversial. It's a controversial opinion that I have. But I probably can't say it on YouTube. I might get in trouble on YouTube. So remind me, I'll say it on Rumble, okay? At some other point. But anyway, we have about 2 minutes. We have about 2 minutes. But listen, I will not lie to you. I am more of a paleo-conservative type of guy. The demographics of this country, ethnically, culturally, the demographics of this country, it's really important to me. It matters a lot. I think the makeup of a country, the type of people that are in a country determines the quality of the country overall, the productivity, the success, the wealth, the prosperity of the country. I think it depends on the people that are therein. And this is a big issue for me. This is one of the reasons why I'm in favor of mass deportations and shutting down the border. I really think, listen, if you're trying to bake a cake, the ingredients matter. If you've got bad ingredients, you're not going to have a very good cake. If you've got good, tasty ingredients, you might have a better cake. If I can make an analogy here, I think that's very important. I'll take a look at a super chat here. You could even call me a nativist. You could call me a nativist. In this regard, I share a lot of opinions with our founding fathers. Our founding fathers shared these beliefs that I am talking about right now. Our founding fathers understood that this republic has to be gatekept from the majority of this world. Our founding fathers explicitly, in fact, the very first piece of immigration legislation they ever passed, George Washington himself signed off on it. It was passed through the first congressional session ever. George Washington signed it. It was pretty controversial. They understood that this country, the republic, for the republic to stand, not everybody from around the world gets to come in this country. Not everybody gets to be here. Not everybody can be American. These are the founding fathers. And I tend to agree. I tend to agree with that. The republic has to be gatekept. The gate has to be kept. We have to be very incredibly selective with who gets to join the republic and be a citizen of the republic. Now, Thick Garage, he says, donating to recolor Rosa DeLauro's hair. Yeah, maybe she can make it pink or blue. Right now it's purple. She could probably make it pink. That would look good on her. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Salma Janet, and thank you. Salma Janet says, I have explained this same historic immigration aspect so many times to fellow coworkers. Now I'm the grouper and racists. Facts are worth nothing anymore. People are too close-minded and ignorant. There's a big. I think a lot of people really just have a fundamental misunderstanding of American history, of how this country became the way that it is. What built the country, who built the country, under what circumstances was this country built. I think a lot of people just don't really have a good understanding of our nation's history. I think it's just a lot of misinformation, lack of education is what it stems from. Now, they should be wrapping this up here any minute. So I'm going to unmute, but I do see this big super chat from Wounds Are Us. Wounds Are Us says, I'm a 64-year-old woman, really, and can say things have definitely gone to shit. The feminist movement and the civil rights movement have destroyed the country. It was planned to destroy the country. Can I tell you something tangentially here? I had recently a 98-year-old great-grandmother who passed away probably 5 years ago. Rest in peace, great-grandma, 98. And until she was radically conservative. Like, she was super racist. And she was, like, deeply misogynist. My great-grandmother, she died a couple years ago. God bless you, great-grandma. She had some choice words for Barack Obama. She had some pretty nasty names for Barack Obama. She did not like Obama. Anyway, until the day she died, she hated feminists. She didn't think that women should have the right to vote. She thought that women didn't belong in the workplace. My great-grandma was a product of her time. She was old school. She was from a different era. And I've met a lot of older women that kind of feel this way. You know, from a different era, I guess. I'm young. I don't know. I was surrounded by feminists growing up. I'm from Portland, Oregon. Everybody I know is a feminist.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Del Bene.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill fails to address the fundamental needs of families across our country. Americans have made it crystal clear that affordability is their number one concern.
They're about to wrap up here, folks.
President Trump and Republicans promised to lower costs on day one, and that's been one big broken promise. Healthcare premiums are skyrocketing because Republicans refuse to extend the ACA tax credits, causing healthcare costs to go up for everyone. Over 4 million people will be forced off their coverage next year because it's too expensive. This is on top of soaring prices for food, energy, and housing.
Delbean?
It's unacceptable for the wealthiest nation in the world. Republicans who say they support affordable health care should be standing up for their constituents rather than falling in line behind President Trump.
True.
I'm going to keep fighting for affordable health care and lower costs. The American people deserve better. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 90 seconds to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Texas.
It's time to vote. It's been over an hour. Time to vote. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout this sham and shame of a shutdown, we've heard so many lies from the Democrats. And over the last 45 days, and especially the last 45 minutes, I've heard them say this is an evil bill Republicans don't care about the disabled. Trump is the worst president in history for children. They've said that Republicans are to blame for the fentanyl crisis. Republicans shouldn't take photos with veterans. January 6th, of course they mentioned that.
Yeah.
Republicans are corrupt, and they've said that Republicans are starving kids. What they haven't said is the one thing that this bill does, which is open up the government. Not one Democrat is getting up here saying this bill opens the government. So let me remind them and my colleagues and the American people, this bill opens the government tonight. And the American people have Republicans to thank for ending this shutdown and opening the government. I urge a yes vote. I am proud to vote yes. And I am so disappointed in my Democratic colleagues because for the life of me, throughout my time in the House, I've heard them talk about how wonderful it is to keep the government open and that a shutdown is so bad and can never happen. And tonight they won't even admit that this bill opens the government and this is what we need for this country tonight. So I urge a yes vote and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose the Republican spending bill that makes health care more expensive for hardworking Americans. While Republicans were on their 7-week-plus vacation, all our constituents were receiving notices of premium increases. A constituent of mine, a lifelong educator, has been told that her premiums will jump from $383 to nearly $1,000.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Trump and Republicans can find money for a fancy ball.
To be clear, all of her constituents are illegal aliens.
Even included millions of dollars in cash payouts in this bill for 8 Republican senators. If anyone else in government gave themselves millions in taxpayer money, they would go to prison. But for Americans trying to afford health care, not $1 in tax credits. House Democrats are united against this corrupt bill and will keep fighting to protect America's health care. I urge my colleagues to reject this bill. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much.
It has been over an hour.
I myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, it's been an interesting debate.
Okay, good.
Frankly, as a couple of my colleagues have suggested, a lot of the rhetoric on the other side hasn't had much to do with the legislation in front of us. My friends chose all on their own to shut the government down 43 days ago. During that time, soldiers have had to worry about getting paid. The only reason they were paid is the President of the United States managed to pull a rabbit out of the hat twice, or we've had military families completely unpaid. We have our air traffic controllers. Most of us flew here today or yesterday or in recent days. They're keeping the skies as safe as they can, but they haven't gotten paid. We're in this Capitol building. We're under the protection of the Capitol Police. They do a splendid job. They keep doing their job. They haven't been paid. We have people that are in desperate need of some of the services that this government has promised to give them. SNAP and WIC, that's at risk unless we pass this legislation tonight. So we can have all these debates about all these other issues. As a matter of fact, my friend the Speaker, his counterpart in the United States Senate, the Majority Leader, and the President have said, when you open the government, we'll be happy to talk to you about some of these issues. But you're not going to shut down the government, punish the American people, put people's lives at risk, and think we're going to sit down and negotiate with you.
I need to say something real quick here, folks. Just make sure that we are live up to date here. Okay, this budgetary continuing resolution that we are voting on, we're waiting on it right now. It only extends the budget until, I believe, January 30th. I think January 30th. So if something doesn't change, the Democrats, to be very clear, could do all of this again at the end of January. The Democrats could refuse to pass the budget again at the end of January. We might, 2 months from now, have a repeat. We might have a repeat episode. Democrats try to extort a bunch of money off the federal government to cover subsidies for illegal aliens. We might do this again 2 months from now, even if we do open it up today.
Very much. There have been robust discussions back and forth, and we have 3 appropriations bills attached to this. There are appropriations bills that do important things. The Ag bill will make sure that people that rely on WIC and SNAP don't have to worry about another government shutdown between now and September 30th of next year. The ledge branch bill will make sure that the Capitol Police and everybody else at staff that allow this chamber to function don't have to worry about not getting paid until September 30th of next year. And obviously, military construction and, more importantly, veterans rely on benefits commitments we have made. Passage of this bill makes sure that those commitments will be fulfilled between now and September 30th next year. And we buy the time to sit down and rationally and responsibly negotiate other appropriations bills that we can bring, I hope, in a bipartisan basis to this floor to keep the government open. So I would just ask my friends to reflect on that. I hope some of you feel the weight of that decision. I know you do. And I hope you can vote to keep the government open. There's no excuse to shut it down. The United States Senate operated to keep it open in a bipartisan fashion. Now, it took them a long time to do it, but they got there. Let's not follow that example. Let's follow when they finally got the job done, they sent us a product. It's not a perfect product. It's got some things in it I don't like. But frankly, if we kept the government open, we would have never been in this situation in the first place. So I would just ask my friends to remember their constituents. I know they think about them. I know they're serious about the points they make. Reopen the government. Raise your issues. Let's see if we can come to a negotiated settlement. But let's not punish the American people. A no vote on this, again, means soldiers and military families don't get paid. A no vote means that people in need of SNAP and WIC might not get it. A no vote means the people that allow us to come here and debate and work won't get paid either. I can go down the list of horrors. It's pretty simple. This is a vote about two things. Opening the government of the United States, which you willfully tried to shut down, fortunately did not succeed in that in this chamber, but some of your colleagues, using arcane Senate rules, did manage to do it, but finally came to their senses. You ought to pay attention to those people. They said, enough is enough. Let's reopen the government. I would urge my colleagues to do that today, and I hope it's done in a bipartisan way. With that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves, and members are reminded to direct their remarks only to the chair. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Are you kidding me?
Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the distinguished Democratic whip, Ms. Clark.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Donald Trump said the cost of living crisis.
So she's mentally ill. You know how you can just look at somebody sometimes? You, Miss Catherine Clark, Representative Clark, you are somebody that is mentally ill. Now, this is why I'm confused, because real quick. So we had 1 hour of debate on the motion to move on to HR 5371. They set that into motion at 6:29 p.m. Eastern Time. 7:29 Eastern Time was like 13 minutes ago. We have now been debating for 13 minutes too long. This segment here was supposed to wrap up 13 minutes ago. So come on. And I will say, part of this debate here, ladies and gentlemen, there is no guarantee that this bill is going to get passed, that the government is going to reopen tonight. I just read on Twitter here on X, I apologize, that if it does get passed tonight, President Trump is going to sign it into effect immediately in the Oval Office. So if the House does their job, the government will reopen tonight. But there is some controversy as to whether or not we're going to have the votes to make this happen.
About the affordability. Well, get used to hearing about it. You're going to hear about it a lot because people are feeling it every single day.
Oh.
People can't make rent. They can't afford their prescriptions. They can't afford to take their kid to a doctor.
You know, I will tell you something here. Affordability, day-to-day affordability for Americans probably is the number one most pertinent issue in this country right now. She's right. It is very hard economically. Now, the Democrats have absolutely no solution. Trump is making marginal progress step by step. He's chipping away at it. It takes a lot of time to fix the economic damage that Joe Biden caused. I'll tell you what, if President Trump is not able to really rally this economy. And if Americans are not able to actually feel that, their lives getting easier and cheaper and more affordable over the next 12 months, the Republicans probably will lose midterms. And I hate to say that. At a minimum, they'll probably lose the House. I think midterm, that is to say, here's the point. Midterms are going to be decided by the economy and Trump's ability to actually rally this economy and make affordability better for Americans every day. That is what everybody's talking about. That seems to be the number one talking point for everybody. It's things are very expensive. My life is hard. And you know what? They're right. It is. They are expensive. Life is hard right now.
To veterans, it provides $1 million jackpot to 8 senators. It fails to protect Congress's power of the purse. I encourage my colleagues to vote no, and I have the honor of yielding 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, our distinguished Democratic leader, Mr. Hakeem Jeffries.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the distinguished gentlelady, the top Democrat on the House Appropriations Committee, for yielding and for her steadfast leadership on behalf of working families, hard-working American taxpayers in the great state of Connecticut and all across America. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this woefully inadequate spending bill that fails to decisively address the Republican health care crisis and fails to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for tens of millions of Americans. Mr. Speaker, before I say anything further, let me say to our men and women in uniform, to our active duty troops, to our hardworking federal employees, to our civil servants, to our TSA agents, to our Capitol Police, to our staff here in the House of Representatives, to our air traffic controllers, thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for the work that you do on behalf of the American people each and every day. And it's our promise
he sucks so
to
much.
all of you that we will continue to work hard to make sure that you are treated with the dignity and respect that you deserve. In a year in which the Trump administration has gone after hardworking federal employees relentlessly, including firing more than 200,000 federal employees prior to the start of the Trump Republican shutdown. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Donald Trump and Republicans made the decision to shut the government down, the longest shutdown in American history. Would rather do that than provide health care that's affordable to working class Americans, middle class Americans, and hardworking American taxpayers. All across the country, I'm certain that there are people in America asking the question, where do we go from here? House Democrats have a simple answer. We will continue to fight to lower the high cost of living. House Democrats will continue to fight to address the health care crisis that Republicans have created. And House Democrats will continue to fight to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for tens of millions of Americans. This fight is not over. We're just getting started. We'll fight today. We'll fight tomorrow. We'll fight this week. We'll fight next week. We'll fight this month. We'll fight next month. We'll fight until we win this battle for the American people. That's our commitment as House Democrats. And there's only 2 ways that this fight will end. Only 2 ways, Mr. Speaker, that this fight will end. Either Republicans finally decide to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits this year, or the American people will throw Republicans out of their jobs next year and end the speakership of Donald J. Trump once and for all. That's how this fight ends. Mr. Speaker, during this painful Trump Republican shutdown, what we've seen is 2 different philosophies in terms of how to govern for the American people. The Democratic Party philosophy is clear. We are ready, willing, and able to find bipartisan common ground.
No, you are not.
Anytime, any place, to enact spending agreements that actually make life better for the American people. But in order to do that, we need to have partners on the other side of the aisle who are actually willing to find a bipartisan path forward. But what we've seen from Republicans from the very beginning of this presidency is a my way or the highway approach. That's been the Republican philosophy.
Good.
Jam your extremism down the throats of the American people. That's what we've seen from day one of this presidency. That's the reason why the government has been shut down by Republicans and Donald Trump for the longest period of time in American history. What have we seen from Donald Trump and Republicans during this shutdown? A consistent unwillingness to actually find common ground in order to make life better for the American people. Donald Trump, during this shutdown, found the time to play golf week after week after week. Donald Trump found the time to pardon serial fraudsters like George Santos and Rudolph Giuliani. Donald Trump found the time to meet with the Chinese Communist Party. Donald Trump found the time to destroy the East Wing of the White House. Donald Trump found the time to extort $230 million from the Department of Justice so he could line his pockets. Donald Trump found the time to bail out Argentina with $40 billion. Donald Trump found the time to rip away SNAP benefits from 42 million Americans. Mr. Speaker, these extremists are not like us. They're not like us. They have zero interest.
That is a rap song. He is quoting a rap song on the House floor.
Our response, get lost. We're going to continue to fight hard on behalf of the American people. In the midst of a health care crisis and a cost of living crisis that is very real, despite what Donald Trump, the leader of the Republican Party, has to say. He claims there is no affordability crisis in the United States of America.
It's just embarrassing.
But why would anyone believe anything that Donald Trump or Republicans have to say on this issue? Because throughout 2024, before the election, Republicans in the House and in the Senate and Donald Trump on the campaign trail spent all of their time saying that costs were going to go down on day one. But costs haven't gone down. Republicans haven't done a damn thing to lower the high cost of living.
Dude, wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Costs haven't gone down in this country. Costs have gone up. Inflation is on the way up.
It has gone down.
Housing costs, out of control. Grocery costs, out of control. Electricity bills, out of control. Healthcare costs, skyrocketing, out of control. And in the midst of this affordability crisis, seeing this, Democrats said, we've got to fight to make sure that we extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits so that tens of millions of people, working class folks, middle class folks, people in rural America, working class America, small town America, the heartland of America, black and brown communities all throughout America, don't experience premium increases that in some cases will go up by $1,000 or $2,000 per year. In many cases, month after month after month, $1,000 or $2,000 per month, tens of thousands of dollars per year.
Wrap it up.
Unacceptable in this country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And this is in the midst of a Republican health care crisis.
Time's up, Timu. That's
Republicans
right.
enacted the largest cut to Medicaid
Timu
in
Obama.
American history, ripped health insurance away from 14 million Americans. As a result of Republican policies, hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers are closing all across America, including in rural parts of this great country of ours. And now, because of Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, tens of millions of Americans are at risk of being unable to afford to go see a doctor when they need one.
Okay, wrap it up.
In this country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, it can't be the case that health care is simply a privilege for the wealthy the well-off and the well-connected. Mr. Speaker, that's the Republican perspective. We believe as Democrats that health care has to be a right, and a right that's affordable and available to every single American in the United States. That's what this fight is all about. And that's what the fight will continue to be about.
Can I tell you something crazy? And by the way, this is not financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. I'm an idiot with a webcam. Did you know that medical debt doesn't actually impact your credit score, your credit rating? So if you just, in theory, you theoretically never paid off medical debt, they're legally not allowed to garnish wages. It doesn't impact your credit rating. And I say this, I actually know, I know a lot of people, I've heard of people, I've read this all over the place. They just never pay their medical debt. They've got tens of thousands, God knows how much, they just don't pay, they just don't ever pay it. Because it doesn't actually, as far as I know, this is what I've heard, that's a lie. This is what I've heard. Once again, listen, this is not financial advice. Do not make any financial decisions based off of what I am telling you. This is what I've heard. Is that it doesn't actually impact your credit rating. So you have a whole demographic of people that just literally never pay it off. They just let it build up and whatever. They're just flipping about it. I don't know. In fact, I'm gonna look this up here real quick. I want to get a confirmation.
You know, I've had the opportunity, as many of us do,
stand by, confirmation here,
to serve in the United States Congress with legendary figures, too numerous to mention. Legendary members, of course, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, the great Jim Clyburn, Maxine Waters, Elijah Cummings, Charlie.
Okay, actually, it does. It looks like it does. That was fake news. Fake news, everybody. It actually looks like it does. So, pay off your medical debt. Do not listen to me. Go pay off your medical debt right now, everybody. You need to do that. You need to do that right now, actually.
But one can't call that roll without calling the name of the great John Lewis. I had the distinct honor of serving with John Lewis for several terms. Many of us here in the House of Representatives did. I'll never forget, on my first day in the Congress, I had the opportunity to meet John Lewis for the first time in person. And he called me over to see him on the House floor, and he just asked me a simple question. He said, "Are you the new guy?" And I said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis, I am." And he said, "Well, we're colleagues now. You don't have to call me Mr. Lewis. You can call me John." I said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis, I understand." And then he said to me, "You're from Brooklyn, right?" Now, Mr. Speaker, I got to be honest, I was tempted to say, Brooklyn is always in the house.
Dude, what are we talking about? Can we vote? Can we vote to Brooklyn is in the house? What's up, brother? What's up, my brother? Brooklyn represent. Vote. It is time to vote. It is time to open up the government. We have been sitting here meandering about for, I've been here for 3 hours. It has been delay after delay after delay. Open up the damn government. What is going on?
And I just wanted to stop by on the House floor to make sure it was clear to the American people that the spirit of John Lewis lives amongst House Democrats, and we will continue to get into good trouble to make their life better. That's our commitment.
Maybe you're right,
to every single American all across this country.
Thank you, Don Fall.
From this day and for every day moving forward. And it was John Lewis who said to us that ours is not the struggle of one day, 1 week, or 1 year. Ours is the struggle of a lifetime, and maybe even many lifetimes. And each one of us in every generation must do our part. Mr. Lewis, we love you. We were blessed by our opportunity to serve with you, and House Democrats are here to do our apart. We're in this fight until we win this fight for the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
He yields.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentlewoman from Connecticut has 30 seconds remaining and is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my distinct pleasure to yield the balance of our time to the distinguished Speaker of the House, my very good friend and a person I admire greatly.
1 minute. 1 minute.
I'm actually just going to hold you to 1 minute, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker. My good friend, the gentleman from Louisiana, Speaker Mike Johnson.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank my friend Chairman Cole's done an extraordinary job in this process. And Mr. Speaker, we all know why we're here. House Democrats voted to shut the government down. It was 54 days ago when we had that vote, September 19th. And since that time, Senate Democrats have voted 14 times to close the government. Republicans voted a collective 15 times to open the government for the people, and the Democrats voted that many times to close it. And then they admitted, many of them, and we could name them here, but I'm not going to take the time, they admitted that they were using the American people as leverage in this political game. They knew that it would cause pain, and they did it anyway. The whole exercise was pointless. It was wrong, and it was cruel. In mere moments, I want you to watch the board. They're going to do it again. I'm going to guess for you that most of our Democrat colleagues are going to vote again to close the government, again to take food out of the mouths of families that need it, again to deny pay to federal employees, again to stall flights and cancel airlines and do all the rest that they've done. But we are not going to let them succeed in that gambit. And that's right.
That's right.
While the Democrats keep voting to shut the government down, Republicans are going to vote to open it back up. And with that, we're going to get the American government running again and working for the people as they deserve. I'm going to close with this. You know, as Speaker, you have the ability to talk as long as you want, but I'm not going to do that tonight. We're not going to waste any more time of the people.
All right, then let's do it.
I'm just going to say this. I think that everybody needs to remember this one simple thing. From the very beginning of this whole ordeal, on the Republican side, we operated in good faith. We offered a clean, nonpartisan CR. We were honest and transparent with the American people from the very beginning, and every single day of the shutdown, we went out and looked right into the camera with a press conference and told the American people the simple truth. We have done for the people what has been right and just and truthful. And in the end, that is what God honors always. Don't forget it. We need to get this government open as soon as possible, and I'm going to yield back the remainder of my time so we can do that. The American people demand it and deserve it. My friends, let's get this done. Thank you. I yield back.
Time to vote.
Proud of you.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma has 3 minutes remaining and is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 873, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut stand?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Here we go.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. It is finally happening. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. Now, are we going to have an on-screen overlay? There it is. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to see 218, I believe. I believe that number we're looking for here is 218. Yes, it is. Yay. We need 218. Yay. That is what we need to see here. These are the remaining votes over here on the right. Democrat, Republican remaining votes. kind of just northwest of my webcam there. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We need 218. If we can get those votes, then the government, it will reopen tonight. It will pass right over to President Trump's desk in the Oval Office, the Resolute desk, and he will sign off on reopening the government if we get these votes. That is what we need to see. We have total at the bottom. Yeah, we do. We do have total at the bottom right there. Yeah. Total. And it's going to be close. So there are 219 Republicans in the House. We need 218 votes in total. There is a rumor, a concern here, that some members of the GOP are going to vote to keep the government closed. We have defectors, but then also there are similar rumors that there are Democrat defectors that are going to vote to open the government. So this really is hard to predict what's going to happen here. It's hard to predict. We were looking at Polymarket a couple minutes ago, seeing how people are betting on this. Is the government going to reopen today or tomorrow or the next day? Where's the betting money? It was about 65% of the betting volume was betting on today. So the betting odds are today. The betting odds are that the government opens today. That, in fact, this vote will pass. This isn't the vote. This is the vote. This is HR 5371. This is the continuing resolution. This is it. So we're going to see how this goes. In the House, you just need a simple majority. You need 50% plus 1. 50% plus 1. And so I'm checking the notification here. So you can see, you know, where's my calculator? We'll do some extreme math. 435 divided by 2. So what do we need? We need 218. Assuming everyone is present, I believe if somebody is a no-show, then you just don't count them. But anyway, normal circumstance, 218. That's what we need. I don't think we're missing any House seats, as if like somebody's not sworn in yet or something. We're not missing anybody. Let me double check that though. Just confirm. It's 101 to 104. Yep, 219 to 213. 219 to 213 Democrats. 432. Oh, look at that. It says we're missing 2. Or 3, I apologize. Although 1 was sworn in today. There's 3, as of November 12th, there's 3 vacancies. I think it's probably not counting the 1 person that was sworn in earlier today. 1 House member died. Representative Sylvester Turner of Texas. Either way, let's make this simple. 50% plus 1. That's what matters. Divide it by 2 plus 1. That's all we need. So, really simple way to understand this. We just need this number here on the left to be bigger than the number on the right. That's really all that this comes down to. We need this number on the left to be bigger than the one on the right. That's it. Matt likes to hear himself talk. Well, I mean, good Lord, can you imagine tuning into a broadcast and the broadcaster isn't even talking? Imagine that. And probably no, but nobody would watch. The broadcaster's got to talk. Still hanging in there? Yeah, I mean, what are we? We've been here for 3.5 hours. Yeah, what you see in the House and the Senate, really the House, is that a lot of these representatives, they sure take their time to vote. It's like, hey, get up and vote. It's time to vote. Go vote. We still have almost 200 House reps here between the Democrats and the Republicans. They're sitting on their hands doing nothing. I don't know if they're sitting in the chairs playing mobile games or texting their girlfriend or what? Vote. We've been waiting all day for this moment. Get up and, I mean, really, we've been waiting for 43 days. It's time to get off your butt and go vote. We gotta vote. Here's a good super chat from user. He says, "It's rare that we get to see a literal mathematical representation of how many Democrats want to give trillions of dollars directly to insurance companies like United Healthcare. So much for hero Luigi Mangione." Yeah, right. Yeah. Let alone the illegal aliens on top of that. Yep. They're all saying Luigi Mangione, he was a hero, and then we want to vote to give hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars to companies like United Healthcare. That's true. It's almost like all they know how to do is virtue signal. It's almost like that. It's probably not really like that, though. This is the FE Doc. Hey, thank you very much. He says, "I'm not a Yank, so probably out of place here. But will say it is refreshing to see an unapologetic patriot such as yourself, full of fire and passion. Not sure how much it helps, but hopefully this will be of use to you." Hey, I appreciate that a lot. You know what I love? You know what's so funny? First off, thank you for saying that. I find myself always getting along in real life or on the internet with just like nationalist patriots, regardless of what country they're from. Like I'm an American nationalist. I'm an American patriot. If you're a Polish nationalist and Polish patriot, you're saying Poland #1. I think we're gonna get along. I always get along with those people. If you're saying, you know, Britain is the greatest country, I'm a British patriot, whatever, you know, I always get along. I'm always friends with those guys, even though we have a disagreement over which country really is #1. You know, it's kind of a, I don't know, similar mindset. So hey, yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's how it is. Thank you very much. Oh, look at that. You know what? This is big news here. We have one Democrat that has hopped over and has voted yay. One defector. I'm curious to see who that is. I don't think we can know yet. We can't know that yet, but I'm sure by the end of the night we're going to know here. One of them has hopped on over. Now, the time will tell. Are we going to see any Republicans swap over? God forbid, Lord forbid. So thank you again, FE Doc. I'm thinking back to my chemistry days. FE's iron, the Iron Doc, FE Iron. Whoa, we just got a lot of super chats. Do Democrats take their shoes off to count votes? Do they take their shoes off to count votes? Yeah, maybe. Are they counting on their toes? Thank you. Mikey Nuts says, "Keep talking. I hear you from Ohio." Can I tell you something? I remember back to doing a lot of streams over on Twitch. And sometimes you would have streamers during their video game broadcasts. They would say, "I'm not going to talk until you gift 5 community memberships. Until you donate $100, I'm not going to talk." And they would sit there in silence until somebody donated them money. Really, Twitch is just not. Twitch is insane. I am so happy these days we're over here on YouTube and we're over here on Rumble and we're not thinking about Twitch. That place is just a radically progressive nut job. Now, I'll tell you something. We have had two Democrats hop on over, vote to reopen the government, ladies and gentlemen. 2 of them. That's good. That's good news. If you want this government open, then we have good news so far. Look at that. If Jeffries lost his hands, he would be mute. He's trying to be Obama. You know that, right? Hakeem Jeffries, he's trying to copy the speech mannerisms of Obama. He's trying to copy the hand movements of Obama. He wants to be Obama so desperately. Dude, you suck. Hakeem Jeffries, you suck. Nobody likes you. You're a loser. You suck. Go away. Just go away. You're gross. You probably smell bad. Gross. Anyway, though, we have 2 Democrats that have hopped over. And they're voting with the Republicans. 2 of them. So we've got 1-7. It's one. It is close, though. I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, it is damn close. If you kind of game this out there, you're looking at the remaining votes. Things are probably looking good for us, though. I think Trump is going to have his government reopened again here by the end of the night. Now, here is something crazy. I haven't even thought about this. Do you think the Trump administration has, like, a pent-up agenda, a backflow, a reservoir of agenda points that they are now going to try to push forward now that the government is open? Have they been building up and preparing? And then finally, when the floodgates are opened, all right, the government is open again. Here we go. And then it's all going to come pouring out. I don't even know what that would look like, but is there a backup here, a traffic jam of America First actions that he could take? The government's open, and it comes flooding out, right? I don't know. I guess we got to find out. Only one way to find out, right? We'll see. It's all backed up. Could be the case. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to say real quick, if you are new to the show, please make sure to like and to subscribe. Every single day, we are uploading America First videos and live broadcasts and live event coverage. We're doing it all. I've got a second YouTube channel now called Matt Morris Shorts. Matt Morris Clips. I think it's called Matt Morris Clips, actually. Scratch that. And we're uploading shorter videos now, too, for those of you that like shorter content. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like. We're on Rumble. Follow on Rumble. All of it. It really goes a long way. Thank you very much. Day by day, we're doing our best to save the Republic. Oh, look at that. Hey, we are down 2 votes. Oh, it's tied up. It's tied up again. 182, 182. Neck and neck. Although there are still more outstanding Republican votes than there are Democrat votes, you can tell. So I think we have a little bit of an advantage. But you know the Democrats are fighting tooth and nail to keep this government shut down. It is so funny because they say, it's a Republican shutdown. It's a Republican shutdown. Meanwhile, in the Senate, 15 times they all voted. Pretty much all of them voted to keep it shut down. Now it gets kicked back to the House. And what do you see? You see, by the end of the night, we are going to see over 200 Democrat House representatives voting to keep the government shut down. Over 200 of them. By the end of the night, within the next 10 minutes, will have voted to keep the government shut down. It's a Republican shutdown. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Oh, hey, we got a third one. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a third Democrat has hopped over to reopen. I want to figure out who these Democrats are. I want to know who done it. Who been doing it? Move that a little bit. That's probably better there. 40 seconds left. This timer, don't even worry about that. They always go overtime. I don't even know why they put the timer up. It doesn't mean anything. They never actually abide by the timer. There is a 4th Democrat. Number 4. 4 Democrats. Ladies and gentlemen, looks like this government is opening up. Looks like it is. Now, Cowboy from Up Texas, he says, what a clown show from the left. Costs are down a lot in red states because we're not taxed to death by liberal clowns. Gas is almost down $2 here. President Trump is right insofar as this goes. Everything... the prices of everything come after the price of energy. Because everything, manufacturing everything, it's dependent. Manufacturing, transportation, logistics, flights, shipping, it all depends on energy prices. So Trump is right. If you can knock down energy prices, then the price of everything else will follow. You're right. You're totally right about that. Oh, one Republican. Who do you think did that? Who do you think did that? You think it's Thomas Massey? You think it's Massey? We had 1 Republican flop. We had 3 Democrats flop. 14 outstanding Republican votes, 10 outstanding Democrat votes. Now, really, we just, at this point, we can't afford really to have any more. Whoa! The Democrat that voted yay reneged. They took their vote back and they voted nay. Yeah, there it is. They must have hit the wrong button. Rand Paul is in the Senate, ladies and gentlemen. This is the House. So yeah, if you're right, but he would if he could, but he can't, so we don't. Hold up. Now we had another Democrat come over here. Now we're back up to 4 Democrats. Now we're back up to 4 Democrats that have voted alongside the Republicans to reopen the government. What in the hell is going on here? To me, this is more exciting than watching the Super Bowl or the Stanley Cup or the whatever the MLB. What is the MLB, the World Series? Man, I just couldn't care about that stuff. This right here, this is the Super Bowl as far as I'm concerned. This is the most interesting thing all year. Now, where are these votes going? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, a second Republican has hopped over to vote nay alongside the Democrats. Whomst is that? Who could they be? That's what I want to know. Who in the world possibly could that be? We have 5 Democrats that have hopped over to reopen. 5 Democrats. Okay. We're not out of the weeds yet. Keep on trucking along here. We have 11 outstanding votes. 7... Okay. 10 outstanding, 6 Republican, 4 Democrat. Are we going to have any more floppers? Anybody else flopping out here or what? Once again, hey, if you're new to the show, make sure to like and to subscribe. I really appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you all very much. This is a big day. Ladies and gentlemen, we might be witnessing the end of the longest government shutdown in all of U.S. history, 43 days. 43 days, we might lock it in here. The previous longest shutdown was 35 days. During Trump's first term, the Democrats actually pulled a similar maneuver. President Trump tried to get funding for the border wall, and they said, no, we're not going to fund it. In fact, we're going to pull SNAP benefits until you capitulate, Trump. Another Democrat flopped on over to vote with the Republicans to reopen this government. We've got 220. 221. 222. Folks, there's nothing. There's nothing the Democrats can do now, folks. This government is opening up. There's nothing they can do. Game over. And you can hear that's the Democrats. They're screaming. They're having a meltdown over there. What are they yelling about? Shouldn't you be... Hey, I thought the Democrats were supposed to be happy here. They wanted the government to reopen. Shouldn't they be celebrating the end of the evil Republican shutdown? We should all be so happy, the Democrats. We have worked our way out of the evil, fascist, Nazi, Republican shutdown. They should be rejoicing and celebrating, right? Or no? I don't know. It's wrapping up. It's going to be over here. It's going to be over. We've got 3 outstanding votes. It doesn't even matter. 2 outstanding votes. Yeah, all of, these could both vote nay, and it wouldn't even change anything. I do want to know which two Republicans are the Republicans. Do we have any confirmation on this yet or no?
On this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 209. The bill is passed. The motion is adopted.
Look at that.
Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Motion to reconsider. Any reconsiderers? Anybody want to change their mind? You see some of the Democrats over there, they're leaving. Some of them. I want to figure out whom.
Don't you get the House in order? The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I respectfully request to be relieved from assignments to the House Armed Services Committee and the House Select Committee on Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party, effective immediately. It has been an honor and privilege to serve on these committees on behalf of my constituents and the American people. Signed sincerely, Mikey Sherrill, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted.
Static Bandit says, these Democrats are the real villains Scooby-Doo warned us about. You know, first off, massive super chat. Thank you very much. I was reading the other day that Scooby-Doo is actually anti-capitalist communist propaganda because all of the bad guys, the villains in Scooby-Doo, are allegedly business owners, capital owners, land owners, and that Scooby-Doo was a communist psyop. I never thought about that, but I read that the other day. Maybe it's true. Maybe Scooby-Doo is a communist psyop. I don't know. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, can I show you something real quick? I'd like to pull something up on the broadcast. Take a look at this. I have some information here. Okay. This is Democratic Representative Jared Golden. He voted to reopen the government. Democrat voted to open up the government. Democrat Adam Gray voted to reopen the government. This is Democrat Marie Perez and Don Davis. Democrats voted to reopen the government. That's 4 of them. A 5th Democrat, Representative Henry Queller of Texas, voted to reopen the government. And the 6th and final Democrat that hopped over to reopen the government, New York Representative Tom Suozzi. Yeah, those are the 6 Democrats. Now, the Republicans that hopped over, I don't know. I am looking for information here. Stand by. And by the way, Static Bandit, thank you. Thank you again. Thank you very much.
The House will be in order. Yeah. Shh. The House will be in order. Shh. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 874. Resolved that the House has heard with profound sorrow of the death of the Honorable Richard B. Cheney, a former Vice President of the United States of America. Resolved that the clerk communicate these resolutions to the Senate and transmit a copy thereof to the family of the deceased. Resolved that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn as a further mark of respect to the memory of the deceased.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Thomas Massey and Greg Stube. Yeah, that's, I believe that's who it is. Representative Greg Stube, Republican.
Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1 and House Resolution 874, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow as a further mark of respect to the memory of the late Honorable Richard B. Cheney.
Dick Cheney. So, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. So I believe, this is what I'm reading on Twitter, I believe it's Greg Stube. So where is he from? Florida. So what would, I don't know anything about this individual. What would his problem be? I think we kind of have an idea with Massey, but Stube, I am uniquely curious. Potentially we have a Fox News report coming out now.
Fox News alert, the House vote to reopen the government is about to start. It's going to be very tight. Senior national correspondent Aisha Hasni is here with more.
It passed.
What's going on?
Hey, Jesse, good evening to you. Well, the House is just about to begin voting. This is final passage on the Senate revised bill to reopen the government. This is it. This is the moment, the make or break moment.
So this video talks about Stube is why I want to, I'll just let this play.
And I can tell you both on here on Capitol Hill, the Speaker and the White House are both posturing right now as if this is going to happen imminently. They've got cameras actually already set up in Stat Hall right next to me for the Speaker to make remarks as soon as this is done. The White House is preparing for the president to sign this into law this evening as well. So we're going to watch the numbers here. The Speaker is dealing with a pretty tight margin. We know that it's always like that for the GOP, but tonight especially, there is no room for error. We've got a couple of Republicans missing. They were missing in an earlier vote. The Speaker might lose 2 Republicans, Thomas Massie and Greg Steube. But we could also see some moderate Democrats, some centrists, some folks that might actually cross party lines.
Okay, so she's not actually explaining why. I did see that Steube, Congressman Steube, actually 8 minutes ago released a statement. He said, after forcing the country to endure the longest government shutdown in history, the Senate's response is the furthest thing from a clean CR. I could not in good conscience support a resolution that creates a self-indulgent legal provision for certain senators to enrich themselves by suing the Justice Department using taxpayer dollars. There is no reason the House should have been forced to eat this garbage to end the Schumer shutdown. So a component of this continuing resolution allows funding for senators that were targeted in Operation Arctic Frost, which is a Biden-era operation to spy on Republican senators. It accommodates funding for those senators that were spied on to sue some avenue of the federal government. That's what he has a problem here. It's like relief, sort of like relief funding for Republican senators that were targeted by Biden's Operation Arctic Frost, during which they were targeted by Biden's FBI and monitored illegally, I believe illegally, monitored by the FBI. That's the component that he has a problem here with. But did we lose our live feed? Okay, we did lose our live feed. I wonder here, ladies and gentlemen, stand by. So there it is. It is Thomas Massie and it is Steube. People are saying Marjorie Taylor Greene. She actually voted yes. She did not vote nay. Marjorie Taylor Greene, it seems as if she voted to reopen the government. I'm looking for something here, though. Hold up. So don't be mad at Marjorie Taylor Greene, at least not about that.
Democrats admitted that they used the people as leverage.
This is live.
They got nothing for their selfish political stunt here.
This is live.
They didn't achieve anything with this at all. And anyone who studied history would know that shutdowns never yield any positive result. It just hurts people. I said on the House floor a little while ago that we did all this in good faith. From the very beginning, I was insistent about this. Our leadership team was. The Republicans did the right thing. We had a nonpartisan continuing resolution. We didn't have any Republican priorities on it at all. We just said, in good faith, let's keep the lights on. Let's keep this going for another 7 weeks so that the Congress can do its work, so they can get back to the regular appropriations process, the way that it is supposed to be done for the people, so that we're good stewards with their money. That hasn't been done here in a long time. And we said we want to get back to that. Now, I'm pleased that tonight on the CR we had 3 appropriations bills that we'll send over to the president's desk in just a short amount of time tonight to get signed into law. That's an innovation too. As you all know, it's been years since Congress actually did separate appropriations bills. I'm proud of that achievement, but I'm really sad that it took us so long to get here. It was so much pain that had to be endured to get to this point. Voters are going to remember which political party played games with their lives. They're going to remember that they did this for their own selfish purposes so that they could look tough to the radical elements of their base, and real people suffered because of that game. So now that we've got the lights back on, we've got the government reopened, the president will sign that triumphantly tonight, and Republicans will get right back to the work that we promised the American people that we will do. We're going to deliver for the American people, as we have been doing. And I'll leave you with this thought. There's a split screen in America right now. There's a split screen. On one side of the screen, you have President Trump and the Republican majorities in the Congress and the Senate and the House doing the work for the American people. Look what we've achieved in the first 10 months of this year. You can make an argument that it's the most productive season for a new Congress and a new presidency, a new administration, at least in the modern era, maybe of all time. Just in this short amount of months, we got the border secured. We fulfilled that promise. We are working on the crime crisis around the country. We have new trade agreements. We have a return to American energy dominance. We have cut taxes, the largest tax cut in U.S. history in a literal sense. We're cutting regulations. We're ending fraud, waste, and abuse out of government. We're shoring up the safety net programs like Medicaid so that it's there for the people that desperately need it, and it is not being abused by illegal aliens and by young able-bodied men who are not eligible to receive that. We are doing all this good work. The president, meanwhile, is using his authority to change the world, literally. He has ended 8 wars around the globe. All of this is happening on the Republican side and so much more. That's on one side of the screen, and on the other is the Democrat Party. And what have they done? What do they have to show for the last 10 months of government here? They shut the government down. They voted 15 times to close the government and exact that pain on everyone. We can never forget that. They haven't achieved anything beyond that except pushing ICE officers around and really spurring on political violence. So I want to say that there's a reason the Democrats are in disarray right now. There's a reason they don't have an identified leader of their party. There's a reason that their favorability, even amongst those in their own party, is at lowest of all time. Yep. They don't have a platform, a principle they can defend. They don't have a leader, except for Mondami, who's the new mayor of New York City and leading the party into Marxism and socialism. I think everybody should consider that split screen. I think you should look at it truthfully and honestly and objectively. And I think you can evaluate for yourself which party's working for the people. We're anxious to get that done, to work on health care and affordability and all the issues, to continue doing what we've done. And we look forward to rolling that out for you in the next several days. A few questions, yes?
You said earlier that you would repeal that FBI provision that's in the bill right now. Do you have assurances from Leader Thune that he will bring it up in the Senate?
I did call Leader Thune this morning. I want to say that he's a principled leader. I've enjoyed working with him. We've got a great working relationship and a good friendship. He's a trustworthy, honest broker. And that's why I was so surprised when we found out about that provision. It was put in our clean CR at the last moment. I'm just be honest, I'm very transparent with you all. I was very angry about it. I was. And a lot of my members called me and said, did you know about it? We had no idea. That was dropped in at the last minute. And I did not appreciate that, nor did most of the House members. Many of them are very angry about that. So we will be bringing that up. We'll probably pass it on suspension early next week, and we'll send it over to the Senate. I had a conversation with Leader Thune early this morning about it. I think he regretted the way it was done, and we had an honest conversation about that. I didn't ask him for any commitment at that time because I had a lot on my plate today, and I've been busy ever since that conversation we had early this morning. But I'm going to speak as truthfully to him as I am to all of you and tell you that I think that was way out of line. I don't think that was a smart thing to do. I don't think it was the right thing to do, and the House is going to reverse it. We're going to repeal that, and I'm going to expect our colleagues in the Senate to do the same thing.
Mr. Speaker, you say that you're for full transparency, so why not just urge all your Republicans to vote for this massive Connell bill on the Epstein files next week? Put out all the files.
Beautiful
let the
building.
American public judge for themselves what these
we are.
files
Thank
all
you
about.
for asking the question. We have been for maximum transparency of the Epstein files from the very beginning. What I was opposed to is the reckless disregard that was used in drafting the discharge petition. And we've been over this many times, but it was not drafted in such a way that it would adequately protect innocent victims. We have a responsibility to do that. There's as many as 1,000 women, by some estimates, of people who have been victimized because of the sex trafficking and Epstein and all these horrendous, heinous crimes, and we can't have them subjected to any further harm. So we wanted to make sure that they were properly, whose names were properly redacted out of the files. But the discharge petition is not only reckless, it is also a totally moot point. The Oversight Committee has been working, as you all know, around the clock, working on this. And you have some of the toughest members of Congress on the Republican and Democrat side who are working in bipartisan fashion to go through and release those files. As we stand here tonight, I think we're up to over 50,000 pages of records that are out in the open. You can go online tonight if you're at home and go through it yourself. And the Epstein estate files thus far has been the biggest tranche of important information. We found that outside of the scope of the discharge petition because it was never even anticipated or included in the discharge. The Oversight Committee, well, let me finish. The Oversight Committee has been digging into that, and some of the most valuable information was in the estate files. It includes Jeffrey Epstein's own personal logs, his travel logs, his financial ledgers, his daily calendar. All this is now out in the public, and more is to come. Chairman Comer of the Oversight Committee has done an extraordinary job. You have, again, some of the most notable members in Congress working on that around the clock, and they will continue to have full disclosure. I want to say this tonight, and I think this is a shame to a lot of the Hill Press Corps. I'm not going to name any of you by name, but I haven't seen many stories written yet about the fact that we put the discharge up for unanimous consent on the floor tonight. The Republicans, the Speaker, and the Republicans asked for unanimous consent to just go ahead and pass the discharge because I think it's a moot point. The Democrats objected to the unanimous consent. Nobody's written a story about that. That's stunning to me. How can you miss that? If it was about transparency, if it was about full disclosure, there's two questions you should ask every Democrat in the House and Senate. Why didn't you bring this up during the 4 years of the Biden administration when the Biden DOJ had all these records the entire time? Nobody ever said a word about it. They didn't care. Now it's the biggest thing in the world. Didn't matter at all when Joe Biden had the files. And secondly, if they're for transparency and they really want all this to be out and there's such this urgency, then why did they vote down the unanimous consent to pass the discharge petition tonight? I can't answer that question, but they should. And every one of you should ask them about it. Yes.
Thank you. There are several members of your own conference that support at least a one-year extension of ACA subsidies. Others have alternative plans. Now that you're beyond this and as January 30th deadline looms, are you willing to put any one of those measures potentially on the floor?
I've been asked 100 times whether I'll commit to putting any ACA extension on the floor. What I have said from the very beginning, and we were consistent about this, and you all know from day one, the first order of business was to get the government open and working for the people again. It's the most basic responsibility, and we finally got that done tonight. And I said, as soon as the government was open, we would turn our attention to healthcare and all the other issues that are out there. We are willing to work and have always been willing to work in good faith with anybody in this building who wants to bring down the cost of healthcare. The Unaffordable Care Act, the ACA, did exactly the opposite of what they promised it. When the Democrats passed their health care law back in 2010, you all remember, the average American would have their premiums reduced by $2,500. They swore to you, and that was not true. And I think the people that drew it up knew it was not true in the very beginning. It was a lie. The people that were the architects of Obamacare, of the ACA, wanted single payer. They designed a system that they knew, they had to know, because they're really intelligent folks, was going to implode on itself. They knew that it was not sustainable. And what has happened since that time, and we're going to be going through this in great detail next week, get ready. We're going to take you through a timeline of who destroyed American health care. And I'll give you a hint. It didn't have anything to do with the Republican Party. It was the Democrats. They're the ones that gave you the Unaffordable Care Act. They're the ones that have been trying to subsidize it and prop it up and add to it ever since. We're the ones that have been trying to fix it. The Republican Party has. What has happened since the Democrats wrecked American health care is that your premiums have gone up by some cases 60%, in some cases more. And it's going to go up further.
Oh, yeah.
So their solution is now they want to subsidize it further. They want to subsidize insurance companies. They want the COVID era extension that was created by the Democrats themselves. They created the subsidy. They're the ones that put the expiration date of December 31 of 2025 on that. They knew it wasn't going to be permanent because it was a boondoggle. And now they're trying to claim it's Republicans' fault? The Democrats created it. The Democrats broke it. The Democrats are driving your cost up. Who are you going to trust to fix health care? It's the Republican Party. Because we have volumes of ideas on how to do this, on how to fix it, on how to drive costs down, and how to increase access to care and quality of care. And you're going to see all that vigorous debate. So the answer to your question is, am I going to guarantee a vote on ACA unreformed COVID-era subsidies that is just a boondoggle to insurance companies and robs the taxpayer? We got a lot of work to do on that. The Republicans would demand a lot of reforms before anything like that was ever possible, and we have to go through that deliberative process. We have currently 433 members of the House of Representatives. There's a lot of opinions in this building, and on our side, certainly a lot of opinions on how to fix health care and make it more affordable. I have to allow that process to play out. I'll leave you with this. The biggest objection that I had to Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, who are playing political games with people's lives when they shut the government down, was Chuck Schumer came out and said the quiet part out loud. I don't even think he realized, he has no self-awareness. But he came and cried to all of you that I would not agree to go into a back room and make a four corners agreement on these issues. That just he and I and Hakeem Jeffries and Leader Thune would go in a room and make this decision for the entire population of America and block out all of our colleagues as if they had no voice in it. That is why Washington is broken. That's why Congress hasn't worked well for people. That's why they don't have a lot of faith in what goes on here. And I'm committed to trying to restore that faith. And one way we do that is we get back to regular order, and we allow all the duly elected members of this body to have their voices heard. I'm not playing games, and Chuck Schumer, I'm not going in a back room with you and making a four corners deal on anything. And I hope you understand that. Thank y'all. We got the government open. Let's celebrate tonight. They did the right thing. We congratulate them.
Did the right thing. All right. What a beautiful building. Ladies and gentlemen, as far as I understand, President Trump is going to be signing this legislation into effect within the next 45 minutes. Now, I imagine we will have a live broadcast. I believe President Trump will go live inside of the Oval Office, and he will put an end to this government shutdown officially. But now, this budgetary continuing resolution, sorry, it's been a long day for me, has passed through the House. It has passed through the Senate. And now it's got to go to the White House. And now President Trump is going to sign this into effect. And I believe he's going to be doing that in the next half hour or 45 minutes. Now, I'm not sure. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. Do you think that we should watch that together? Should we stay here together and keep the broadcast going while we wait for President Trump? Do you think that we should do that? I don't really know how ceremonious of an event that's going to be. I don't know. President Trump, he probably will give a speech. We'll probably have a speech inside of the Oval Office. President Trump will probably take questions from the press corps. So I think we should probably do that. Yes, everybody's saying yes. Listen, guys, okay. Last night, I got 3 hours of sleep. But here we are. We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep it going. Why not? What's the worst that could happen? So we're going to I'm going to try to find some more information on this. Do we have a White House live broadcast? I am trying to get information for everybody. White House. So, hey, there's the White House. Speaking of the White House, let me add a note in the top here. Soon, Trump signing legislation to end the shutdown. Okay, why don't we just put that up there? Now, real quick, if my beautiful wife is listening to the broadcast, I smell, sweetheart, I know you cooked something in that kitchen. I can smell it. The kitchen is right over there by the office. If there's any food in this house, sweetheart, I would love to have some food while we have a moment. Maybe I could have a little snack here. I haven't eaten anything all day. I haven't slept and I haven't eaten. And I'm getting old. And I have to pee. Okay, so you guys better be careful. But we have a big super chat here from Static Bandit. He says, here's more to stay on. Okay, you know what? That's a pretty good hourly rate there. Okay, listen, $100 another hour, I'll take it. I can't complain about that. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. I think we have a couple little tidbits here we can talk about. I think we do. And we're going to keep tabs on no, thank you very much. That's a massive one. Thank you very much. Folks, this is the official White House page. I imagine they will go live. The number I'm hearing, the number my brain has given out. I've heard 9:30 or 9:45 Eastern time. So what is that? That's 45 minutes to an hour from now. Trump will be going live. I'm looking for a confirmation of that. Like, where did they say that? White House Twitter page? No, is it on the rapid response page? Where are people getting this number? Oh, Oh, I found it. Oh, thank you, dear. Can I have a drink too, sweetheart? I am so spoiled, you wouldn't even believe it. Okay, I've got the details here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is on the White House rapid response page. Tonight, President Donald J. Trump will sign the bill. Thank you, dear. Will sign the bill to finally put an end to the Democrat shutdown. 9:45 p.m. in the Oval Office with the White House press pool. President Trump is signing the continuing resolution. Okay, so we are going to have a broadcast. We've got the broadcast. It is happening at 9:45 p.m. So I'm going to actually say 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Trump is signing the legislation to put an end to the shutdown. And here's what I'm going to do. I need to take a 90-second break, but while I'm gone, I want to give you guys something to watch here. China, there's a bombshell report that came out earlier today. China secretly bought a trailer park in Missouri, which is directly adjacent to a U.S. nuclear bomber fleet. And this is the location that the U.S. B-2 bombers took off from when they went to go bomb Iran during Operation Midnight Thunder. Here is that report, and I'll be back in 60 seconds.
The Daily Caller reports a U.S. nuclear bomber fleet shares a fence with a trailer park linked to Chinese intelligence. Here it is. So it's one thing for a Chinese couple to buy a trailer park. Here it is. This is thanks to Google Image. It is another thing for them to go to great lengths to hide who they are, including using multiple shell companies to conceal their identities. Why is this all important? Because they bought a trailer park in the middle of Missouri, no disrespect to Missouri. It's at the foot of the runway where America's largest fleet of B-2 bombers take off. So you can see on the map there, the B-2s are just on the other side of those trees. So here's the map. The trailer park is right behind the runway, less than a mile away. So in the event of war, our B-2 bombers would be taking off over Chinese-owned land. It's even more alarming when you factor in that the shell companies trace back to a convicted fraudster with alleged ties to the Chinese Communist Party. This is happening in Republican Congressman Mark Alford's district in the state of Missouri. As I said, no disrespect to Missouri. I don't think you buy a trailer park in your Whitman Air Force Base in Missouri as an investment when you're sitting in Beijing going, you know, honey, what could we invest in? Oh, I know. Let's find a trailer park.
And get a lot of double wides.
Right.
I don't think they're interested in that, Leland. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, the Whiteman Air Force Base is slap dab in the middle of our district, home of the B-2 stealth bomber, soon to be home of the B-21 Raider, which is coming in the not-too-distant future. And it's going to exponentially increase the size of that force there on Whiteman Air Force Base.
Make the Chinese investment all the more valuable.
Exactly.
So no, but how does this happen?
Well, all right, so this transaction, according to the research that I've done on this article, happened way back in 2017. In 2024, in January, our then Governor Parson, put out an executive order for all military bases within the state of Missouri. You cannot be a citizen or a company in a foreign adversarial nation, as so designated by our State Department, and own property within 10 miles of a DOD.
Now, here is my perhaps right-wing radical opinion. You should not be able to own property at all whatsoever anywhere in the entire country if you are not a U.S. citizen. I just don't think you should. So, in fact, I'm going to go scorched earth. My wife is not a U.S. citizen. I think she probably will be in the next couple of years. But my wife is a German citizen. Even if she's married to me, we're an American couple, we're living in America, I think she should not be able to exclusively own property. I don't think any non-citizen, period, whether or not you're my wife, you need to be a citizen if you want to own property. That's what I think.
A Department of Defense base. I didn't think that was good enough. We need to expand that, and that's why I filed the American Land and Property Protection Act, basically that says if you are a member of a foreign adversarial nation, a citizen or a company of those, China, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, North Korea.
Look at that.
Russia. Russia. You cannot own even an outhouse in the
Chinese companies buying land near U.S. military bases. This is absurd. This is absurd.
United States of America. You cannot go to those countries.
Okay, but you're not going to do that because you're not going to be able to take land away from all the Chinese people who
Moving
own condos.
forward. And here,
you know the funny thing about China, though? He says, you wouldn't be able to go to China and buy land. And listen, nobody owns land in China. There is no concept of private property ownership in China. The CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, they own all the land. Now, the closest China has to actual land ownership, like we have here in the U.S., they have 99-year-long leases. You can lease a piece of land, you and your family can lease a piece of land for 99 years, but you never own it. You can never own land. There is no land. So nobody gets to own land in China, actually. But they get to come over here and industrially buy up our farmland next to our military bases.
Here's something else, Leland. There is a Department of Treasury has the Committee on Foreign Investments in the United States of America called CFIUS. They are supposed to be taking a look at this. Under the Biden administration, they were not doing their job. In fact,
this happened in the Trump administration, the first Trump administration.
And whatever department was running it at that time did not do their job, and they somehow overlooked. They started to put some regulations in place where they were going and looking at these transactions.
So let's look at
but
this.
They didn't have
where we're
Whiteman
at
Air Force Base on the list of those. And
why would we have a list? Why would we have the Air Force Base with one part of the nuclear triad on the list? Who knows? Chinese companies buying land near U.S. military bases. Okay, so the Chinese have a plan to do this, right? And sometimes they conceal it through multiple shell companies. Sometimes they just go out and do it.
So, you know how we are on the cusp of accepting 600,000 CCP students into our universities? Wow, maybe that is not such a good idea. Maybe that's actually a catastrophically terrible idea. Maybe that's actually one of the most concerning, biggest threats to national security that we've had in a long time. We should not do that. That is a problem.
And these are very strategically picked bases. Fort Bragg, Naval Air Station, Norfolk, Wright-Patterson, Whitman Air Force Base as well. I get having new legislation and this, that, and the other thing, but right now you have B-2 bombers flying over Chinese-owned land. How do you stop that right now?
We get CFIUS under the Treasury Department, and I'm on the Financial Services General Government Appropriations Subcommittee, which oversees that, and we get them on the ball.
Oh, yeah. American land is for Americans, period. That's how it should be. That's how we should do it. I agree, and thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the bill has passed. The continuing resolution budgetary bill to reopen the government has passed the House and the Senate. And soon, within the next 40 minutes, President Trump is going to be signing this bill into effect, and the government shutdown is going to come to an end. So we're staying up late tonight. We're covering it together. Now, take a look at this. Democratic Rep. Sam Liccardo gets called out about the shutdown.
Good morning, Representative. Thanks for taking our questions. I have one quick question which requires a yes or no, and then I'd like to go forward on that. Who shut down the government? And you don't even answer it because I know who it is. It was the Democrats. So let's put that to bed. Now let me ask you another question. I agree with Democrats on this. Public sentiment is in favor, probably on their side, when it comes to subsidies for the ACA for the lower income people. I'm a retiree. I don't have ACA, but I have a hard time paying more taxes. I do well, but paying more taxes to subsidize people who are making more money than I am.
All right, Tony, let's get a response. Go ahead, Congressman.
Well, Tony, in response to your first question, last I checked, the Republicans have a majority in the House, the Republicans have a majority in the Senate, the Republicans are in the White House. So who is running the government? The Republicans.
This is the stupidest, most low IQ, most just cognitively brain dead gaslighting I have ever heard in my life. well, it's a Republican shutdown because the Republicans have the House and the Senate and the White House, so therefore it's a Republican shutdown. We all know what's going on here. Like, really? The White House is on board. The House has passed the bill. It got hung up in the Senate because you need a supermajority of 60 votes in the Senate, and the Democrats would not budge. Anybody that actually believed this ridiculous Democrat narrative, it's a Republican shutdown. You have to be a moron. You have to be a moron to believe this. I'm sorry, I hate to be rude. You have to be just a fundamentally stupid person to latch onto this. What do we have here? Attorney that has worked on H-1B fraud gives us input here.
You've seen this abuse. You've seen this affect American workers?
Oh, yes. Thousands and thousands of American workers. And it's not coming off 5 years of unemployment line. These are workers that have been working decades in these companies who are doing a great job, nothing against them in their employment file, and they're being told by the hundreds. They get together and say, hey, all of you are being fired. You're all being replaced by these new workers. In the end, the workers are paid a lot less, and the bonuses at the end of the year for those CEOs go up dramatically. The foreign workers, like you said, have to have that visa support by the employer. So how are they going to change jobs if they're being paid little and they're being worked to death and the conditions are not great? But what are they going to do? They're stuck with those employers. So they are suffering. And the winner in this isn't the foreign worker. The winner is not the American worker. It's the CEO and the executives who are making millions of dollars off of this cheap labor.
Yeah. At this point, the H-1B visa program should be completely shut down. It should be scrapped. Every single H-1B worker currently in the country should be sent back to their country of origin. Country of Oregon? Maybe someday, the country of Oregon, their country of origin. And then beyond that, if I were a dictator of the nation right now, I would issue a complete and total moratorium on anybody coming in the country from China specifically, let alone student visas. If you are a CCP national, if you are a Chinese citizen, you are not allowed in the country. We have a problem. Okay, there is a massive problem with CCP spies. In fact, I don't know how many of you are familiar with this. There is a 2017 piece of Chinese legislation from the CCP. 2017, so it's only 7 or 8 years old. It's called the National Intelligence Act of the Chinese Communist People's Republic. They passed this in 2017. Anyway, what it does is it actually legislatively mandates that every single CCP Chinese citizen legislatively must act as an intelligence asset or an information informant to the CCP, and if they don't, they can be arrested, killed, put in prison. So let's put together a scenario here. Okay, Chinese student comes to the U.S. They're going to school in MIT. They have access to some piece of sensitive information or information that the CCP is interested in nonetheless. The CCP reaches out to the Chinese student who's going to university at MIT in the US, and the CCP says, hey, you need to tell us every single thing you know about this program. That CCP student legislatively, actually legally, has to comply with the CCP, otherwise they could be arrested, detained, killed, put into prison. Every single Chinese national must act as an intelligence asset for the CCP, and if they don't, they can be arrested or killed. This is as of 2017. So, once again, when we are talking about letting in 600,000 Chinese students into the country, that quite literally equates to 600,000 Chinese spies coming in the country. That's a big problem. That is a big time problem. That is a massive problem. None of them should be let in the country. Remember in 2017, maybe 2018, when President Trump said, I am issuing a complete and total Muslim ban, a Muslim travel ban. You're not allowed in the country. First off, that was awesome. Based. That was great. We should do that with China immediately. We should shut down all travel from China. Chinese citizen, you're not coming in the country, let alone travel visas specifically or student visas specifically for Chinese students. That's nuts. We should not do that. Let me take a look at this. The FedEx says, remind me, you were more scared of this than I am, but isn't this what happened to Rome towards the end? It's funny you bring that up. We were talking about this earlier. Yeah, multiculturalism was a huge problem that contributed to the downfall of Rome, no doubt. Culture clash, infighting between different religious groups, ethnic groups, of course, yeah, cultural groups. Massive problem. Rome lost its homogeneity. Rome lost its sense of what it meant to be a Roman. Sound familiar? Sound a little bit familiar? Makes you think, right? And thank you very much. We have a super chat here from Flannel Lionworks. He says, China's wealthiest man bought an industrial site in August in my city in New Hampshire and paid 4 times the cost of what it was worth. I haven't heard anything recently about it. Curious. It makes you wonder. It's curious, right? What's going on here? Really is curious. Makes you think. Maybe he knows something. This is Data Pusher. He says, Matt, it's up to people like you to sound the alarm on H-1B visa situation and the situation with stripping Second Amendment rights from legal marijuana consumers. Major Trump fail. Bondi too. You know, it's let me redirect you. I was very passionate. I was very heated this morning. Now I'm a little bit tired. It's been a long day. If you want some real heat and if you want some real passion, go watch the first 45 minutes or 60 minutes of this morning's broadcast. The live broadcast we did earlier this morning, I was, this is how you know I was heated. I lost 50 subscribers on YouTube. I was so heated. I was going so hard. I had maybe 50 people on YouTube unsubscribe this morning because I was really going in. This whole H-1B situation, the Chinese student visa situation, to a little bit of a lesser degree, but similarly kind of the 50-year mortgage situation. Just not a fan. Not a fan. And I was saying this earlier. Of course, I am America first as much as anybody can be. In fact, the reason why I have issues with some of these programs is because I am so America first, frankly. And I really do feel like it's our patriotic obligation to speak up when we have issues. Whenever the America First agenda gets a little bit off course, we get off the rails a little bit. I think it's our obligation to speak up and cry out and say, listen, we got to get this back on the rails. Out of distilled American patriotism, I feel like we need to do that. If we don't, we're a bunch of mindless, stupid sheep. Are you a mindless, stupid sheep? I'm not. I don't think you are. I think it's our obligation. It's literally in our blood. The men and women that built this country, were they mindless, stupid sheep? No, they were rebels. They were causing problems. They were rabble rousers, the men and women that built this country. They were rebellious. They bucked the system. They went against the grain. It's in our blood, okay, to push back. And we say, fight, fight, fight. That's our credo. Fight, fight, fight. You can't then say, but hey, shut the hell up and stop asking questions and trust the plan and silence. You're not allowed to talk back. But also, fight, fight, fight? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Right? So, that's how I feel. That's how I feel. Okay. There's another thing I wanted to show you here. Earlier today, Marco Rubio talks about China's rapid military buildup. Well, that doesn't sound good. Need to turn up the audio here. There we go.
Trump's pledge to resume testing of our nuclear capabilities, that includes delivery systems, is on par with what other countries around the world are doing. We got to make sure these things work and that they're safe. In terms of the Chinese nuclear program, that wasn't discussed in any of our meetings. That's something that happened at the staff level, but these are longstanding concerns. I mean, the Chinese are undertaking the most rapid military buildup in human history. So, and part of that is their expansion of their nuclear capabilities. So obviously we're keeping an eye on that, and I think everybody's concerned about that.
China is undergoing the most rapid military buildup we've ever seen in human history. Our chief of staff, once again, I'm going to hammer this point home. Our chief of staff, Marco Rubio, just said that China is undergoing the most rapid military buildup in all of human history. I wonder why they might be doing that. You know what we should do? allow 600,000 of them in the country. You understand how insane this is? You understand how just it's terrible. We should not do this. China is very obviously our adversary. China is very, very obviously gearing up for something. China is the number one threat to America, global hegemony right now. Now, President Trump is going to be speaking in like, do I have my official feed here? Soonish. 9:45 from inside the Oval Office, which is give or take a half hour here. So stand by. I wonder if I can find a different Associated Press feed. Maybe they've got something here. Okay, so okay, actually this is the feed. Okay, great. Okay, we've got the Oval Office or the White House up there right now. China in your Walmart. Yeah, I know. I'm not happy about it. I'm a nativist. I believe in American industrial independence. I think that's imperative for American national security. I'm also, frankly, probably xenophobic. I think America should be for Americans. I think that we should put Americans before American workers and American students before the students and workers of other countries. Let me put it this way. If America is not for Americans first, who else will be? If this country, the United States of America, doesn't work on the behalf of the American people, who else is going to work on the behalf of the American people? What, is Sweden going to do it? Is Sweden going to be America first and watch out for all of us Americans? No. What is Guatemala going to put all of our American people first and work for what's best for us? No, of course not. It's got to be us. It has to be us. It has to be us. I'm seeing if we have any other breaking news updates here, ladies and gentlemen. The Democrat shutdown is officially going to be put to an end in about 20 or 30 minutes. We have Twitch streamer Hassan Piker, who is vacationing in China. He is a communist, so I guess it's not particularly surprising. What does he have to say while he's vacationing in China?
I don't have any sort of patriotism in my heart for any, for America, but just in general. I'm not like a very, I care about people.
Well, that's not shocking. But so this is a communist, radical far left, Antifa supporting communist, literal communist streamer on Twitch. He's very popular. He is very popular. Can't deny that. And looks like he's in Tiananmen Square. And so he goes to China and says, I don't have a patriotic bone in my body when it comes to America. He is a Turkish anchor baby. His dad is a Turkish billionaire who farmed out citizenship for his son, Hassan. Had his wife, Hassan's mother, give birth to Hassan strategically in the United States of America so that he would get American citizenship. You want to talk about abuse of the birthright citizenship system? You're looking at it. And now forevermore, we have to deal with this Turkish anchor baby communist. Complete and total abuse of our system. And then he has the audacity, this country that has given him everything. He's a multimillionaire. Are you? No, he is. This country has been very good to him. He's got 10 times more money than I have. Got probably more, honestly. And then he's still, while walking through China in Tiananmen Square, he has the audacity to say, I'm not really an American patriot. I'm not patriotic at all. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now, what do we have here? We have some Democrat stupidity. Let's take a listen to what these two idiots have to say.
Jasmine Crockett is actually what the Democrats should be
leaning into, like, because she is a phenomenal messenger. And some people just got it. Like, some people just have a different anointing on them. You
Jasmine Crockett. Okay.
don't know why certain people, cause folks to gravitate towards them. To me, it's more than Jasmine Crockett having that moment with Marjorie Taylor Greene when she was like bad bleach body or whatever it is. Like, if you watch her in these congressional meetings, like, she's always on message about something. I was watching her yesterday and she was, just blatantly, she was like, yo, Donald Trump is racist and this whole administration is racist, and it starts at the top. And she just broke down example after example of why she just said what she said. And you heard them gasp at first, but then she broke down example of why she feels the way she feels. But it was all rooted in how, they just don't care about what's going on with the poor and disenfranchised. They don't.
This guy is such a stupid race baiter. Only in America can we have people like this. This guy, Charlemagne, he calls himself the God. Charlemagne the God. Blasphemy. Hassan Piker, the Nepo baby communist. Only in this country can these people end up becoming multimillionaires. This guy, I don't know, he's probably worth $100 million. You're looking at him right now. Complete and total moron.
Don't care that y'all not getting y'all checks, during the government shutdown. They don't care that the SNAP benefits, are going to be gone on November 1st. They don't care about none of that.
They care about that ballroom.
And just the fact that she was able to articulate that in that 3-minute clip that I saw, and it was so powerful and so provocative, and you understood what the root of her issue was. And she got you by just saying, Donald Trump is racist and this administration is racist, and let me tell you why. And then you get into all of the issues. I'm like, you need somebody like Jasmine Crockett. She is the most effective messenger that the Democratic Party has right now. And they need to be using her as a Trojan horse. And you know what? I hate how Democrats treat her.
I do too.
They need to use her as a Trojan horse. I feel like he doesn't know what a Trojan horse is. A Trojan horse is a gift. It's a package that has a concealed a surprise, a trap inside of it. When you look at Jasmine Crockett, there's no surprise. Before she even opens her mouth, you are going to get a low IQ, stupid as hell, loud mouth, loud as hell, belligerent moron. There's no surprise. There's no, haha, gotcha. You already know exactly what you're going to get before she even says anything.
I expect the Republicans to say the things that they say and do the things that they do. But this is what I always say about Jasmine Crockett. Republicans talk about Jasmine Crockett publicly. Democrats talk about her privately.
I don't like that either.
I hate it.
I see the super chat from Catherine. She says, it's the art of the deal. You should know President Trump by now. At risk of pissing some people off when I say this, I believe that President Trump is capable of making bad decisions, wrong decisions, especially when he's surrounded by donors that are secluding him off from his base, that are trying to separate him from us, his base, the MAGA movement, the America First movement, and they are whispering poison and bad policy into his ear, telling him, this is what the base wants. The base is okay with this. The voters are okay with this. I do not believe that flooding the country with H-1B visa Indians is 5D chess. I don't believe that. I'm sorry. I don't believe that allowing 600,000 Chinese students into the country is 5D chess. I think it's bad policy that was put in front of him by some big money interest, by some interest group. That's what I think. And this is why I think it is this is why I do what I do. This is why I think it is so incredibly important that whenever President Trump does get a little bit disconnected from the base, when he's listening a little bit too much to the donors or the interest groups, it is, please help me out here. It is so important that all of us speak up and yell about it and complain about it and raise our voices, because it works. President Trump, if we, time and time and time again, we have seen, if we make enough noise, President Trump, he pays attention. He's a populist. He wants to be liked. He wants us to like him. He wants to be remembered positively. If ever he's teetering on the edge of a bad decision as a consequence of bad input or bad advice from his donors or whatever, if we yell and we complain and we speak out and we use our First Amendment, that's our patriotic obligation. We have helped him course correct multiple times in the past. But sitting here and saying, "Oh, trust the plan," it's 7-dimensional underwater chess. I understand why you want to say that. I get it. But I think that doesn't actually help anything. I think that doesn't actually help the situation at all. I think we need to confront reality and say, listen, this that is being put in front of us, not only this idea or policy point that is being put in front of us, it's not just in front of us, but it's also being justified to us. We need to say, this is not what we voted for. This is not what we want. Chef, take this back to the kitchen and bring us what we asked for. Chef, I ordered a chicken sandwich and you brought me out a turd sandwich. Take it back. I don't want this. I ordered something else. I think that's our obligation. I think it is very important. And even more than our patriotic obligation, it works. We know that this works. We know that giving our vocal feedback to Trump, we say, Trump, I love you. I respect you. Thank you for everything you've done. But this is not it. We got to recalibrate. Nobody is perfect 24/7 at all times, nonstop. Nobody. Not even Trump. Not even Trump. At risk of losing support here, at risk of having you unfollow me. Not even Trump. We all need to recalibrate sometimes. So, hey, that's my opinion. That's my opinion, at least. And by the way, it is our job to help our politicians recalibrate. That's our job. That is our job. It is literally our job as the electorate to let him know what we want, to let him know what we expect continually, week after week, month after month. That is our job. To not do that means we are failing. That means we would be failing President Trump to not communicate this stuff to him. It is our obligation. We owe that to him to communicate over and over again. Honest feedback. That's my opinion, at least. Charlemagne the God. Another video here.
With regard to your former party, the Democrat Party, there's a lot of questions about who the future leadership is. And I just want to get your reaction to this. This is Charlemagne the God, who has a very popular show and is very influential in a large group of Democrats. Watch this.
Jasmine Crockett is actually what the Democrats should be leaning into. She got you by just saying, Donald Trump is racist and this administration is racist and let me tell you why. And then you get into all of the issues. I'm like, yo, you need somebody like Jasmine Crockett. She is the most effective messenger that the Democratic Party has right now. And they need to be using her as a Trojan horse.
Do you agree with him?
I don't. I think it's going to be maybe a sleeper. I think it's someone maybe we don't really know that has a high profile right now, but it's been very, very effective on the Democratic Party somewhere. There's a lot of good people on both sides. I've always looked for the betterment of how do we get people together to put the country before the party. I belong to one party, the American Party. It has two wings to it, I guess. It has a Democrat and a Republican wing. But they should be coming together at the end where the country basically, is the purpose for we're all here together.
We live in a very different
I just
world.
cannot, Martha. They're fighting each other continuously rather than trying to find a pathway forward. They're going to vote today. It'll be successful. They'll open it back up. They said, okay, what's the time element? The CR. The CR is kicking the can down the road. Do your job. Get in there and fix it. Make sure that people own their own health care. 401ks, you own your own pension plans now. Why can't you own your own health care?
You know what? I'll be the first to say this. I think they should run Jasmine Crockett. I think Jasmine Crockett is a great candidate. I think she's super duper smart. If they run Jasmine Crockett, there's no way we could ever beat them. Democrats, don't do it. There's no way we would ever be able to compete with Jasmine Crockett. She's too smart. She's too nimble. She would dominate us too hard. I don't know what we could do. And so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump is actually going to be speaking to all of us in about 20 minutes here. We have a live feed outside the White House. Man, it's been one hell of a day, hasn't it? It's been one hell of a day. Old Chief, have you considered the H-1B and student visas with India and China may be part of those trade deals? Oh, absolutely. In fact, we were talking about that earlier this morning. Now, this is where we get to my personal opinions and the things that I value. And of course, you're welcome to disagree. I mean, I think it's a fine and valid and respectable opinion to say, okay, if Trump made a deal with China to allow in 600,000 student visas in order to negotiate with them to shut down fentanyl production or whatever, good deal. I'm happy. Good job, Trump. I think that's a totally fine opinion to have. And maybe you will have that opinion. Maybe that's what happened, and maybe that's not what happened. We don't know because we're not being told, but you can speculate. You guys might have picked up on this. I am a massive nativist. To me, the well-being and the success and the opportunities of American people really matters. The demographics of this country, maintaining the demographic integrity of this country, making sure the ethnic and cultural makeup of the people that built this country and made it great in the first place, that remains intact and continues on into the future. I'm a blood and soil type of guy. That is something that really, really matters to me. For me, I'm not willing to compromise on that. I am not willing to allow hundreds of thousands of Indian workers into the country. Isolationist? No, I'm not an isolationist. That's not what I said. For me, the ethnic demographic makeup of this country is very important. That doesn't mean I'm isolationist. I just don't want the country Here's my crazy controversial opinion. It is intolerable to me as an American to have this country flooded with hundreds of thousands of Indians or hundreds of thousands of Chinese people. It's intolerable. I don't want that under any circumstance. That is not something that I'm willing to negotiate on. If we want to come up with a deal about how to shut down fentanyl or whatever else it is, isolate India away from purchasing Russian energy, etc., I am not willing to negotiate. Altering the demographic integrity of the United States is not on the negotiating table. That is a non-negotiable for me, and that's my prerogative. That's how I feel. You can disagree. It's totally fine. But that is very important to me. So every man has his priorities. Every man has his concerns. And once again, we don't know that this H-1B thing or student visa thing was a part of the deal making with India or China. I would speculate it probably was, but we don't know. Here's what I would like. If it was, tell us. We'll give the example of the 600,000 Chinese visa thing. I would much prefer that President Trump tell us that this is all part of some deal to shut down fentanyl trafficking or fentanyl precursor chemical exports out of China, rather than him going on the Laura Ingraham show and talking about how we need 600,000 Chinese students in order to bail out the university system, because if we don't, then black universities are going to go out of business, and we can't have the universities downsizing or losing revenue, so we have to take in these students. It's like, I'll be honest, I don't give a shit about the universities. These universities are far left, radically progressive indoctrination centers. They have been churning out indoctrinated young Americans for decades. If anything, they owe us money. If anything, these universities need to give me money. They need to give us money. Why are we having a conversation about bailing out radically progressive universities by importing over 500,000 military-aged Chinese men, predominantly men? In the last 25 years, we've had almost 300 instances of CCP nationals spying on America on American soil. And those are instances that we've caught. God knows how many other instances have happened where they're spying on us that we haven't caught. China is our enemy. China is an adversarial nation. We just heard Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying today that China right now is engaging in the largest, most rapid military buildup in all of human history. China has been like that. Listen, that's great that China maybe wants to stop exporting precursor chemicals to the U.S. to make fentanyl, but let's not forget they've been doing that. They were doing it in the first place. That's great. Maybe they're stopping now, but we can't gloss over the fact They've been doing that for well over a decade, almost 2 decades now. They have had a deliberate policy of killing Americans. So I don't like China. Fuck China. Fuck China. And fuck those Chinese students too. I don't want them here. I don't want them in the country. I don't like them. I think it's bad for the country under any circumstance. As far as I'm concerned, that is a non-negotiable. They should I don't care what the deal is, that should not be on the bargaining table. You know, in the same way, if I'm making a deal with somebody, I'm not going to offer up my firstborn child. If I'm trying to, you know, I don't know, buy a car at a car dealership, I'm not going to say, well, what if I throw in my firstborn child? Can you drop a point off the interest rate? What if I give you my secondborn child too? Nuh-uh. It's not on the negotiating table. That is a non-negotiable. There are certain things I'm not going to bargain with. And one of those things for me is the demographic integrity of America. I'm not going to allow over 500,000 CCP spies in the country or hundreds of thousands of Indian workers. It's a non-negotiable. We're not doing that. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here. So we'll see what happens here. I have a feeling I'm going to be right about this because this is not my first rodeo here. Numerous times in the past, President Trump has come out. Here's what happens. Trump will have lobbyists or donors from big tech or big agriculture, who knows, from some industry. They'll get in his ear and say, Trump, we need this. Trump, we need more Indian workers. Trump, we need this or that. And then Trump will publicly float the idea. And it'll piss off the base. The base will say, yo, Trump, this is not what we voted for. This is not America first. And because of the overwhelming pushback, Trump will then walk back the agenda. Trump will say, okay, we're not going to do this. We're going to do something else. We're not going to do this. Trump responds to feedback. And so, you know what I would guess in the next couple days? I would bet that the Trump administration comes out and clarifies this and says, okay, we're not going to do this. This is not what it looks like. We're going to change our policy. And you want to know why they're going to do that? Because they've done this in the past as a consequence, as a direct result of our cacophony of feedback. In fact, who here wants to go super conspiratorial mode while we wait for President Trump here? Do you guys want to hear a conspiracy that just popped up in my head? And you know what? This actually might even be true. Is it conceivable that Trump will have big donors or lobbyists in his ear saying, Trump, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this. And Trump will say, okay, well, let me run it by the base. And then Trump will drop a Truth Social post or mention something in some interview with Ingram. And then justifiably, it'll piss off all of us. It'll piss off the base. And then Trump can go back to the lobbyist or to the donor and say, hey, we can't do this. Have you seen the base? Look at this. They're in an uproar. The base is melting down right now. We can't go ahead with this. Is it possible that he's actually farming us for feedback that then he can relay back to the lobbyists and say, no, listen, maybe I was down with it, but the base isn't down. We're not going to do it now. Look at the feedback. We can't do this. It's overwhelmingly negative. We can't do this. So listen, you want to say Trump is a smart guy? Trump is a genius type of guy? Does that sound like something would do? Does that sound like something that Trump would do? Would be to intentionally take these bad ideas, put them in front of us, knowing that we're going to hold him accountable. We're going to put these bad ideas through the rigmarole, through the ringer, and then Trump can take that feedback back to the lobbyist and say, listen, we can't do this. Look at the base. Look at how mad the base is. If I do this, we're going to lose midterms. We're going to lose the next election. And then he doesn't do it. And then he doesn't do it. So once again, our feedback is incredibly important. Our feedback is absolutely imperative. If all of us Trump voters or America First voters, whatever, if we all sat here on our hands saying, oh, I don't know, listen, I'm going to trust the plan, whatever, I'm not going to ask any questions. 500,000 Chinese military age student visas, I don't know, okay, whatever, I guess it's not a big deal. 150,000 Indian workers, undermining American wages every single year. Okay, it's not a big deal. If that was all of us, if none of us spoke out about any of this, you know what? Maybe we would actually get that, and then the republic would be dead, and then it's over, and then it would be over. Now, where is President Trump? Matt, what do you think of the counties in Washington that want to become part of Idaho? I think it would be great if they could, but it's never going to happen. Changing state boundaries is like pretty much impossible. Let's use the example of Eastern Washington counties joining Idaho. You'd have to have the Idaho state legislature and governor sign off on it. You'd have to have the Washington state legislature and governor sign off on it. And then it goes to the federal government. You'd have to have the U.S. House of Representatives sign off on it, the Senate sign off on it, and then the president sign off on it. So it's just, I wish it would happen, but it's literally never going to happen. I wish it would, though. I wish it would. But I think it just won't. Yeah, I mean, is in this situation we're talking about Washington. Is Washington going to willingly give up like 3 or 4 voting districts and a sizable portion of their population, thus reducing the number of electoral college votes they have? No, they're not going to do that. Is radically progressive Washington going to relinquish control, thus diminishing their own power? No. I would. I wish. Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump is coming on out here in 9 minutes, 10 minutes. Is the White House live? No, it is not. No, it is not, man. It's been one hell of a day. It has been one long day. It's been a controversial day, really, because of all this H-1B stuff and Chinese visa stuff. It's been a controversial day. But sometimes you need to have those. I will say, hey, listen, if you're new, make sure to like and subscribe. Welcome to the community. Make sure to like and subscribe. Fetterman weighs in tonight on this entire situation. We'll see what he's got to say here.
I promise you, America's future and my party's future is not socialism or kinds of outlandish far left kinds of ideas. And it's been a year ago, after we lost the election, a lot of those parts and part of those ideas pushed our party over the cliff. And that's why we're in this situation right now. That's why we're firmly in the minority. And that's why we've lost control of the White House. So some people, if you think that's a solution, that's fine. But it's going to be a competition of ideas. And we know that's not going to prevail. What's going to prevail is common sense. What's going to prevail, choosing this country over, part of the extreme in our party. What's going to prevail is common sense.
I think he's wrong. Here. I think Fetterman should probably just change a couple of his views and become a moderate Republican. At a minimum, he should become an independent in Pennsylvania. I think you would keep on winning. But common sense is not going to win out in a party, the Democrat Party, that has no common sense. The Democrat Party is nonsensical. I think that the future of the Democrat Party is socialism, segueing towards communism. Really, pretty rapidly segueing towards communism. I think so. I mean, like, literally every single indicator here is pointing towards a direction that their party is becoming super far left, radically progressive. Dude, I am so tired. I'm giving out. I'll be totally honest. I was saying this earlier today. All this kind of drama and controversy surrounding this Ingraham interview. I was up all night thinking about it, reading, watching clips. I was writing some stuff up. I couldn't sleep. I had butterflies in my stomach. I am like totally all in. My brain is dialed into political sphere, America first at all times. I'm like Neo. I have the cord plugged into the back of my brain. I'm like in the Matrix. I'm in the America first Matrix. I couldn't sleep. I got probably 2 hours, maybe 3 hours of sleep last night. And then we've been talking about it today. So we got to see. I wonder, can I I'm looking at Polymarket here. I wonder. Well, can I which party will win the House? This is Polymarket betting odds. 70% of the betting volume is Democrat Party. The Democrats, I think, are going to win the House. So the betting odds we saw earlier indicate that the Republicans will probably hold the Senate. I think so, and that the Republicans will lose the House. Yeah, maybe so. Might be the case. I think probably amongst Republicans right now, really amongst everybody in the country, the number one issue is economic issues. To be totally fair, Donald Trump is doing a great job at recovering the economy, but the mess that he was given is just so big. Joe Biden and the Democrats created such a colossal problem. They ruined the economy so severely, drastically. It's very hard. I think for the first couple months after Trump won the election in 2024, you've got like 4, 5, 6 months of post-election hype. Everybody's optimistic. Everybody's excited. Trump is back in the White House. Let's go. And now we're almost a year in, and Trump has made progress with the economy, but also people have bills to pay. The economy still is not amazing. It's marginally better, and we're going in the right direction. But also it's like, I've got bills to pay. I've got to pay for groceries. I've got to pay for my kids' daycare. Like whatever. And people say, okay, listen, all right, it's been a year. I just want a good economy again. And, to Trump's credit once again, I actually don't think it is humanly possible to fix all of the damage Joe Biden and the Democrats did in 12 months. You want my honest opinion? I don't think it's possible to fix all the damage Joe Biden and the Democrats did in 4 years. I think 3 years from now, after Trump is gone, we have a new president. We are still going to be trying to clean up the mess that Joe Biden made during his presidency. He will go down in history as one of the worst presidents of all time. One of the most nationally destructive presidents of all time. Massively destructive. You can compare Biden to a president like Obama. Obama had bad policy, and there's a million little things you can nitpick and complain about. Obama didn't fundamentally destroy the country, though. Yeah, he's a bad president. Yeah, he's got terrible policy. Yeah, he should have done this. He shouldn't have done that. He did this, didn't. He didn't fundamentally attempt to destroy the entire nation, which is what happened very deliberately, obviously, during the Biden era. This act of completely opening the border and allowing 25 million illegal aliens into this country, what is that, 5 or 6 million per year? That is like national suicide. That is national suicide. That is national suicide. And I'll say this, we barely survived 4 years of it. If we had another 4 years of Biden or 4 years of Kamala Harris and Anthony Mayorkas and an open border, just bleeding our economy dry, giving all of our money to illegal aliens and various foreign countries, USAID, I genuinely believe that we would not have had a republic. By the year 2028, we would not have had a republic anymore. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. I'm not trying to sound like a Fox News commentator or something. I don't know. really, sincerely, the republic would have been over with if we had had a Kamala Harris or a Joe Biden for another 4 years. Now, where is my president? Now, where is my president? This is the type of thing that they would probably boot up the old White House YouTube page for. So I think we're on standby here. Good evening, Raya. Hi, Raya. Hi, everybody. Hi, James. Hi, Ricky Webfoot. Everybody's here tonight. Man, it's been a day. Man, it's been a day. If you vote, you are a citizen. Did Obama say that? If you vote, you are a citizen. There's an old Plato quote from his Republic 2,500 years ago. What did he say? What did Plato say about voting? He said, no, it wasn't about voting specifically. He said, those that refuse to participate in politics are destined to be ruled over by their own inferiors. And I think that makes a lot of sense. If you don't actively engage and make your voice heard and push your own agenda, whatever's good for the country, good for the nation, it is true. The idiots will take over. The idiots will take over. The idiots will take over. And then it's over. And then it's over. We have OG American Grind over in Rumble. He says, been watching on Rumble when you were at 27K and now 35K. Good job. Can't fix the problems in 4 years, but with another 8 years with JD Vance, I can definitely see it. I'll tell you something. By the way, I think right now I'm comfortable giving JD Vance my endorsement. It's going to be tough. It is going to be very, very tough for JD Vance to win this election. And not because he is a bad candidate or not because he's inferior to any Democrat candidate that they could field. But we live in such polarized times. Americans are so hot and cold. The pendulum swings back and forth. One day this way, another day that way. We're going to be coming out of 4 years of Trump. I think it's going to be tough. Also, JD Vance, this is the problem. In fact, if you look through American history, vice presidential candidates have a very low success rate. Almost always vice presidents, after their president is done, the vice president tries to step up and become the president next. Almost always vice presidential candidates fail. They don't end up winning the following election. And I think the reason why is because vice presidents are inextricably tied to whatever was accomplished or not accomplished during the reign of their president, who they were, And so, JD Vance, it's really tough because in one vein as the vice president, you're trying to take credit for all of the successes, but then also you're trying to distance yourself from the failures. And it's really hard to do that. I think you can imagine, right? That's tough. Vice presidents have a tough time. They always have a tough time. It's tough pushing. Well, of course there are exceptions, right? But predominantly, vice presidents do not end up being successful. Now where is my president? Nick Fuentes, 2028. How old is Nick Fuentes? I thought he was too young. I think you need to be 35. No, I remember I watched that Tucker Carlson interview with him. It said he was 27. He's 27. So if you want Nick Fuentes to be president, you're going to have to wait a couple election cycles. You're going to have to wait until 2032. 2032, you're going to be waiting a little while. You think he's 12? I think maybe he's not 12. Maybe he's 27. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. President Trump, let's go. We have a government shutdown to end. Didn't you hear the news, Trump? We've got to wrap up this government shutdown. Man, I am going to sleep so well tonight. Oh, I can't even wait. The second President Trump wraps up this shutdown, I'm going to wrap up my day. Let's put it that way. I'm passing out. Wangaff. Is it Wangaff or Wang-half? Wangaff or Wang-half? I would say Wangaff. Wangaff or Wang-half? Wang-half. I don't know how to say it. I don't know. I'm too old. I'm not up to speed with all these young memes. I'm not a young memer anymore. Now I'm just an old man. I'm an old man and I'm all washed up. And I'm getting fat and I'm going bald. And that's just the way that it goes. I'm just old, fat, stupid, and bald. Such is life. That's just the inevitability of life, I guess. Half wing? I don't know. Watch Nick's show. Can I tell you something? I never watch Nick's show because I go to bed. I go to bed too early. I'm in bed by 9, dude. Listen, I have kids. I wake up at 6. I've got a 2-year-old and a 4. You think I'm staying up to watch podcasts at 9 in the evening? Are you out of your damn mind? I've got to go to bed so I can wake up. It's past my bedtime. You can't be making compromises like that. Now, where is my president? I do see some of the clips pop up on Twitter. We've got them on Twitter. I see some of them on Twitter. On Twitter. You know, I'll try to tell you something. I am probably like the most autistic person you guys are ever going to meet. I have this mental hang up. You want to talk about my mental problem? Hey everybody, let's talk about my mental problem real quick. I have a diehard obsession with doing everything myself. I think it's probably because I'm somewhat of a control freak, but I can't like delegate work. I need to do everything on my own. There's a reason why this is a one-man show. There's a reason why everything I do here, it's a one-man operation, and it's because I'm a freak. It's because I'm mentally ill or something. I have to do everything. I have to. I can't not. Anyway, this kind of extends into something else. This is what's going to sound crazy. In some ways, I try to limit the amount of political content I watch from like other political commentators. Like I kind of try not to watch too much Nick or Tucker Carlson or Anthony Crowder, Steven Crowder. And I think the reason why is because I want to like come to my own conclusions or like have my own ideas. Does this make sense? I don't. Maybe, like I said, this sounds insane. I want to try to like figure it out myself, and not have Crowder tell me what's up. I want to figure out what's up. I don't want Crowder to tell me what's up. I don't know. Like I said, I'm probably mentally ill. I don't know. I'm insane. Maybe I'm just insane. Where is the president? Where is my president? I don't know. That's probably nuts, but I don't know. Now, here is my thing, of course. You know, I'm going to argue against myself here for a second. All of my thoughts are not my own because I read a lot. I am non-stop reading. And a lot of what I read is political philosophy and political literature. And so I need to be honest. Actually, I think a lot of my political beliefs are based on various books I've read or various authors I've read. So I can't even take credit for everything. I would isolate one person that's been very influential for me is definitely Pat Buchanan. I've read 3 of Pat Buchanan's books. By the way, Pat Buchanan has been vindicated entirely. He has been proven right about everything. Can we all agree? The year is 2025. Buchanan is right about everything. He was right. He still is right. He is undeniably every single issue, point for point for point. Buchanan was correct about literally everything. So if you're looking for a good book to read, go pick up some Pat Buchanan because the guy's a genius. I think he's still alive, actually. I think he's still alive. I think he's like 86 or something. Have you read Democracy, the God That Failed by Hans Hermann Hoppe? No, I haven't actually. I haven't. You should try to watch PBD. I've seen a little bit of PBD. I've seen him during some big interviews where he has guests on that I'm interested in. So I've seen a little bit of PBD. Matt Morris, you have a deep voice. Well, that's because I'm faking it. Do you want to hear my real voice? Okay, here we go. Hello, everybody. My name is Matt Morris. Welcome to the broadcast. Right now, we're waiting for President Trump. He's going to be coming on out any day now. Any minute now. So that's my real voice. So obviously, I have to fake it. I have to fake it, otherwise everybody would make fun of me. So we can't have that. I probably wouldn't go very far in the political commentary realm with a voice like that. Now, where is President Trump? I feel like we need to have some closure. I need to see Trump come out. We got to wrap it up. Here we have been following along every single step of this shutdown every single day. How many times have you folks opened up a video on Rumble or YouTube and you heard me say in the intro, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's day number 17 of the ongoing government shutdown. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's day number 27 of the ongoing government shutdown. You could probably go back every single day of the shutdown. I probably got them all. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's day number 7 of the ongoing government. So every single step of the way, we've been following the Senate votes, all of it. Today, we're going to wrap it up. Today, we are finally going to wrap it up. I'm not a towel. You're a towel. You're a towel. 9:45. Oh, hey, look at that. We are actually 10 minutes late. So surely any minute now. Trump is going to come on out. He already signed it. There's no way. Do I work from home? I don't know. Why? Hey, why? Why are you asking? Who wants to know? I'm currently in my office, which is deep underground in my bunker. He's speaking. No, he's not speaking. He signed it already? I don't believe you. I'm going to check Twitter here. I don't believe you. I'm taking a look here. I don't believe. I think you are trolling me. I think I'm getting trolled. I see this report on Twitter here. Breaking, President Trump just signed a bill to end the government shutdown after 43 days. This is like a crypto account. This is not. You know what I think is going on here? I think that Trump has not signed it. And I think that you have certain accounts on X or on Twitter that are trying to get ahead of the game. They're trying to get all the likes, right? This guy is reporting the news early to try to get everybody to like his tweet or to retweet his tweet, you know? I think this is fake news. Now, he probably will do it in the next 15 or 20 minutes, but I think this is baloney. Have you ever been rickrolled, Matt? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of you know, I spent, listen, I've been doing live broadcast for a long time. I was a streamer on Twitch, doing all types of stuff on Twitch for like 8 years. 8 years I was a Twitch streamer. Every day, full time, every day. I was molded by it. I was born to it. Molded by it. Yeah, that actually is the only... Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have a fresh Stephen Miller coming in right now. Take a look.
Do you have any insight? Peter Doocy believes that the president's going to come out very, very strong tonight. Can you confirm that?
Well, I think that's a very safe bet, Sean. And I also think that tonight, President Trump's going to be very clear. The Democrats got nothing, Sean. They got nothing. Chuck Schumer went to the wall and lost. Hakeem Jeffries went to the wall and lost. Because at the end of the day, they could not convince Americans that we should shut down the government to fund their pet programs, to fund free benefits for illegal aliens, to fund health care for people who shouldn't even be in this country. What's terrifying, though, Sean, to keep hitting on this theme, is that the moderates have been driven out of the Democrat Party. Manchin is gone. Sinema is gone. And everyone in that party understands that if they don't toe the line with the leftists, they'll be driven out too. So we, as a country, we don't have a mainstream Democrat Party. We don't have a moderate Democrat Party. We have a party of crazies and lunatics and radical leftists and open borders nut jobs. That's bad for America. It's bad for the American people. It's bad for the world, Sean.
It's bad for the world, Sean. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I need to real quick probably update some broadcast settings. Real fast. Everybody stand by here. I need probably 15 seconds. Can I show you something? This is my thumbnail folder. You want to see every single thumbnail I've ever made for all of my videos? Hundreds. 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 In fact, I believe we are at 863 different thumbnails I have made over the last year. I make every day. I end up making probably 4 of these every single day. I don't know. Okay. I think that is going to work. Wow. Yeah, I know. Wow. It's nuts. it is psychotic a little bit. Now, did this work or not? Did this work? Stand by. Yes, it did. Okay. Okay, perfect. All right, we're good. Now the show can continue. I had to do a little bit of an update there. At least it's organized. Yeah. Yeah. You guys tonight, man, you guys are really getting a tour of the chicken nugget factory. Normally you guys just show up and you eat the chicken nuggets. Tonight it's like, hey, you want a tour? You want a tour of the chicken nugget factory? I'll show you. I'll show you where the pink slop comes out of. I'll show you all the machines. You want to see how I make the chicken nuggets? I'll show you how I make the chicken nuggets. They said any minute now. Okay. Okay, any minute now. Any minute now. Now, is the official White House page up? It is not. It is not. Well, any minute now. Any minute now. Try to avoid self-deprecating statements. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. Have you guys ever noticed there's certain some people have just a very self-deprecating personality. Their entire personality is making fun of themselves. It always kind of rubs me the wrong way. I guess it's fine if you make a joke at your own expense every so often, but some people, it's like nonstop, always nonstop. It is a little bit weird if it's too much. Now, you know what? We actually, can I pull something up? We actually have a couple updates here I'll show you. That's the clip we just played. The shutdown is an example of just how little the Democrats care about Americans.
Well, look, you've really been exactly right on tonight when you said this is all about Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries being terrified of the Mondami wing, the AOC wing of the Democrat Party, understanding that they're not in control of anything anymore. It is a communist party. Is it an America Last party?
Yep.
It is a party that puts illegals over citizens, criminals over cops, cheaters over hardworking taxpayers at every level. This shutdown was an example of just how little the Democrats care about Americans. They forced our national security workers to go without pay. They forced Americans to be stuck at airports, flights canceled at levels never seen before in history. Why? All for what? $1.5 trillion of demands, including free health care for illegal aliens, to bloat the government, to steal from taxpayers, to steal from working Americans. And at the end, after over 40 days, what did they get? Nothing. Defeated, humiliated, disgraced. But in the meantime, they sucked billions of dollars in wealth out of the economy. Think about the contrast, Sean.
$16 billion a week.
President Trump bringing trillions of investment into America, giving Americans trillions of dollars in tax cuts. And what did Democrats do in their big moment? They steal hardworking money from our taxpayers, they cancel their flights, and they destroy billions of dollars in economic value. You will not see a clear contrast. The Democrats are the party of destruction. President Trump is leading the party of creation, opportunity, and wealth.
Creation, opportunity, well, that is true. That is true. And no free health care for illegal aliens. House Republicans passed the bill. The SNAP program, we are cracking down on fraud.
But I do think what the Democrats did not include in their calculation in their insane government shutdown was the fact that this spotlight was going to be shined upon one of their favorite government welfare programs that under Joe Biden increased 40%. Where all that money went, trying to buy elections, we're not 100% sure, but we're rolling it back now. On day one, back in February, for me, we sent a letter to every governor saying, send us your SNAP data. All of this money that the federal government, the taxpayers are paying for food stamps, we don't even know where it goes, what happens, what they're doing with it. Yep. And we said no more. So 29 states complied and 20 plus others did not. And we're suing. We're in a litigation right now.
You can spend EBT at Wingstop. What? Wingstop accepts EBT?
Others did not, and we're suing. We're in a litigation right now. But of the 29 that complied, what we have found is staggering. 500,000 people getting benefits 2 times under the same name. 5,000 dead people. 80% of the able-bodied Americans, meaning they can work, they don't have small children at home, they're not taking care of an elderly parent, they can work and they choose not to work, of course, because they're getting significant benefits from the taxpayer. So this light, Laura, that has now been shined on what is perhaps one of the most corrupt, dysfunctional programs in American history that we are working now. Very big announcements coming next week on this. We are cracking down. We now have a plan to fix it. And we're really, really excited about doing that for the American people.
That's good. It is astounding that these blue states are pushing back on this. They don't want the federal government to know. They don't want to be audited. I wonder why. Now, Jeff Fisher with a big super chat. Thank you very much. He says, the official White House YouTube is live. Okay. If it's not, I'm going to permanently ban 10 people. We'll see here. Oh, it is. Okay. That was a close one. I'm a man of my word. I would have had to randomly ban 10 people from the live chat. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this show is going to get going here any second. Looks like we're about ready to go. Now, I do need to, I'm going to mute that, and we're good. Okay. And we are good. And we are so good. Few, right? Goodness gracious. Well, you know what? Can I tell you folks something here? It's been a long day. It's been, I don't know for you guys, but for me it's been kind of a stressful day because of all just this bull crap. Not about the shutdown. The shutdown, it's great, but really because of the stuff we were talking about this morning. So, hey, I just want to, human to human, personal level, thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. For me, in a lot of ways, this is more than like, broadcaster, random people in a live chat. I like you guys. I like this community. I really do. I look forward every day to going live and doing these broadcasts. And I especially like these longer broadcasts where we can really talk. A little bit different than the shorter, more concise news monologue broadcasts we do. So I just want to say thanks. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it, everybody. So I think we're going to have some good news here from President Trump inside the Oval Office any minute now. Any minute now. Any minute. How many times have I said that today? Any minute now. Back when we were watching Congress do their votes. Any minute they're going to vote. Any minute now. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yep. You're a legend in New Zealand. I would guess that I probably don't have a lot of viewers in New Zealand, but at least one. I have at least one, presumably. So, hey, shout out the Kiwis. We love our Kiwis. We love our Aussies. Aussies. We love our Aussies. Not Aussie. Aussie. I'm trying to think, who's my favorite type of non-American? There's all these different types. There's so many different breeds of non-Americans. Who do I like the most out of all the non-Americans? I think obligatorily I have to say Germans. I like the Germans. They're good. I really love British people. I like British people a lot. You want to know why? I feel like there's a certain, with Germans, even more so British people though, really British people, I feel like there's a certain brotherhood. I feel like I'm almost related to them. Do you guys have you guys ever, Americans, have you ever felt that? I feel like I'm almost related to them in a way. The American people, well, the American white people at least. I'm a white person in case you hadn't noticed. I feel like white American people, in a lot of ways, we're kind of brothers with the Brits. We are ethnically very close. The Germans also. I've always had good interactions with the Finns. I really like Finnish people. I've never met a bad Finn. I love Finnish people. Finnish people have always been very nice and polite. Wait, you're white? I'm white. I'm a monster. I'm a freak. I'll tell you something though. I'm always a little bit suspect of Swedes. I don't know. I like the Scottish. Scottish are good. The Swedes. I don't know how I feel about the Swedes. We love the Norwegians. Of course, we like the Norwegians. Of course. Obviously. But the Swedes, I just don't know about the Swedes. I don't know how I feel. Über alles Deutschland. Über alles. That's one of those things you're not allowed to say it. That's one of those old things they used to say. You can't say that anymore. Although it is a song by Rammstein. Deutschland, Deutschland, über allen. It's a song. Really, it's pretty much the same as saying America number one. USA number one, right? It's like the same thing. But I guess it has those World War II. It has a little bit of World War II baggage. We'll put it that way. It has a little bit of baggage. Just a little bit. You know, while we have a minute, because we brought up World War II, I'm going to say something, man, and maybe I'm going to get in trouble. This is maybe controversial. I am so sick of always hearing every day about World War II and Hitler and the Holocaust. Listen, I was born in 1993. I'm 31. This stuff it's almost 100 years ago now. It's like 85 years ago. I am so sick of every single conversation in America always needing to somehow relate back to World War II. Oh my God, you're like Hitler. Oh my God, you're just like a Nazi. Oh my God, the Democrats are the Nazis. No, the Republicans are the real Nazis. If Hitler was alive, would he be a Democrat or... It's like, oh... I just don't care. I don't care about any of it. I'm sick of hearing about it. I just do not care. Your grandma got blown up in World War II. That sucks. I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm going to get on with my life now. I'm going to get on with my life now. I kind of don't care about that. This is like almost 100 years ago. I'm young. I know I am young. What kind of? I don't know. California Uber. Oh, here we go.
Important what has taken place, because we've seen how good government can be and how bad government can be if people don't know what they're doing. For the past 43 days, Democrats in Congress shut down the government of the United States in an attempt to extort American taxpayers for hundreds of billions of dollars for illegal aliens and people that came into our country illegally, from gangs, from prisons, from mental institutions. They wanted to pay them $1.5 trillion, which would have really hurt our healthcare businesses and our recipients at levels never seen before. Today, we're sending a clear message that we will never give in to extortion, because that's what it was. They tried to extort. The Democrats tried to extort our country. In just a moment, I'll sign a bill exactly like we asked Democrats to send us all along, many days ago. This cost the country $1.5 trillion, this little excursion that they took us on. Republicans never wanted a shutdown and voted 15 times for a clean continuation of funding. There's never been a time when one or the other party ever didn't sign a continuation. It's just a continuation, not a big deal. It's a continuation, and we'll talk later. Yet the extremists in the other party insisted on creating the longest government shutdown in American history, and they did it purely for political reasons. I want to thank Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, as well as House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, Majority Whip Tom Emmer, and numerous other great Republican leaders and congressmen and senators who are here, who frankly spent a long time in Washington getting this thing to go away. I also want to thank the broad coalition of Americans that stood with us in this fight to reopen government, including the Teamsters, the American Federation of Government Employees, the Fraternal Order of Police, AMVETS, the National Small Business Association, the American Farm Bureau, the American Trucking Association. These are all incredible patriots. The Airlines for America, the Allied Pilots Association, the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, and many, many others, unions and non-unions. Over the past 7 weeks, the Democrats' shutdown has inflicted massive harm. They caused 20,000 flights to be canceled or delayed. They departed so many times, so late. People were hurt so badly. Nobody's ever seen anything like this one. This was a no-brainer. This was an easy extension. But they didn't want to do it the easy way. They had to do it the hard way. And they look very bad, the Democrats do. They deprived more than 1 million government workers from their paychecks and cut off food stamp benefits for millions and millions more Americans in need. They caused tens of thousands of federal contractors and small businesses to go unpaid, and the total effect of the damage their antics caused will take weeks and probably months to really calculate accurately, including the serious harm that they did to our economy and to people and to families. So I just want to tell the American people you should not forget this. When we come up to midterms and other things, don't forget what they've done to our country. I also want to call for a termination to the filibuster so that this can never happen again.
Yes.
If we had the filibuster terminated, this would never happen again.
Yes.
And don't forget, we have another date coming up in the not too distant future. We can never let this happen again. And we should be able to pass great, really great legislation. So I say terminate the filibuster because, by the way, the Democrats will do it immediately if they ever assumed office.
Yes, they will.
They won't.
Yes, they
Today
will.
we had the highest stock market price ever in all of the different markets. We set a record. It's the 48th time in the 9 months that I've been in office that we had this record set. So think of that, 48 times we had a record set, but today is the highest of them all. We're going to break new grounds. Nobody would have thought. I have with us not only the great political leaders, but the great business leaders of our country. They're standing right behind me and right really alongside of me. And if we would have told them a year ago that we'd be having stock prices this high, none of them, in fact, I just asked them that question, none of them would have believed it. And that inures to jobs and, very importantly, to 401ks, which have also set a record today, a record high for the people that have 401ks.
Yep.
And also, I want to thank Walmart because they came up with a fantastic study. It was the cost of Thanksgiving coming up and the cost of Thanksgiving from a year ago under Sleepy Joe Biden, and we're 25% lower this year than we were a year ago. And it's a very inclusive report. So I want to thank Walmart. They've done it for many years, but we believe in that, and we believe in that company. I want to also thank the 8 Senate Democrats who finally did the right thing in voting to end this craziness, this madness. But unfortunately, the vast majority of congressional Democrats were happy for millions of Americans to suffer. They really did suffer too. And the Democrats admitted, they said, well, no, we finally have a point. Even though people have to suffer, we finally have a point, and that didn't work out too well for them. But they really went out and they could appease the fringe benefits of their far-left base, but that didn't work out because now their far-left base is angrier than ever before. We actually elected a mayor of New York City who happens to be a communist. When was that going to happen? Remember I said all the time during my campaign, we will never be a socialist country, and that's right. We turned out to have a communist in New York City. And if you look at his views, those are the views of a communist, not a socialist.
Deport him.
So this is no way to run a country. I hope we can all agree that the government should never be shut down again. End the filibuster, terminate the filibuster. It'll never happen again. So with my signature, the federal government will now resume normal operations, and my administration and our partners in Congress will continue our work to lower the cost of living, restore public safety, grow our economy, and make America affordable again for all Americans. Again, costs are way down. Energy is way down. Gasoline is at $2.50 a gallon versus $4.70 for the Democrats. And we think we're going to hit pretty close to $2 a gallon. That's like a really massive tax cut. It's the equivalent of that. And speaking of tax cuts, our great, big, beautiful bill is giving everybody in our economy, middle income workers, low income, everybody, the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And it's no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and very importantly, no tax on overtime. You work overtime, there's no tax. That's among the things that add up to the biggest tax cut in history. One other thing, you hear about rich people with deductions. Well, when you buy your car and you borrow money, you're allowed to now deduct the interest on that loan. So you can take that interest deduction and what you can take is that interest payment and deduct it for income tax purposes. That's a tremendous tax cut right there. But it all includes fixing the healthcare system that Democrats broke with the disaster known as Obamacare. Obamacare was a disaster from day one. It's done nothing but go up. And if you remember President Barack Hussein Obama, when he came up with this crazy idea, he said everything's going to be great. rates are going to go down, payments are going to go down, everything's going to go down. It went the exact opposite with the biggest increase of healthcare in any country. It's a disaster. And I'm calling today for insurance companies not to be paid, but for the money, this massive amount of money, to be paid directly to the people of our country so that they can buy their own health care, which will be far better and far less expensive than the disaster known as Obamacare. And I've had, I think, great support. I've even had Democrat support. So we want the money that would be going to the insurance company, which is hundreds of billions of dollars. You know, their stock prices have gone up by 1,000% in many cases, 1,000% over a short period of time, because our country stupidly pays them so much money with this Obamacare scandal. So I want the money to go directly to you, the people. And you'll go out and you'll buy your own health insurance and you'll negotiate different plans and you'll get much better insurance and you will be an entrepreneur for yourself. So I'm always willing to work with anyone, including the other party. We'll work on something having to do with health care. We can do a lot better. We can do great. So much money is involved, and we're willing to pay so much money to the people. So we're going to pay a lot of money to the people. They're going to go out and buy their own health care, and we're going to forget this Obamacare madness. So with all of that, I just want to tell you the country has never been in better shape. We went through this short-term disaster with the Democrats because they thought it would be good politically. And it's an honor now to sign this incredible bill and get our country working again. Thank you.
All right, let's sign it. Ooh, there it is. The government is open, folks. It's open. All right.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if you have questions. I think we really have a really great situation. We have a country that we love, and we have a country that's in great shape. As you know, we have now it's over $18 trillion invested in our country by other people and countries. That's a record. There's never been a country that had so much, and that money's going into also building new auto plants, new AI plants, new everything. We've never had a time like this. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
No questions, huh? It's been a long day. It's been a long day. He doesn't want to take any questions. And you know what? I can't blame him because, frankly, it has been one hell of a day. Ladies and gentlemen, the government is back open after 43 days. This is the longest government shutdown in all of United States history, and it is back. It is back. We are back. The government is back, ladies and gentlemen. Can I close that? Close that. Turn it off. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to wrap it up also. I want to say thank you, everybody, for tuning in. There was a massive super chat here from Delima. I want to double back and catch that one and say, Delima, thank you very much for tuning in. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat as well. Everybody, what a day. What a day. Uncle Bubba, 5941, he just became a supporter on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody on Rumble, thank you. Ika Mao says, Matt, you can call it a wrap anytime before your wife gets mad, and thank you. She understands. I'm in here working. I'm in here working, so, she gets it. Working super hard. It's been a super tough day in the office today. She gets it. Just don't tell her I was really in here just watching YouTube videos and scrolling Twitter all day. Keep that between us, okay? Thank you everybody for tuning in. Tomorrow is Thursday. I think we're gonna come back and do it all again. We're doing it again. Somebody said, Matt, you should take the day off tomorrow. How about no? How about never? How about we never take days off? 7 days a week, nonstop. I just need a little nap. I'll wake up. I'll do it again. That's all I need. A little bit of a recoup here. But anyway, thank you everybody for tuning in. I'll see you folks tomorrow, everybody. God bless. Thank you very much. Stay safe until then, and I'll see you folks tomorrow. Take care.